Everyone, I'd like to call this meeting to order, and if you would please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Moving right along, next item on the agenda is approval of the regular meeting agenda.
Mr. Chair, being blessed with a microphone, I move we approve the agenda.
Hold on, can we, Charlene, can you explain something real quick?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I have one change to the agenda. I need to remove the public hearing regarding ordinance 01902, authorizing the issuance of Grant County, New Mexico general obligation bonds, as well as consideration of that ordinance. Due to the change of venue, our original notice of intent stated we would hold our meeting at the county administration building. Because we changed that location to accommodate the many citizens of Grant County that are joining us today, we're going to move that to March. So that would be my only change I would ask that you make to this agenda.
I will amend my motion to approve the agenda to include that change.
Okay, do we have a second? Commissioner Salas, second the motion. Any discussion?
I have a question. So we specifically moved the meeting to today to accommodate some timing issues around this. How is moving this hearing to March happen?
Hold on.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Edwards, it will not. Actually, we were looking at moving the sale of those bonds back a week due to some decisions at the federal level. So it's not going to affect anything. We can sell those bonds anytime after that. Actually, this will give us some more time to finish up the preliminary official statement and other. So it's not going to affect that at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Or any further discussion? I'm sorry. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next item on the agenda is a report from our elected officials. Do we have any reports from the elected officials? There you are. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, through the February the 20th, we collected $3,814,042.51 of the 2018 property taxes. From the previous report of January the 23rd, we had collected a total of $65,674.31. All proceeds from all sources and all authorities for the fiscal year 1 July 18 to 20th of February, $15,307,618.09. And we are expecting the State of New Mexico Property Tax Division at the end of March, 1st of April for the next tax sale to Grant County. Any questions?
Any questions? No, thank you.
Good morning, County Commission. I'm Mary Cedillo. I am the Grant County Probate Judge, and I know you have a lot of important things to take care of today. I just want to say that I am available to the citizens of Grant County 5 days a week in the probate court. You can reach me at 313-4417, and we'll make an appointment, and I'll see you as soon as possible. I am going to work Monday through Friday, so I look forward to working with everyone that needs to come before the court. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, board members, I just want to, I had to do a beeline from the other side of Bears just to get in here. But I just want to say, welcome everybody here for the county commissioners meeting. Your voice is so important. I do sit on the board of directors for the New Mexico counties, and we had a small discussion about the mining situation, the gun situation, the cannabis bill, and so many others. I know that we're in a tight schedule, and I would just like to say that I just want to thank my office for the things that they do. Special thanks to my chief deputy, my chief appraiser. There's a couple of individuals that we went and spoke to the seniors, Audra Hernandez, where they're actually doing some changes on legislation to help out the senior freeze. And I'll make it very brief because I know we're going to have a very, very interesting agenda today. So, thank you very much, and I guess I'll probably yield a lot of my report because I could probably be here for the next 30 minutes, and if that, they'll probably throw me out of this room. So, thank you very much, and you guys, whatever you guys got to say, please do it from your heart, and thanks. This is what Bexar County is all about. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'll keep this short. For the dates of January 1st, 2019 through February 18th, 2019, Sheriff's Department may show some increases in some areas such as domestic violence, crime and theft, calls for service, breaking in, and suspicious activities. There were some decreases, loud music, and citizen contacts. This comes from our staffing situation. So basically, even though our call volume of dispatch calls was still roughly the same in the 600s for the same period as last year, our officers are spending more time on dispatch calls versus citizen contacts or self-initiating calls and things like that. Hopefully that will get reading. Unless somebody has a request for a specific item or price that, I'll leave those off. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Another one, thank you. Any other elected officials? Moving on to the next item on the agenda, it's going to be public input. During this portion of our meeting, we welcome your suggestions and want to hear your concerns. This is not a question and answer period. Speakers will be limited to 5 minutes. Any individual who would like to discuss an item more in depth may request be placed on a future agenda. Request forms are available at the county manager's office. So what I have here is a list, a sign-in sheet of citizens that would like to speak. So when I call your name, if you could please come up, state your name, and talk to us. Thank you. Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I wonder if it would work to call the next person and then mention the name of who's following so they can get ready to come up.
That'd be great.
Okay, after we, what I'm thinking, and after I go through this list, anybody that didn't find the list or couldn't sign on the list, you're more than welcome to raise your hand and come up and speak. So it's not just going to stay just to this list. Thank you. What I have here first is Linda Nichols, and then following that will be Jim and Debbie Nett.
Good morning. What I'm here to speak about are the House Bills 220 and 255. And I want to say a big thank you to Freeport for all that they have given to this county over the years. What I'm going to say, I speak particularly to Mr. Brown and to Mrs. Edwards on some of these topics. In the past, there's been layoffs. But eventually, these people either came back or there were new hires to take their place. But what happens is, in a family home, one parent usually stays and works, one leaves town to find employment somewhere else. So then eventually what happens is they can't go back to work, and if the mine is forced to shut down because it's been issued an evacuation notice, this will be permanent, but people will not be coming back. But what happens is it affects not just Freeport, It affects all of the subcontractors. It will affect 99% of the businesses in Grant County. They will all be forced to lay off people too. The enrollment in schools will go down. Those kids will move to be with their parents somewhere, so they'll have to lay off teachers. Our hospital will be affected. We will have to start letting nurses go. Janitorial, everybody at the hospital. What's going to happen, it's going to affect Western New Mexico University. The other thing that's going to happen, and I've seen it before, I'm a retired banker, homes will get foreclosed on. There'll be lots of people that will lose their home because they couldn't find work quickly enough. Cars are going to get repossessed. Is that what we really want for Grant County? I don't think so. Grant County will become a ghost county. That's what we're asking for, and that's what we're going to get if we allow this to go through. And unless you've got somebody in your hip pocket to take the place of all of the revenue that we get from them, I advise you to really think this through because you're going to destroy this county. Thank you.
I need to get to that, so I can stand in front of your camera if you want to move forward.
Is up to speak, can I read the first name, or the last name is Collins, their name, or Rebecca? Collins? Thank you.
Yeah, we're at. Okay, we're good.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I'm Jim Minnick. I'm owner of W&N Enterprises, and this is my wife, Deborah Minnick, and we're here to speak on Bill 220 and 255. This year's been a difficult year. We've got many bills up there in Santa Fe that's going to impact businesses. And, it's going to curtail businesses, curtail their hours, see business closures and things like that. But today we're here to speak on these bills 220 and 255, which is going to not just impact businesses, but it's going to impact our community. And I think that we're all here to stand together to express how we feel about how this is going to impact the community, businesses, our future generation children, and the influx of revenues coming into our community. In the last 25 years that W&N has basically had experience mine shutdowns, layoffs, and just tell you some experiences we've had during these times. They usually don't last but maybe a year to 2 years. And we've closed stores, we've laid off people, we've seen people leave the area, and it's been very difficult for us to stay pretty much afloat and keep our businesses open. And that was only temporary. And I just want to remind everybody that we've gone through this a few times over the last 25 years, and this year we're faced up with is going to be more permanent. This is going to be permanent where we're going to be closing businesses, we're going to be taking people, probably we're going to be seeking employment in other areas, leaving the area, and basically like Linda said, it's going to be a ghost town. And we've made our life here, everybody here, this is our life, our community. We made the best of here, and we
that we call ourselves children of the universe. We're both from United States Air Force families, and we chose Grant County over 20 years ago to be our permanent home. Our children and our grandchildren live here. With the proposals and what the Senate is about to vote on for our areas will be detrimental. It will affect businesses here. We'll, like my husband said, we'll have to lay people off. We may have to close some of our businesses. And retrospect, people will be leaving the area, which will devalue our homes. People have invested a lot of money in land and homes here. You won't be able to get what you pay for it in the end. And also when it comes to the right to bear arms, I feel like nobody has the right to infringe. These so-called gun control laws will not help. In the end, the only one that will end up with the guns in our community are the criminals. I know in Grant County,
alone 4 times over the last 20 years, I've had to pull my gun out to let a drug dealer, a person who's a member of a gang here, or some deranged individual know that I may be a petite, small, blonde woman, that I'm not willing to die for you to come into my business and threaten me. But when it came down to it, I showed them that I had a gun, I showed them that I was willing to use it, and it ended right there. You ask the Japanese why they did not invade America during World War II, it's because they knew behind every blade of grass there was an American willing to stand up and say, for being here. God bless America and God bless Grant County.
Okay, after that will be Catherine Jewell.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Connors. I'm a Grant County citizen. I've been here for over 20 years. I was basically raised in New Mexico. I came back to New Mexico because of my values. I'm here to defend my Second Amendment rights. These laws that are trying to be passed in Santa Fe do nothing to prevent someone from getting arrested or a mental person from getting arrested. All they do is affect the individual, the meaning of my Second Amendment rights. I have a right to bear arms that was God given to me by our family fathers. We have to protect our rights. This country was based on our Constitution. We can't keep whittling away, destroying our Constitution. We have to protect what is given to us by our family fathers. Thousands of men and women have died to give me the right to stand here today and say, I have a right to bear arms. I have a right. I have a right to have a loaded gun in my house and not become a felon because my gun is loaded in my house. My father was a long-time marksman, a hunter. He provided food for my family for a long time. I have guns that were given to me. And you're telling me now that I've got to go get an FSL to give my guns to my kids? No. Because we had a loaded gun in every room. Some about more than 1 year. And he was asked once, why are all your guns loaded, Bob? And he said, you know what? An unloaded gun is as useless as tits on a warthog.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Jewell. My maiden name is Connors. I am a third-generation mining family. My grandfather came here, and he was buried at the mine. My dad works at the mine, and my husband works at the mine. My uncles, my cousins, and my friends. That being said, a lot of food has been put on a lot of tables because of Freeport. Okay? Environmental aspects of the water table, you're going to feed it with wells.
clean water. That being said, you shut it down, you're shutting down my home. You're shutting down my family. You're shutting down my friends. You're closing their doors to their homes. It's very unfair of you because you're not looking at the whole picture. You get revenue from these companies. Coal, money, oil, suddenly we're all afraid of this stuff. You get revenue. That's how states get their money. But we're going to close down these businesses. Where's the state going to get their money? Where? It doesn't come from nowhere. You're going to raise taxes on people that don't have jobs? How are they going to pay taxes if they don't have jobs? That being said, you're not going to pay my rent. I can get my guns to my kids. I don't need a piece of paper. I have guns in my family that have been passed down. They're mine, they're my kids, not yours, never will be. And you're not taking my
Elizabeth Hines. Speak will be Bobby Grimes.
My name is Elizabeth Hines. I'm a retired educator here in Grant County, specifically with the Silver Schools for over 37 years, and I also taught at Cobrey. I carry with me a copy of the Constitution of the United States. I taught AP U.S. History at Silver High School as well as AP English. What I would like to say is, if you have not read the Constitution, you need to do so. One of our Supreme Court justices said, the word must be the word. He said, you cannot put your own interpretation behind the words in the Constitution of the United States. And we need to remember that. I want to speak specifically to the Second Amendment. And I want to probably give you a little history lesson on the Second Amendment. If you go back to pre-revolutionary times, you find that the British government was greatly abusing the people in the colonies. You find that the revolutionary soldiers were going around and they were confiscating the weapons of the colonials because they knew that the colonials were very unhappy with what was going on in the colonies. They were confiscating those weapons. Why? Because they did not want rebellion. The Second Amendment of the Constitution allows you and me, the citizens of the United States, the citizens of New Mexico, the citizens of Grant County, the right to oppose overreaching government. Recognize today is that we have a federal government and a state government is overreaching. And it is up to us as citizens, whether you are a Democrat, whether you are a Republican, whether you're a Libertarian or an Independent, to recognize that you have freedoms given to you by this document. Okay, that takes care of the Second Amendment. I'm going to talk about Freeport. I come from the southeastern side of New Mexico, Hawks, Lee County, oil country. Oil and gas industry as well as mining industry is the economic engine for New Mexico. Economics is important, especially for a county like Grant County. If we do not oppose the legislation that could possibly shut down Freeport, shut down our oil and gas industry, particularly here in Grant County, we run the risk of not having enough tax revenue to support any bond issues to build any kind of buildings, schools, municipal buildings, to do anything with our hospitals. So this simply means that the economics also is probably the #1 important issue here in Grant County. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Buddy Grimes, and I'd like to thank you for listening to what I have to say. I'm fourth generation in Grant County. I have grandkids here that I want to see raised for the existence of the local state. But if you close down our minds, you take away our way of protecting ourselves, what are we going to do? People say, hey, you don't like it? Move. My flip-flops don't run. I stand behind the sheriff. I'm here for 100 of my relatives. Not to mention my great-grandkids. It's generation 6. And on Tuesday, I listened to a gentleman say that if we make this a sanctuary county, that we might lose revenue. Well, you know what? Our fence did not stop him from moving here, and it hasn't stopped anybody else from bringing tourism dollars into this county. And I think we should do this that
Okay, next we have Liz Morales, and then to follow will be Sam Morales.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Liz R. Morales. I was born and raised here in the great state of New Mexico. Proud to be a New Mexican, proud to be a fellow Grant Countian with everybody here. I am here to speak about the 220, the 255. In the early 80s, I was fortunate enough to work with the New Mexico Employment Division. Okay. I was a very insignificant member of that office because I was a freshman person in the office. However, I did get to witness a lot of people unemployed. There was at least 4,000 plus, okay? And that doesn't include all the contractors that worked here with the mines. We got to witness on a day-to-day basis people coming in. We would take their claims. The first few months were tolerable. People were able to kind of sort of relax. After about 3 months, when the first extension came into play, then people started to see, well, you know, I wonder, how is this going to play out with my family? How is this going to play out with the community? Okay? More extensions came along, supplemental extensions came along that were issued by the federal government. And each time an extension came into play, it became harder for my fellow citizens,
our families, our neighbors, our friends. And it was heartbreaking every time someone sat in front of your desk telling you the hardships that they were going through. Yes, many of us were able to help because we were still employed. I was fortunate enough to be employed there. And I was able to try and lead them in the right direction. Many of them with jobs out of Grant County. Some of them had to leave after 6 months because they knew that nothing was going to change. Within a year's time, all these benefits were exhausted. Families had to relocate. That was a hardship in this county. Jobs never came back. The businesses felt it. As Linda Nichols stated and a couple of others, everybody feels it. And unless you've lived through something like this, you don't really know the impact that it has on the community. Now, this didn't only affect Grant County. We had employees for the line from Hidalgo County, from Luna County. We had some from Sierra County coming in. And that was hard. Now, Freeport has and continues to abide by all New Mexico operational and environmental guidelines that have been incorporated. Dependent on the mining industry, okay? And they are fine. Freeport has and does. Thank you.
Steve Kyle Spurgeon, and then I believe it's Rory McLean.
Okay, my name's Sam Morales. I've been here in Grant County since I was born. I didn't come in the 90s. I was born. My father and mother were there. My grandparents on my dad's side came from Mexico, settled here in Antigua. With their parents. So my great-grandfather came along with my grandfather and worked at mine. My dad worked at mine. I worked at mine. We're fine. Our water's fine. I have a well. South of Santa Clara, by far. Some people are saying it should be contaminated because there's mines up there all around it. EPA, this, no. Is threatening to close the mine. Doesn't matter what you're being told. Oh no, we're reverting back to prima. That's not what's happening. You might be saying that, but that's not what's happening. You want to make an amendment, a change to the law that says you're going to test the water at the point of release. Inside the pit, the water's going no place else. If it wasn't going to my water, some of the people that live on the other side, down below. Our water is fine. It's been working fine the last 8 years. We don't need to change that law. We need to contact Martinez. We need to contact Gabriel. We need to contact Howie. We need to contact Grisham. So we want them to lay off. This legislature is out of control. But that's the truth. These legislators forgot who put them in there. And they just to speak for us. We need a resolution to come out of here that says, we will not take part in a gun ban. I want to take care of that. A right to freedom. We don't need our guns confiscated. We don't need the ability to give my firearms to my kids taken away. We don't need our minds closed down. I wore this vest up. You can't read it in this whatever. I've been to every mine that Freeport has. I worked there. I started as a laborer, grew up under the dumps at Santa Rita, and got to be a manager of maintenance. Freeport doesn't discriminate. Okay? They let everybody achieve what they want to achieve. Their minds are world class. They control the environment with the best technology there is. If we think that Freeport will not walk away from Chino, Cobre, and Tyrone because it becomes impossible to operate, you're mistaken. 220 can shut Chino down. The other bill can even shut Tyrone down. Tyrone working on a very limited profit margin. They've been on the verge of shutting down for a long time. And yes, they're going to shut down eventually, but we don't want to hasten that. We're worried about 180 million, I believe Mr. Brown said, that they're not putting in a bank. You said it on paper. Anyway, I want to tell you, Freeport at the other mines has enough solvency to buy Chino, Tyrone, and Cobre 100 times over. They are good for the money. We don't need to have them change anything under environmental committees. I know how much time, I have a lot more I could say, but I want to thank our county commission for supporting our stand of our sheriff and not enforcing any changes to our Second Amendment rights. Thank you.
Good morning. Well, it's kind of hard to follow that. You know, ever since they started talking about this, I wondered what they were thinking in the first place. You know, the mine is the lifeblood that feeds this county, not only this county, but several counties around it. And this is all we've got. It's not like we have other industry that can jump in and take its place or help cover the gap. This is it. And you know, if you want to look up what the Bill 220 will do, look up in the dictionary. Under Bill 220, it'll say ghost town, because that's exactly what will happen. Just like everybody before me and say, people will have to move. I moved here 12 years ago because all of my kids live here. My kids, my in-law, my son-in-law, all work for the mine. So if mine shuts down, they've got to move, and then I'll be standing here with maybe with a choice to either stay or go. And everything else I want to say about that has already been said more eloquently than what I could probably say. But I also wanted to mention the gun laws. You know, they set up there in Santa Fe with a flick of a pen and make these decisions on things that they don't really put any hope into. All they gotta do is pull out the Constitution and look at it, and they know damn good well they can sign a bill like that because it's in our Constitution. And it's real easy to sit back and make decisions on things. You know, there's already things going on I don't agree with. You know, now they're passing a bill where you can't trap on public lands. Which has been for generations and generations. the coyote hunts. You know, coyote hunts weren't made just for sport, just because of the thrill to kill. They were made to control population. I got a son on the ranch, got an animus, and if whoever was running the fences up in Santa Fe had to lose cattle, stand on $2,000 on 4 lives every time a group of coyotes would take them down, then they'd be a little more hesitant. So I didn't have to. Anyway, that's, like I said, everything else I had to say was said before me, so just keep it in my statement.
Okay, after this, Jack Harrison and Ruben Castillo.
Morning. I don't need 5 minutes to say what I got to say. You're either with us or you're against us. No compromise. I'm talking to you, Mr. Brown, and then we're coming for years.
Jack Harrison.
Good morning, Commissioner. I'm here. I'm here to I believe that everybody should have a right to protect themselves with their firearms. And I also believe that Big Court does a good job of taking care of everything, the environmental and everything. If you close down the mine, you're going to hurt a lot of people out here. This is their livelihood, this is our homes. A lot of people ended up moving away. When I was out here in 2002, 2007, I was laid off at the time too. And I was lucky to get a job at Western Mexico University for 8 years. And I worked with different contractors. And I decided to come back to Big Court. Because, I'm a fourth generation miner. And I believe everybody should really think how this is going to affect our well-being miners. And it's not just Grant County, it's other miners that are working on that thing. I believe that we should all try to work together and see what they can get see what they really can just, they all want to work together and not close the minds. That's going to affect a lot of people out here, That's going to affect a lot of, like everybody could say, it's going to affect a lot of jobs, not just for people, the hospitals, schools, you're going to have a lot of people move away. You don't want to see that, everybody, it doesn't matter what nationality you are, we're all miners, former miners, retired miners, and that's what all these people are here for, they're all here to back each other up.
After Mr. Harrison, we'll have Anthony Moore and Samantha Morales.
Morning. There's not a whole lot that can be said that hasn't already been said. But I do want to remind you guys, you were voted by the people, for the people. You work for me, you work for all of these people, and you work for Grant County. I don't stand behind these guys, all these speeches have been great, I don't stand behind them, I stand with them. Grant County is my family. The mine is my family. I work with a lot of guys in here. You're not going to break up this family.
Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity. I have a prepared statement, I'm not gonna do that right now. You guys have heard all of what I have on my statement that I sent to all the state representatives and senators and everything. But, what I wanna share with you right now is, I've been an elected official for 24 years in Hidalgo County, 11 of those as a commissioner. And I want to talk to you a little bit about the impact of the closure of a mining facility like you have here. So I did 8 years as a commissioner after the closure of the Hidalgo smelter. And I can tell you the fears that you're hearing today are real because I lived there. I lived there. And that's so when you hear the stories of school closures, program cuts, teacher layoffs, it happens. It happened to us. And so I think you guys need to take a real serious approach to this. It's a regional impact. It's not just going to be for Grant County. It's Hidalgo County. It's Yuma County. And we need to be real careful about how we look at it and how we approach it. But I want to tell you something that is really, really important. Is that when you can't, and we're living this right now with our border issues, we can't afford to pay the number of deputies that we need to keep our residents safe on the border because our tax base is gone. This is 20 years later, and we're still feeling that impact. So one of the other things I want to talk to you about is I do work for Freeport. I've been with them for 38 years. And I have the utmost confidence in our administration making the right decisions. Our environmental staff are quality, top-notch, best in the country. We've made good, sound decisions. We are responsible stewards of the environment. Lastly, I want to tell you, one of the questions here is about preservation. I want to talk to you about preservation of a culture of hardworking individuals that just want to support the families and enjoy life. I just want to remind everybody, that's why we call this the mining district, because that's what we're about. And you got some really good individuals in this county and in other counties that support the efforts here, because remember the impact region of the country.
After Samantha, we have here concerned citizen, I believe that's SRA. You follow.
Hello, my name is Samantha Morales, and I am the daughter of a miner. My father came up here to speak, and I've had an awesome childhood because of Freeport. They put on a drawing contest for a calendar that, children, I had to have been maybe 10 or 12, had to look forward to. They helped to renovate Howie Morales Stadium. Growing up as a Cobra Indian, that's an awesome pastime, being there, watching a baseball game and knowing that Freeport was there to help renovate that field. Now, there's another problem that House Bill 220 will cause. If you all haven't heard about Michael Aguilar and his publication in the Albuquerque Journal, stating that people my age, millennials, are having to leave the state because there's no jobs. Upon graduating from MSU in 2016, I was forced to have to look for a job in Arizona. Now, because of my love for my community and my state, I chose to stay. I want Freeport to continue flourishing and helping the youth for generations to come. And Mr. Brown, you want funding for all the Leopolds? You can't choke out the one company that makes our economy flourish here in Grant County. This is our land, and we will fight for it.
It's very, very nice to see this. Very, my name is Steve Ray of the year. I have had 2 jobs in Grand County. One was Kennecott, the other was law enforcement. I'm going to cut it real short, let you know what we used to do for our county. First, you get registered, all of you. Then, you go vote. Then you do your talking. Which precinct or district needs some help? And as now we need help. And I'm so proud to hear so many of you in the right direction. So it's up to us now to go out and vote when the time comes to defend our county.
Okay, next is going to be, I believe it's Matt Barr. After that will be Ron String. Could you state your name first, since I probably chopped it up?
Let's see if I can get some emotion on this. My name's Matt Faber. I'm the president of Western New Mexico Communications Television. And the reason why I'd like to address the county commissioners and the county staff, and certainly ask you to pass on the message to the legislatures, is in regards to HB 220 and 255. As a representative of business, and I saw WN here, and potentially others to come, we feel that this bill, there's a couple of problems with it. Certainly would affect our ability to continue servicing or expanding as we have been doing into the mining community and the surrounding areas. Number one, bills like this, and certainly it's probably more aggressive for the mining companies, but certain bills, and we're highly regulated too, so we understand a lot of the processes of this. It's highly duplicative, it's repetitive, there's a number of functions where it's constantly causing greater administrative costs to some of the functions that we already do. And in this particular case, I think it doesn't have a balance between the economic aspect of what happens to communities and their ability to serve and provide employment to those communities, and the balance of the environmental pieces that you're looking for as a group or a legislative group that is trying to pass this. So much in the state of New Mexico, and I'm a transplant, and I have it, but so much in the state of New Mexico is in addressing permitting and other issues like that are extremely difficult compared to a number of other states who have perfect economic records and environmental records. The process that they do here is problematic, and with this bill, it is problematic. Secondly, forcing economic disadvantages to companies in the business of whether it's mining or other aspects. And if you read the 220, it talks about mining, and as we look at other industries, becomes problematic in itself also because the fact that you don't have the expansion of those businesses because of regulatory requirements or some kind of permitting requirements, additional administrative costs that are put on the burden of people coming into the new market, for example. So I would remind folks that, in these communities that I came to that I love, I'm a transplant from Georgia. I grew up in New Mexico, moved away, and experienced a number of different areas and communities, and the approaches that they have taken to balance the environment and economic prosperity. And in this locality and in the state of New Mexico, it is somewhat difficult in that aspect. The businesses like the mining, like us, we're one of the larger employers. Some of the others that are here, and even the public government, the municipalities, are the lifeblood of these locations. The difference is the businesses and the private enterprises and the residents are actually the ones that support the government and their ability to hire and have a funding mechanism. We're technically the employers of the looking at the emotion of this, I think what people are asking is for a balanced approach to this process. And in this particular case, looking at this activity, it doesn't take in the concept of what happens economically to the communities in this area. The gentleman that came from Hidalgo and Lordsburg is a perfect example. We service Lordsburg. We know what happened to that community. So what I would ask is for the council to consider this. What are the environmental concerns when there's a destitute situation of economics in this area? What are those hidden unknowns that you haven't even thought about? What are the social impacts to those communities in response to having a poor economics ecosystem? So those are the things that we would ask of you, and we would ask you to take a more thoughtful approach to this process and balance that, and go back to the legislative group and say, hey, this one just doesn't get it right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, after Mr. Strain, it'd be Joseph Gross and Chuck.
Hello, I'm Ross Strain, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak to you, give you my thoughts. My family's been in New Mexico since the 1840s. My great-great-great-grandfather was Manuel Armijo. He was the last governor of New Mexico when it was still Mexico. So we've been here a while. Moved here in 1952 with my dad. He was 3 C's. You know, it was doing government work. 6 of us children got a job in the mill here. In 1952, that's how long we've been here. I've had four generations of family working in the mine. I worked 30 years in smelting myself. Now, at this time, me, my son, and my son-in-law graze cattle on Freeport land. So I'm pretty well tied up with the mines. All I've seen the mines do here is make food on the tables for all these people's family and friends, just like mine. Everything, how much money, if you look at how much money they donated to the county, how many things they've done. My ranch is on Copper Creek, runs down the Whitewater, actually, they call it Copper Creek because it's full of copper in years past. Look at the work they're doing to clean it up. It's fantastic. You know, it's you are elected to help us, to represent us through this crowd. What do you think? That's all I need to say. It has already been said, but thank you for your time.
Thank you for allowing us to share our thoughts with you guys. Obviously this room is full of people that are passionate about their families, they're passionate about their community, they're passionate about their jobs. I really want to encourage you to vote against House Bill 220 and 255. It will cause a tremendous adverse effect on our lifestyle. And if you think about the effect that it will have on the community, as all of these people have shared over here, I can't say anything that has already been said. If you think about the effect on the families, the loss of jobs, and the thing is, you guys and politicians have a tremendous amount of responsibility, a tremendous amount of power that affect thousands, if not millions of lives all around the country. There's a scripture, I'm a pastor, so of course I'm going to use scripture, right? But there's a scripture in the book of Proverbs, chapter 29, verse 2, that says this: when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. There's a flip side to that proverb that says, but when the wicked man rules, the people groan. There's a lot of groaning in this room because of what we feel could happen. There's a lot of concern in this room about what could happen to our community. We run a school, we have about almost 100 students in our school. It would adversely affect our school. So many of our students, their families work in the mines. But it affects all the jobs in Grant County. So, I want to say that. And so please be thoughtful and considerate about the people in our community that need work. If all these people get laid off, it's going to be horrible for this place. Just like one of the folks said, it's going to be become a ghost town. Also, I want to say this. Please do not remove our Second Amendment rights. I'm a pastor, but I love to eat meat. I'm a hunter, and I'm thinking about some of the craziness up there in Santa Fe. How many of you really think that if I want to exchange a weapon or buy a weapon from, let's say, Alex, there's Alex, and Alex and I decide that, hey, I don't have a pistol I'm going to sell you, or you want to buy a rifle from me, we want to be able to do that without all kinds of infringement on our freedoms. And so, let's say Alex and I were criminals. You think that we're going to care about any laws? Criminals don't care about the laws. They only affect law-abiding citizens. That's why this whole idea of taking our Second Amendment rights is so wrong. And finally, and I got to put a plug in for this. Up in Santa Fe, it just drives me crazy to think that coyotes are more important than babies.
Thank you, sir, for that last comment. That was great. I wanted to speak on the Second Amendment and also make a comment about the mines. It hasn't really been brought up, and I don't believe that the Second Amendment legislation that's being done has got anything to do with public safety. This is strictly a political agenda that is being we're having this major push to do all these radical things with the liberties that we enjoy as Americans, that we are guaranteed under the Constitution of the United States. I'm 71 years old and I've had a gun since I was 15 years old. I haven't killed anybody in anger or any other way, other than perhaps overseas. I was in the Marines and I killed myself. And I am going to defend myself. The sheriff does a wonderful job. The sheriff. I'm about 15 or 20 minutes from him. So if I have to defend myself and my wife has got to defend herself, we're going to do it. We can all run in one first, but we always defend ourselves as long as you folks let us have our weapons. You know, there's a lot of
things about background checks and all these other issues that they want to discuss, but they're missing the point. They're not getting it right with these issues. There was just an incident up in Albuquerque where a young man shot a pistol in the school. That young man had been turned over to the police a week or two earlier, and they discovered that he needed a mental check. And they did the mental check, and then they sent him back to school. And he goes to school with a gun and shoots it. So let's think about what we're doing with this legislation before we carry it through. And let's look at the people of New Mexico. Years ago, I looked at a map, and one side of the map was all red with highways and so forth. When I looked at the west, it wasn't. Because we don't have the people. So we're more spread out. And we have to defend ourselves. We have to hunt. We want to be in the woods. We want to fish. We want to camp. But when I'm camping in the deep woods, I want to make sure that I am protected, not just from four-legged critters, but two-legged critters. New Mexico is doing a great job right now with burglaries. I understand we're number one. So the folks in here are burglars, thumbs up to you. But if not, you're going to be a victim sooner or later. And I hope from the looks and sounds of this room that a burglar doesn't come across some of these folks. And one more thing, there is one group that is going to gain by shutting down the mines. And that's going to be U-Haul. Because all these folks are going to be on the highway leaving the state of New Mexico taking their earnings with them. But they're going to take it in the shorts, and here's why. Because when they try to sell their houses, they're going to be worthless. Who in the world wants to live in a ghost town? Silver City is going to be Shakespeare. And I just hope that the people of Santa Fe get their heads turned on the other direction. Because when we look at what happened in the legislature up there, when a gun lobby group of people wanted to address the legislature, they really didn't have an opportunity. So it's a one-way street, and I'll tell you, it's not going in the right direction. Thank you all very much.
My name is Rachel Levinson. We started with HC61, which is the murder of the unborn. You can go through 9 months of pregnancy and then abort the baby. And as the gentleman said, the coyotes are more important than the babies now. This is not right. And as long as we do that, God is not going to help not only the state, but not the nation. We moved on to euthanasia. I'm glad the law hasn't passed, but I wouldn't be standing here because they want to do away with the old folks. So if children of a parent who is sick stands to gain from their death, all they have to do is go to the doctor who can prescribe a medicine and send them home, and the children can feed the medicine to the old person and they're gone. And then if you go backwards or to the middle, and if they can, they'll pass a law where our handicapped children or adults or mentally challenged people can be put to death too. So where does it end on that? Then we go to jobs. They don't just want the rich people to be poor. They want the middle class people to be poor. So we're headed to all of us being poor. That's called socialism. And the
Thank you, Sheriff, for seeing to it that our people in this county have a voice. That's another thing that takes us to socialism. We won't have any way to defend ourselves, right? That's where it's going. Gun control, call it gun control, don't call it regulations or bill this or bill 220 or whatever. No, it's called control. They will be able to control us. And I want to relate an incident where 3 years ago, about 3 in the morning, there was a big pounding on our back door, and there was a burglar coming in, and he was waving his gun. My husband showed up at the door. He could have been shot. He thought it was our son coming in late. Our son came in through the front door, and they both went and got their guns, and my son shot up in the air to let him know we had a gun. I think that took care of us.
And then after that will be Bill Burlington.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Colton Finch. I'm 23 years old. I'm a fourth-generation resident of Grand County, New Mexico. First thing I'd like to say is I would like to thank Sheriff Gomez for proposing the resolutions that he has. I'm in full support of that. My father is Pat Finch, owner and operator of Gila Valley Electric. I'm here to represent both myself and him and his company. I would like to address several issues and items on today's agenda. The first item I'd like to discuss are the two bills, HB 220 and HB 255, both of which will directly affect the mining industry in Grand County. GVE is an electrical contracting company which, like many local private contractors, means an extensive amount of our business is directly associated with Freeport-McMoran mines. Most people would agree that conditions of the mine and copper prices have significant influence on the prosperity of our local economy. If the mines are prospering, so are we. The reason for this influence is the massive amount of money that is made and transferred between businesses and individuals that come directly and indirectly from Freeport. In 2017, Freeport reported that their monetary impact on Grant County was a total of $163.2 million. In a community with a total population of approximately 27,000. That's a huge contribution to the cash flow of our community. Also in 2017, Freeport reported that they employed nearly 1,400 people in New Mexico and affected over 4,000 jobs in this state, including mine. Make no mistake, if these bills are passed, our community and livelihood of countless Mexicans is in serious trouble. When you throw a stone in a pond, it causes ripples. The ripples in the water travel further and further away from the center of the splash, affecting more and more of the pond as it travels outward. The mine affects us in much of the same manner. If the mines were to close, the detriment would travel outward, harming individuals, small businesses, local contractors, and the entire state's economy. Now, I know there will be counter arguments to this on some level, whether it be in Santa Fe or here. So I ask those in opposition to my stance to do one thing. If these two bills have any kind of legitimate merit, or in some way will improve our economy or the well-being of this community, I want it to be proven to me. Show me some kind of factual evidence that shows this to be true. So the next topic I'd like to speak on is in regards to Sheriff Gomez's proposal R-19-23. Firearms are a deeply ingrained part of my family, lifestyle, and tradition, as they are for many families in this community. They provide entertainment, responsibility, and most of all protection from anyone or anything that would try to harm me or my family. A firearm is an inanimate object with no thought nor plan. The rise in violence in our nation is not caused by a sudden rise in gun ownership, but by a deterioration of our society as a whole. in fact making it legal to kill an innocent unborn child. We did not make it harder for law-abiding citizens to obtain a vehicle in an effort to stop drunk driving. Nor do we try and blame the car itself for being driven by a drunk driver. The vehicle is a tool, the same as a gun. Now, I understand there's a problem in our society and that there is violence in this world. And in a perfect world, we could stop that violence with the stroke of a pen. But this world is not perfect. It is an inherent fact that if someone wants to do something bad enough, they're going to do it. We as humans are quite ingenious in that regard. If a dog wants to bite you bad enough, it's going to do it. Whether it's with guns, knives, sticks, stones, or tooth and nail, bad people are going to continue to do bad things. Our state government is trying to enact these bills that will not affect the bad people in this world. Criminals aren't going down to the local gun store to buy brand new timber. They're buying stolen guns on an already illegal market with no regard to the already existing laws. The only people that will be affected by this are the good law-abiding citizens. These background checks will not stop the dog from biting you. The only thing it's going to do is make me and people like me a criminal if I want my sister the right to go deer hunting. But aside from the fact that it won't stop criminals from being criminals, I'd like to see exactly how this ridiculous bill can even be enforced. I'll answer that for you. It can't be. Multiple law enforcement agencies across the state have expressed this very concern, as well as the concern of blatant infringement of the rights of we, the people, by this current legislation. Speaking of infringements, let's talk about House Bill 87. This bill would be a direct infringement of both the Second and Fourth Amendment rights. It would allow firearms to be seized if the individual is deemed a potential high risk. Fourth Amendment.
Sorry, Golden, we're giving everybody 5 minutes, so thank you. I appreciate that. For this, we'll have Captain McCauley and Sergeant Ashburn.
My name is Bill Barrington. I came here in 2004 as a contractor for a 6-week job. I've been here ever since. If you guys take our minds away from us, what's going to happen? All of us is going to leave the state. We'll go to Arizona or wherever. And we pay your guys' bills, we pay your guys' phones. So you work for us. So take care of us. Everybody knows the main thing needs to be said. So I don't need to carry on with it. But the gun rules, it's a bad law. Criminals will break in your house and you have no way to defend yourself. So I tell you what, if somebody broke in my house, if I was at home, they might not be walking out.
Captain McCauley? Okay, Sergeant Ashburn, and then we'll have Police Cindy Donovan.
Thank you for this opportunity. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Grant County, mining. I should be able to stop right there because they have been synonymous for literally hundreds of years, but today I can't. See, I work for a wonderful company, Freeport-McMoRan. Here in my area. Unfortunately, some people want to change the rules we follow by passing House Bill 220 and House Bill 255. They will make future permits much more difficult to receive and renew, reinforcing what everyone outside of New Mexico knows. We are just not a business-friendly state. On the top of that,
Now the state wants to change the financial assurance requirements by disallowing corporate guarantees. They want Freeport-McMoRan to take out an additional $300 million in insurance at a cost of around $1 million annually, to be able to continue doing what they have been doing very successfully and safely for a long time in our area. So you can tell I'm very passionate about it. Let's cut to the chase here. That $1 million is not going to be spent in Grant County. It's going to be spent in New York, Arizona, or somewhere else. Why do we continue to find ways to ship our resources out of Grant County? Both of these bills, House Bill 220 and House Bill 255, raise the cost of doing business at the mines. If you attend any of the informational meetings hosted by Freeport-McMoRan Management, you'll find out that our area, even with great planning and management, is not the lowest production cost mines in the system. Additional cost increases the chance of a shutdown. We would be the ghost town. If you support these bills, then you do not support the hard-working people of Grant County that work at the mine and support everywhere else that supports our mine. Our area and its workers, if they work at the mine or any supporting businesses. Thank you for your time.
Following that, I believe it's either Leanne or it's Bruton last name. Luann, thank you. And Jeremy, what's up?
Hi, my name is Cindy Donovan, and I'm a third-year generation lifelong Grant County resident. I've owned businesses, continue to own businesses here in Grant County. I'm here to encourage you as the commissioners to oppose HB 220 and HB 225, and also to support the Second Amendment resolution that's been brought forth by our sheriff. It is imperative that we as residents of Grant County can be heard and can be fairly represented. I would begin by stating, in your normal location, you have a seal that sits behind your commissioner, and it is a seal that reflects the lifeblood of Grant County. It's made up of the kneeling nun, cattle, the axe and pick for mining, and forest. These are fundamental elements that are and have been and what makes up the county of Grant for over a century. Each of these are currently important to our area in every aspect. Freeport-McMoRan is a major employer of Grant County and operates a copper production of 2 mines in Grant County, making it the second highest producer of copper in the United States. These bills now in process in Santa Fe are 100% detrimental and will kill the lifeblood of Grant County in every way. These hideously written pieces of legislation will destroy Grant County, and they are using scare tactics and misinformation to create a false cry of alarm about the quality of our groundwater and the environmental impact. These are falsehoods and they are inaccurate claims. Required compliance under the proper rules and Water Quality Act is already being complied for by Freeport, and they adhere stringently to the environmental stewardship. They test their water sources hundreds of times, and they are studious and they are tenacious about complying with all the high standards already in place. These laws will seriously cause the denial of all permits for copper mines and consequently will absolutely destroy, and I mean put the mines into extinction in Grant County. So let me be clear, this will not be a short-term thing. And so for those of you who might need a refresher course of Economics 101, may I remind you of the impact that this would have on our entire town, our county, and our state. Most of this has already been said, but I think it needs to be said again. The direct impact of Freeport-McMoRan in Grant County is tremendous. Almost 1,400 local employees and impacting over 4,100 jobs in New Mexico state economy. The direct financial effect in Grant County alone is over $163 million per year and over $378 million per year. That translates into $1 million per day in the economy of New Mexico and over $446,000 per day in Grant County alone.
money in our local and state pockets. And for those of you who may be thinking it's only going to affect the minds of their families, let me assure you that is far from true. The ripple effect will connect with each and every one of you in this room and everyone in the county, from the top to the bottom, to all industries and all lives, the schools, the hospital, all local businesses, big and small, the university, your homes and your property values, the county government and you, the commissioners. Nothing will be untouched or unharmed. Brainwashed if you believe otherwise. They don't want to shut down the mining industry, but be assured that is exactly what they will do. Their sugarcoating that they use with their selling points and their verbiage carry no authority or weight, because only the words of the law will matter. HB 255 has the same ramifications in this area and is completely unreasonable as well. Proponents who are claiming that they are just filling in the loophole in the Mining Act, please educate yourselves and study what this legislation will do. I completely support our sheriff, and I support that resolution, and I ask that you do the same. Our amendments are important to us, and our second amendment is critical to the rights and our ability to defend ourselves. And I want to end with one thing. And this is directed to you, Mr. Harry Brown. It is easy to confirm on the GRIP site that you are the current Secretary-Treasurer of the Human Resources Information Project. GRIP has been and continues to be a vocal opponent for Freeport, an opponent of the mining industry in Grant County, and it fully supports HB 220 and HB 255. So I feel that your position with the GRIP is a clear conflict of interest in this matter, and I ask
I'm 70, I'm white. I understand. I have watched, and I'm American. I have been watching this country and a lot of administrations, and not one has threatened to get rid of the Second Amendment. Not one. They want to make it so people aren't murdered in church. They want to make it so people are not murdered when they go to music. They want to make sure our children are not murdered in school. I have 3 granddaughters, 9, 11, and 13. They don't trust their school to keep them safe. They and their friends have come up with their own plans to escape a shooting commission. That makes me cry. Any responsible gun owner, and I'm a gun owner, would want to be part of the solution, not hysterically crying, I want my gun, I want my gun. They would be part of the solution. How do we fix this? The United States has more gun deaths by 20 times than any other country in the world. We have more gun deaths. Craziness. The commissioners are elected and they are doing their best to help us. I am not saying give up your guns. I'm saying be part of the solution. Aren't you smart enough to figure out we can have our guns but the crazy people can't? And you know what? I'm terrified. And I'm terrified. Because I don't agree. Look in the mirror, where's the line? I'm college educated and I'm as sane as I can be. Do I still have time?
Everyone, please, let everyone speak. Everybody has their right, the First Amendment rights. Remember, we are talking about amendment rights here, Second Amendment, etc. This is a First Amendment right. So please show some respect and some courtesy for this.
The Second Amendment, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Millions of people going to church have their rights threatened by gun-carrying, mentally ill people. Or abridging the freedom of speech. You're abridging my right now because I don't agree with you. How many of you have guns? Am I going to get shot when I leave this building? Freedom of the press. The press are being threatened.
Let her speak.
Or the right of people to peaceably assemble. Think about Las Vegas. Those innocent people only wanted to hear a country western band. And a guy with a gun shot and shot and shot. And we have the right to petition the government for redress of grievances. That means me as well as you. That means everybody. If you like to have a gun, that's fine. My husband has a gun. I'm glad he has a gun. He has it legally. He's sane. Now, the Second Amendment. I bet most of you never read it. The Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. In 2008, the Supreme Court in the District of Columbia versus Heller said that there is a right of people to bear arms and to use those arms for traditionally lawful purposes, such as self-defense in the home. Not proudly wearing a big gun on your hip in a grocery store. It does not give people the right to carry semi-automatic and assault weapons which are designed to kill people and nothing else, and to kill school children. It does not give you a right to walk into an opposing church and kill the members. Anyway, what I'm asking, if you are a sane, responsible gun owner, then be part of the solution. Don't just stand there and scream, I want my gun. Figure out how we can stop gun violence. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, before we go on, please remember, we want to give everyone a chance to speak. That is something about our Open Meetings Act. I know that not everyone agrees with everything that's being said in here. You know what? We do need to allow them to speak, whether you agree or disagree with it. Okay? And I'm going to say, I don't know if I'm out of order or what I am, but, you know, we're sitting up here looking at the Second Amendment right. So let's not forget about the First Amendment. Let's give everybody respect, listen to them, see what they have to say. Okay? Thank you. So that will be Jeremy Gonzalez.
How's it going? Thank you guys for the opportunity to talk. I'll try to keep this short and sweet. I appreciate all the speeches that came before us. Again, my name is Jeremy Gonzalez. I'm a miner. I'm a combat veteran. I'm a small business owner in this area. I'm a husband and a father of 4 daughters. So yes, if these bills go through, it'll greatly impact myself, my business, my livelihood, and it'll affect my second family, which the majority of them are out there working right now to make sure that these laptops, these iPhones that you have in your pockets have copper so they can run. So as we get to the issue, I hope you guys take into consideration the impacts that these are going to have, not only the minimum bills, but also the second minimum bills. Unfortunately, I've been all over this world and seen almost just about every country. I've fought and bled, I've left brothers, pieces, and over. I've seen every other country, I've seen the destruction out there. And one thing that we should keep in mind, which makes me proud to see all these people voicing their freedom out here in front of the commission like this. We're going to make this area great. I can remember coming home from 12-hour flights, 15-hour flights, coming to Lordsburg, seeing those mountains, hence the white signal, the black range the other way, and I felt at peace for the first time in months or years. And it was because of what this county represented. It was a freedom country, hardworking people that just wanted to make a living for themselves and raise their families. And now I have the opportunity to raise my 4 daughters. Don't make me choose to be a lawful or unlawful citizen, as I have an American patriot of the right.
After Christie, we'll have John Black and then Glenn Griffin.
Thank you very much for holding this available for the citizens to come and speak to you. Again, my name is Christy Gonzalez. My husband was just up here, so you heard part of half of us. My part is I want you to hear a little bit of my story. I'm going to first talk about the gun laws right now, because first of all, I'm not originally from here. Don't judge me. I'm from northern New Mexico. Again, hold it. Just a second. I'm from Albuquerque. I came from Albuquerque. Just wait. When I decided to move down to Silver City, my parents had moved earlier, before me, several years. I lived up there by myself, single mom. I put myself through college. I made my way up in the company that I worked for. I finally had a place, an apartment, but a nice one, gated community. I felt safe. But one day there was a shooting right outside my door. This person didn't go through a background check. They weren't legally handed this gun. What the laws that are happening or trying to happen right now would not have made an ounce of difference between what happened to me and my experience. Nothing. Because that is not the problem. That is not the problem. I came to Silver City and I absolutely love it. And because I'm married to a homegrown one, I feel like I'm a part of Silver City. Besides that, there was actually, I had a gun. It was in my house. Our house was broken into. My gun was stolen. But I didn't have a chance to take him to whatever place to get a background check to make sure it was legal. That doesn't happen. And this is where we're having a problem with that, with those gun laws, is it is not affecting law-abiding citizens at all. It's not. If we want to really look at the problem, it's the individual. Those are the problems. It's not guns. It's not knives. It's nothing like that. It has nothing to do with that. If we really want to dive deep into the problem, it's the individual. Go into that problem. Do not take away our amendment rights. It's not right. It's not constitutional. The other thing too is I remember seeing something said about suicides and guns and all of this. We have to red flag all these people. Well, I don't know if you guys, again, you saw my husband up here. He looks a little big. Anybody could easily say he's intimidating and red flag him. Right. That's not right. That is unconstitutional, and all these amendments that are trying to get in there are going to eliminate our rights. You have no right. Just because I made you mad at me, now you have a right
to red flag me, and that's so inappropriate. Real quick about the mining, there's such a bad taste in so many people's mouths, and what I've heard and read about how big corporations make so much money, I will tell you, the more money that Freeport makes, good, the more money we make. As far as Freeport, go through. They are so environmentally friendly. They have so many different regulations that they don't have to do. They have so many requirements that they require their environmental department to fulfill outside of the regulations that are already being placed upon them. They are a good company. They provide so much for this community, so much. So my question, why are we going to pick and unsupport this huge company that has provided for us, that has provided for you guys and everybody else? They have provided for you. Why are we going to make them mad? Why are we not going to support them? If we do, why should they even support us? They could easily say, you know what? You guys want to play your game? We're not going to support your community. We're not going to help the students of Silver City and Grant County completely. We're not going to donate. We're not going to sponsor. If we make them mad, why would they even think about supporting us? The mine is our livelihood, and we need to think about that. So last thing, I'm coming to you as a wife. I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you as a wife, a mother, and a business owner. You have to support us. That's it.
Thank
you. My name is Brian. I'm a little nervous. I'm new to the area. I just moved here in 1976. And then I left. I went to South America now for a month. Okay, I'm a retired miner. I'm proud of it. I helped start a mine in Chile that abides by all of the regulations, environmental and regulations that Chile requires or United States requires. This is the right thing to do. I was president of Sierra Verde, nice guest, by the way. And I got the opportunity in 2010 to return to Mexico. I didn't have to come back. I could have done other places, I could have stayed in Peru. I chose to go back because I had the opportunity to be involved in a restart of Chile. Okay? I'm really proud of what you guys did. And I think it's important because I've seen the economic impact that it's having in this county. I don't know what the agenda is. The agenda that you all have is to make it harder to do business in the state of New Mexico. But this kind of regulations, what does it? So, I think you got to be honest with what your agenda is. I didn't know this meeting was happening because I was up in the mountains with my guns. Looking for coyotes. When I first came back, we were going through some regulations on gravel. And there was a lot of debate on it, and the law passed. A law that we're abiding by, the company's abiding by. For some people didn't like it, but it was tested in the Supreme Court. It was justified, it was approved in the Supreme Court, upheld in the Supreme Court. The lady that was wanting the high school shit that she said, okay? There are laws, okay? We need to enforce the laws that we have. But the new rules on the books doesn't change the fact that somebody's going to do something stupid. If somebody doing something that's illegal, it's illegal to break out a window in Las Vegas and shoot people. So if the state is against the law to get it done, doesn't stop the guy from doing it. I don't have a whole lot more to say, but I do want to tell everybody who works for mine, thank you very much. I think you ought to be proud of what you contributed to this county, and I think you're good people and done a lot of good things, and I'm proud that I have the opportunity to work with you.
One minute, and Audi Brown.
Good morning. I'm Glenn Griffin. I'm here unpaid. I look around. I was going to have you raise your hands, but you've been raising them all morning. Seems like nobody's tended to the mines. You're all here, and you're all paid to be here. No, we're not. Well, I'm glad you're here because you have a First Amendment right to be here and to speak up. What you did to that woman was not right. Shame on you. In my 5 minutes there. If the mines get their way today, and it sounds like that's what you want, well, you get an 84% tax break on your property taxes like the mines have had for almost 3 decades. $280 million they have not paid in property taxes. That money can be used to do mine cleanup. You have nothing to worry about. Your benevolent mines will pay you to clean up the groundwater. They will pay you to remediate the mines. I worked at the mine. I was number 8 line truck at Chino. I was the lead lineman there. Here's what I know. We could put our keys in the mine water and they'd be copper plated within a day. Everybody know that? All you gotta do is go inside the mine and see it. I spent a lot of time there. I look around. I look around. I was also union. I don't see any of my union brothers here. Are you here?
Mr. Griffin, please talk to us, but communicate your message to the commission. Talk to us.
There's a lot of people that thank you. We have 120 union members. I only see one left, Sam Morales. Nice to see you, Sambo. Toxic heavy metal groundwater contamination will lower property values and lower the tax base. Would Freeport be willing to pay back the $280 million they haven't paid in property taxes since 1990? Copper production ad valorem tax lowered the mine's property taxes from $12 million a year back then to by 84% to just $2 million a year for 28 years since. The $280 million can keep all possible laid-off miners busy doing mine reclamation, groundwater cleanup for years if the mines don't get their way today. Freeport, stop threatening bankruptcy, layoffs, and please pay your fair share of property taxes like the rest of us do, and open your books if it's that bad. Thank you.
And Dr. Brown.
My name is Sean Warner. Lifelong resident of New Mexico, actually was born and raised here. Have family that have been a part of the community for many generations back. Kind of here today because I saw these proposal being put forward. And I thank the commissioner for allowing us to kind of voice our opinion, voice our concerns. And I've kind of done this in the past, where I've talked about regulation creep. Sometimes things on the surface seem like, well, it's not that bad. All we want to do is add a little extra safeguard. There's a little bit more of a condition that you have to go through. I'm a community banker by trade. Let me tell you what, regulation creep is killing our industry, and it's killing a lot of private industry, because there's always additional things that somebody wants. They don't think about maybe the unintended consequences, but I'm beginning to believe that there's some intended consequences as we move forward. I think there's an intended consequence in some people's agendas that says, we don't like mining. We don't like natural resource exploitation, if you want to call it that, natural resource use. Look around New Mexico, by the way. We're a huge state. We're a pretty good sized state. We're not the same size as Arizona. Kind of put those numbers together. We're approximately the same size. You know, in 1950, we were the same population as Arizona. What happened? Well, Arizona made a conscious effort to say, we want to be more business friendly. And what happened on the Boulevard that said, we want to cater to business. We don't want to just cater to government. Well, today, New Mexico has about 2 million people in the whole state of New Mexico. Arizona has about 7 million people. So you can go to the southwest quadrant of Phoenix Valley and find 2 million people there. That's our whole state's population. You can also go to Arizona and find very friendly business environment. And I'm not promoting Arizona. I'm not moving there. This is my home. I want to stay here. But I want us to kind of take the same approach and say, wait a minute, stop. One, are these regulations beneficial to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in the state of New Mexico? And I'm going to say in some ways, no, because I think they're an overreach. I think the mines are already operating in some ways, as well as other extraction industries like oil and gas, from overreach. There have already been tremendous sums of hours and dollars spent on regulation that some groups were able to get through and said, okay, now you have to operate under these conditions. I know, we're in a highly regulated business myself. We do a number of things. I mean, it's insane the amount of paperwork I have to go through to do a simple process that I used to do before. When I first started in the business 33 years ago, I used to be able to tell somebody, sure, I can make that, no problem, get it done, do it on the back of an envelope, put the title in an envelope, be done. I can't do that anymore. You know why? Regulation says, no, I have to create a file. I have to get DNA blood types. You know, I got to go all this stuff. You better go along, right? It's a process now. It's no longer a process of trust, of saying, why is we as an industry not allowed to be somewhat self-regulated? I believe that Freeport, back to Phelps Dodge, who like I said, my town has been connected to them since the early 50s. They've learned a lot of things over the years. I know that there's been, in the past, people will go back to something that happened 30, 40 years ago and say, see, look, this happened. Well, they've corrected it. They've been a good corporate citizen. I'll finish up in just a second. They've been a great corporate citizen. They've been a great impact. If we lose our rural resource of a mine in Grant County, we're done. We're all done. You need to vote no. The other one is, on the Second Amendment, again, regulatory creep. They're not trying to take care of rights away, they're just trying to infringe on your rights. And they'll keep doing. Go vote. Every one of you, go vote. That's our state.
Thank you. After Mr. Ry Brown, Sally Smith and Ashley White.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Madam County Manager. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I come with a heavy heart, in all sincerity. The thought of my home that I did leave for a while. Then when I found the turmoil that the school district that I attended, that I graduated from, all the issues that it was experiencing, I chose to come back home to be part of the solution. A little part. Because I don't have the day-to-day responsibilities of those actually in trenches. And I can tell you, it has been an incredible, turbulent time for Silver Schools. But we're starting to turn corners. And I'm going to ask the community to please, don't listen to everything you read. There's always two sides to the story. Silver Schools is a fantastic school district, and you have every right to be proud of the school system in our community here. Where I'm going with this, we have recently, now that we've got some of the dust settled, we are now looking at not only trying our best to prepare our children to attend college if that is their choice, but to also prepare children the opportunity to go into the VOTEC route. Anything that they want to do. We want our children to be prepared if they choose to go into the military, if they choose to go straight into the workforce, go into some trade, or go to college. We're doing our best to prepare our students for that. Beginning this year, we have reached out to the community, and we are getting incredible support from businesses, local businesses, from the university, and absolutely, definitely from Freeport. They are an incredible community, neighbor, and partner. They were when I was here 34 years ago, and they still are today. If something happened to Freeport, it would have a dramatic negative impact on Silver Schools. And that would affect our children. And as the young lady that was up here before from Coburg had said, several of our children do not want to leave Grant County, or New Mexico for that matter. They have no choice because there aren't any jobs. We're doing our level best at Silver Schools to provide the opportunity for businesses to want to move into Grant County because of the school system. We want to do our part. We're working hard at that. If children leave, it should be by choice, not because they have to. And so what we're asking for, I'm asking for, and I pray, is that you all open your mind what the people that you represent have to say. And listen to the voices that have been shared with you. It would have a huge impact on this community. There is not a more beautiful place to live in Silver City, New Mexico. And we want people to be proud of living. So again, I ask that you support the community and vote against House Bill 220 and 265. And so I'm incredibly impressed with the turnout, and what I would suggest is that everybody that's here, step up and go sample. That's what needs to be done so that we can make our voices heard there. Personally, with so many of the legislators, even those that I know I'm representing from Wisconsin schools when I was there, and were all other places throughout the state. I've been out there every day I possibly can. And so I ask, please, do your part and make sure your voice is heard, not only here in the county, but in Santa Fe. One more thing, and this is not a personal note, this has nothing to do with the school system, not to the schools in any way, shape, or form. This is for me personally. I agree, when we start protecting priorities over our own children, there's a problem. I am very sorry from the time they were conceived to the time that they leave us. And I think
for hearing me. My name is Sally Smith. I first want to say that I am not anti-mining, and I am very disturbed by the amount of false information that we've heard about the fact that this two bills that we're talking about, the mining bill, will close this mine down. You've heard how much money the mines make. You know how profitable they are. How can you think this bill will close this mine down? We've heard this over and over again. We've heard it come from the company, and I think it's really shameful myself. I am a 40-year citizen of Grant County, and I have been following the mining operations, permitting, spills, reclamation, operations for 25 years, or over 25 years. I co-founded GRIP. I was appointed to the Directors Advisory Board to the State Mining Commission. I worked on the Copper Rules Advisory Committee as an appointee from the state. I'm a member of the CWG, which is a community work group. We have been working for over 20 years as part of the administrative order on consent to try to investigate and try to remediate 55 square miles of historic waste at Chino Mines. 55 miles. 55 square miles. Why do I do this? Why do I sit up here in front of all these people who are volatile? You know, I do it because I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren and your grandchildren and your grandchildren all to have uncontaminated drinking water, clean air, and a healthy environment. I do it because every corporate industry, I believe, needs a watchdog. And because in the early 1990s, I didn't see anyone in local government representing, any of the representatives willing to do the homework that mining, and to speak up to ensure that mining in Grant County was done responsibly. That's all I'm asking, mining be done responsibly. Time has proven that the mines will close when the ore is no longer economic, depending on the price of copper. That's when the mines will close, and many of us have seen that happen. We know what happens when we've already heard what happens when that does happen. But that's not dependent on any financial burden that these bills will put on the mines. It is disappointing to see the tired and old fear-mongering tactics and myths drug out again about how environmentalists are going to close the mines with costly rules. The rules that protect your children's future and the future, protect the future generations. Freeport is a worldwide corporation. It has and is making billions of dollars by digging and drilling and blasting holes in our aquifers, not theirs, ours, all of ours, and by pouring billions of gallons of acid onto unlined piles of crushed rock, some of which does seep into our groundwater and creeks, and that's a proven fact. They have a responsibility to ensure that there is adequate money to pump and treat contaminated water and to keep acids from draining from the mine sites, from the stockpiles and the leach piles forever. And not be that responsibility. You're the taxpayers. That's who's going to take that burden if they leave. You and me. It is unfortunate that these mine bills have been coupled by some with the Second Amendment Sanctuary Movement resolution. I'm not going to talk about guns here. I'm going to say that if they want it, because I feel that the above resolution will leave a lasting stain on our county if passed. It stands to discourage the very diversification that we are going to need in the inevitable time that the mines are going to close. The ore body is going to play out someday. We're going to need to be diverse. And the resolution could discourage the doctors, nurses, teachers, businessmen, the tourists, and others we need to thrive here. We're all in this together. Don't we all want this special place to be healthy and to thrive now and in the future? We'll all benefit if we just damp down the fear and crank up honest and earnest communication with each other. I hope you hear this,
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. These are tough issues. In fact, there's more people here than there are Mustang football game. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Joe Shepard. I'm the president of Western New Mexico University. What I want to speak about are the issues that are before you. But the first thing I want to do is I want to thank every veteran in here that has given us the opportunity to fight for our country, to defend our country. And to allow people like myself and the previous speaker and everybody who agrees and disagrees to speak before you today, because that's what we fought for. Now to the point. I was born in a little town called San Manuel, Arizona. It was a mining town. That mine no longer exists. That town barely exists. I ran cross country against AHA. That mine no longer exists. That town barely exists. The danger with the two resolutions, or the two laws being proposed, the one on permitting and the one on how much money has to be set aside for reclamation, is it's like the frog. You put a frog in a pot of water, and you slowly heat up that water. Ultimately, what happens? The frog does not jump out. The frog dies. And what I worry about is the overreach of regulation. I think, in my experience with Freeport, they're doing an outstanding job. Could it be better? Sure. It could be better, but they're doing an outstanding job protecting our resources. I also love to hunt and hike and fish our waterways. Many of you know this about me. I have a passion for the Gila, a passion for the Gila wilderness. I'm here not by birth, but by choice. And I chose this area for those very reasons, and I want that protection. But I think we do it in balance. I think we do it in conjunction with Freeport, with the mine, with our families, in terms of all of us who are here today. And I think that the best thing you can do is stop the mission creep of rules and regulations. We have those in place. This is not the time to enact the two that are before you. And I ask very strongly that your resolution does not support House Bill 222, House Bill 220 and House Bill 255. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me.
Robinson and Mark Osborne.
Hi. I'm a small business owner in Curly. I've been open for just over a year. I'm a young female farmer, which puts me in the minority. And I own the state's first and only micro dairy, and only the second Roundup dairy in our state. This is only possible because of my husband's employment with our mine. He's our sole source of income now. As anybody who has much knowledge of farming knows, that it's not a big income generator if you ever end up making money at all. I am doing this for the love and for the benefit to my community. Without my husband's job at the mine or the revenue from customers employed by the mine, my business will close. I am not the only small business owner, mom, wife, etc., who has the option of doing what I do because of a spouse who works at the mine. My husband does not have a formal education, so finding another job that pays as well isn't an option in the immediate area. I myself am an RN. I actually work with my wife, Mr. Brown. But resigned to open up my dairy. My husband makes more money at the mine than I was as a full-time nurse. That kind of income without a formal education is irreplaceable around here. Freeport is our area's largest employer and brings a tremendous amount of revenue to the country, or the community in our state. They are the lifeblood of our community. These bills do no good when our town ends up a ghost town with small businesses like mine going out of business and families losing their income from the loss of jobs. Each of these will have a devastating trickle-down effect for every aspect of our community, from everything from health insurance losses to home foreclosures. What good are these water bills in a community without a population because of the very bills that you pass?
gun control measures as a law-abiding citizen. These measures, such as universal background checks, have been shown over and over again to have no impact on crime rates, and our officers have already said that these laws are not enforceable. Regarding the red flag law, for those of you that have said nobody is coming to take your guns, well, it's here. There was already an incident that ended in a homeowner's death in Maryland. Additionally, it places our officers at risk for no reason. The way the bill is written allows for estranged spouses, baby daddies and mamas, in-laws, the list goes on, to file a petition for confiscation without due process. This is a prime opportunity for an abused family member, for abused family members to be left without protection based on nothing more than an accusation from a disgruntled or abusive family member. As a woman and a mom who is not trained to defend myself in a hand-to-hand combat situation, I rely on exercising my uninfringed Second Amendment right to help guarantee my safety in any situation. Your First Amendment is protected by our Second Amendment. Gun violence, or no violence for that matter, is going to disappear, and no amount of laws will change that. Murder is already illegal. Instead of claiming to live in fear, be a part of the solution. Pack your gun and refuse to let yourself or your family members be an easy target. The word shall not be returned is not open for debate. We aren't giving you an inch for you to turn around and take a mile.
Thank you. My name is Mark Osborne. My conversation is very selfish. This points just to myself and my life. But it applies to every single person here. I started working at Chino in 1976, and a long time. We had a vision. Raise your kids, get our kids through school, work with and build some sort of retirement plans, call it a day, and move on like somebody else had our job. Pretty simple. Most folks here do that same thing. So everything was going good. We raised our 3 children, sent them to school, they moved on, they had their lives, everything's good. My wife and I started to develop plans. What are we going to do? How are we going to retire? When are we going to get there? And then she became diagnosed with chronic leukemia. Thankfully, thank the Lord above, I was working at Freeport and I was participating in an insurance program so her health care could be covered. Her first month's medication 9.5 years ago was $22,500 for 30 pills. I don't know anybody who can afford that. I can't. Thankfully, the insurance program was there and I was employed at the time when I came on. So during 9.5 years, all of our retirement plans are changed. It's all right, doesn't matter. I can still work, do whatever I can. We worked 9.5 years, the medication quit. We had to change. Went to a different medication, she nearly died. We had to change again. Went to a different medication. A year and a half later, she had a heart attack. 28th of last month. The medication that she was taking caused the heart attack. The doctor told us that was part of the side effect. So we have to go back and forth to try to come up with something that's going to hopefully prolong her life. She's only 56 years old. She's had a heart attack. She has leukemia. There's an end to every person's life, always. But I hope it's not soon. So, if these bills pass, and if the mind doesn't close, but I just happen to be laid off, I must, it's not a given, it's not a question, I must try to keep employment with Freeport somewhere. And I don't even care. I don't know how much you know about leukemia, but if you have leukemia, you are uninsurable at any price, at any age. Every person here could hand me $50,000 and I could not buy 1 month's medical insurance for my wife. It's not good enough. I must stay with Freeport. And that's okay, I've made peace with that. If I have to go to wherever John Grant has a map that has all the places, and he and I are friends, so I'm sure he could share a spot for me to go somewhere. But I don't really want to. We have this plan, and a lot of these folks here have this plan to work, raise their kids, get them through school, send them to college if they want. Work on retirement plans, not fish camp, whatever we do. Here, we're here. Through all of this stuff, my options are different than a lot of folks. I must stay with Freeport for as long as I can until something else happens to try to keep my wife alive. If I get laid off, or if I, for whatever reason, I'm no longer affiliated with Freeport and lose that medical insurance, I don't know what's going to happen. I may have to sit there and just watch her die, and that's not an option for me. The other option is the people that are really, really, really dissatisfied with this state can find another state.
Don Larson and Peter Whiteman.
Good morning, my name is Autumn Robertson, I'm 28 and I'm from here in Grant County. I think everything I really wanted to say on the Second Amendment has pretty much been said, but I do want to speak for the moms out there that use our Second Amendment right every day. I'm a wife, I'm a mom. My husband worked at Freeport for many years, and that afforded me the opportunity to be a stay-at-home mom, and now he works at the gas company. But there's many times my husband is out of town, sometimes 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and I'm left home alone. I have a stepdaughter as well. My son is 3, and I have another one on the way. I just want to say we hear a lot about women's right to choose, but isn't that the right to choose as well to protect my family? I lived on a ranch 30 minutes out of town growing up. We called the cops, that's fine, but they didn't get there before we were either dead or, shot somebody ourselves. So, all I can say is, I really encourage you guys to fight for this right of our Second Amendment, because us law-abiding citizens, I don't think there's a single person in this room that's a responsible gun owner that doesn't wish we could get the guns out of the hands of the bad guys. I don't think there's a single one in here. We would all love to do that, but we don't know how to do that without infringing upon the rights of us legal gun owners. It's not possible. So all I want to say is that, as a mom, a stay-at-home mom, who's home alone, whose husband is always gone, my gun is my protection against everything else out there. So thank you guys.
Don?
Good morning, my name is Don Larson. I'm a member of the rural Grant County. I don't live in Silver City. Silver City is not all of Grant County. I know some of you don't believe that, but I look around the room and I see people I know, people I don't know. But even on my way in here this morning, everybody passing me waved. They're all friends. They all work together. They all do things together. And I'm here to support our sheriff and his effort to I'm a life member of the NRA because our forefathers said the citizenry needs to be armed to protect itself against government. When I read the articles on Facebook and in the paper, and I hear things on TV about our legislators threatening to overrule counties on what they've decided, that just scares me. It tells me the power has gone to their heads, They don't believe in serving the people that they've been elected by, and I know you guys would never consider doing that. But I am concerned. I hear all this talk about we need to increase taxes because we need to pay for more things. One member of this commission has spoken openly about increasing taxes on grazing land in this county. Two individuals, one in the Senate and one in the House, last year proposed bills that would increase taxes on grazing land. This would be to the detriment of all cattle producers. I went to the assessor's office and asked them what taxes would go to. They told me that it was one individual, not the whole office, but the individual said that taxes would be rated on meets and bounds, and I'm not sure what that means, but my taxes would go up 7 times. Another individual, a rancher on the west side of the county, and asked the same question. His taxes would go over $1.7 million a year. Cattle don't make you that kind of money. So, Mr. Brown, when you say it's only fair, you're going to put the ranchers out of business. You're going to drive grazing out of Grant County. And then that land's just going to sit there. And maybe that's what you want. Maybe it really is what you want. You want people to leave the county.
Good morning. My name is Peter Wyman. I have no relationship whatsoever with the mines other than being a neighbor and a concerned resident. And no, sir, nobody's paying me to be here. I'm no expert on water quality, and I'm certainly no expert on mining. So I like to break things down to simple questions. The first is, when I turn on my kitchen faucet, or when I order a glass of water with my meal at a local restaurant, is that water safe for me to drink? My second question is, if we continue the current monitoring and sampling methods at the mines, will our drinking water be safe next week, next month, and next year? Because if the answer to those two questions is yes, then it seems to me that there are a bunch of folks up in Santa Fe who are proposing a solution to a problem that simply does not exist. Everybody here knows how important the mines are to our community. And everybody here knows the devastating impact that would occur to most of us if the mines were to close. Some might call that fear-mongering. I call it reality. When my wife and I moved to this beautiful area years ago, we understood what we were moving into, a mining community. We didn't try to change it into what we left behind. The tradition and the history of Grant County. We now live in a home that was originally constructed for mine workers and their families. Just yesterday, the Associated Press reported in an EPA release that 50 million gallons of polluted water pours daily into the water stream from mines right in the United States. Here's a map showing those mine locations. 6 of the worst are in California. That sounds pretty damn responsible to me. But there's a certain faction up in Santa Fe whose mantra seems to be our way or the highway. And they really don't give a damn if Silver City winds up in the next revised version of this book by Lambert Florin. For those of you who haven't seen the title, it's called Ghost Towns of the Southwest. This book is available in the Silver City Library. By the way, I noticed an online article on the Grant County Beat website from May 3rd, 2018, titled Silver City Library Thanks Generous Donors, where that very same community library expressed its appreciation to Freeport for its $22,000 donation including a series of workshops called Preparing Adults for Local Skilled Jobs. Show that this was only one of a great number of donations to our community made by Freeport. I have 30 seconds.
No, you don't. You have 5 minutes.
The cheering. There was a lot of cheering. I just want to make a note that past donations were made to WNNU, the Colgrave Reading Program, the Yellow Fugitive Shelter for Battered Men, Women, and Children, and just last month, Freeport was named #1 for community treatment on Forbes magazine's Just 100 list.
And I think you, Robert Rosetta, are next. Maggie? Can we go with Luis Danatas?
I want to thank the Commission for allowing me to speak today, and all of us. I think it's amazing what we're doing today. And I mean, it's amazing because we see all of our community coming together to stand together for whatever you feel. And so it's beautiful that they're expressing that, and I hope they're listening. You know, I'm going to tell everyone, I know I'm not supposed to address them, but I would like to see everyone vote. What, you know, just how you feel today, you need to exercise your right to vote. It's so important. I mean, a lot of has already been said, so there's no sense in, I mean, maybe I should be the vote. I don't know. But I'm going to say, I think a lot's already been said. I just look at simple things. You look at the Racing Mine, it's 3 times the size of our mine. Our mine's been regressing while that was growing. And why is that? I think it's the friendliness or the willingness for Arizona to work with their mine, whereas in our state we've had nothing but more obstacles and making it burdensome on mine. You know, we used to have about 3,000 employees out there. We're down to 1,400 or 1,500. It's very, very sad. And for those of you who are worried about the water, there's 800 test wells around the mine that ensure that our drinking water is good. So I'm going to do something real simple. I see my teacher.
I've seen all my neighbors come up and talk. I know a bunch of the people here today, and it seems like you all are against Bill 220 and 225, but I'd like to do something real simple. I'd like to see everyone raise their hands for all those who stand with Freeport against these two bills. I'd like to see how many people are here against it. Please stand up. So, I'd like for you to see. Now, I'd like to do one more thing. I'd like to see all those who are for the Bill 220 and 255. I'd like to see also one other thing. I'd like to see how many are with our sheriff against these gun laws. Our democracy is beautiful. It allows us to put people in place to vote our ideas of what we want and to stand with our constituents, with your constituents. And so, being what I just saw today, there's one other thing, I should bring it up. We woken up a sleeping giant. That's why you see what you see here today. It's this crazy legislation. It's over the top. And it's causing people to come out. It's terrible to see some of the stuff that's coming out. So the last thing I want to say is, one more thing I want to say. How many people are in this room are for a child being killed, even a day on a 9th month of pregnancy? This is what I mean, we're way over outside of our bounds. And so I know that's not something here today, but it just shows where the people are today. And so I hope that our local media, I hope the news media report how people felt today. And last, I'm going to ask the commission. I would love for you to see the commission speak for the people the way we are asking you to do today. And I'd love to see you guys vote unanimously to pass a resolution against these bills, to stand with our sheriff. I would love to see that unanimously. It should be based on what you're saying today. Thank you so much for allowing us
Maggie, Lydia, no? Okay. Robert Lucero, and then I believe it's Rafael. I can't read the last name, but.
Good morning, hello everyone from Grand County. Thank you for the ability to come in and speak tonight. I'm from Hanover, New Mexico. I've been living there all my life. I am a neighbor with Freeport Magdalene. We work together. I do not agree with everything that goes on, but I don't also disagree either. We're human beings, we make mistakes. That's not the important part of the association. It's what we do with the mistakes that is the important part. I think that we've forgotten one thing, that we are not bringing into consideration the fact that it's just only us, we, and ourselves. We need to put the Creator into part of this solution, because without Him, we're not never going to get anywhere. We're having to continue to fight amongst each other, and when we fight amongst each other, we have no unity. I am a gun owner, a gun carrier. I'm that person that lady spoke to about the person in the grocery store that carries the gun. As soon as I put my pants on, I put a gun on. I've had to use my gun up there at my house on people and shot people. These feathers that I have on my head represent animals that I have lost because of my neighbors having dogs that come into my place and just kill my animals. I've never had children, but I have animals now. All these little animals represent part of who I am. And no, I don't want to lose not a one chicken, not a one rooster goat, any of that shit. They can go, I deserve to have my representation. They told me one time ago not to be throwing rocks. You take away my guns, I promise you one thing, I still have my slingshots. I will.
Rafael, sir, I can't read your last name. What about, James Rogers, and then I believe it's Chuck Ray?
All right, how's it going? My name is James Rogers. I'm a fourth generation Grant County miner. My dad been worked for Hayden Regional for 22 and a half years. He was a smelter employee for 15. My stepmom is a nurse at the hospital currently right now. I just want to tell you guys one thing. I've been hearing a lot about this grid, right? Don't know a lot about it. I've learned a lot here recently. But I want to tell you this. There was a situation that happened the other evening. There was a countless amount of us Grant Countyers, us miners, that came together from here, Arizona, all the mines over there, came together over here to prevent something serious, right? I'm not going to elaborate on what it was, but I personally stood out there for 36 hours at a time, right? We had men, women came together to prevent this. The exact same thing you guys are talking about here, right? The groundwater, the this, the that. We did everything in our power to abide by the laws that we are supposed to do. I'm a senior supervisor out of Cairo. And I'll tell you what, you know how hard it is to do my job every day? Because I sit there and I have to follow rules. And not rules that I choose to follow or that I'm expected to follow. I choose them because I want to. Because this is my town. Alright? I run water trucks when I need to. I park trucks when I have to. I do what is expected of me because of my employer and my family. And I tell you what, you guys, I swear, I have cleaned up messes. I have done everything in my 17 years as a miner here. And not only did I work for a mine for 17 years, but I worked for Brown and Root when they were here. I worked for Bateman. I worked for the Baker Boys. I could go down the list. I was born here, gang. And I'm just saying, I have put in countless amount of hours, so have my employees, to do the right thing. And every time I lay down at night and I turn the light switch on and my heater comes on, I pray to God that my job is still there. And I'm telling you that I urge you to come live a life in the day of my job. And I will show you how we follow the rules to take care of this.
Chuck Gray?
Opportunity to speak before you all today. My name is Chuck Gray, and I was born and raised here in Grant County. I don't have a lot to say about the mines, and I don't have to recipes and that, but I will say, grandfather rode horse out to Washington State in 1912 to look for one of the good mine jobs, and because he was successful in getting one, I stand here before you today. In high school, mine wasn't hired. Well, I had to do something else. My path ultimately led me to the Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Prisons. When I went to work there, I worked 25 years with increasing positions of responsibility, culminating with my selection as controller of the United States Penitentiary Atwater in Atwater, California. During the course of my tenure, I questioned literally thousands of inmates, maybe more. And one of the questions I asked them was, are there any existing laws or any laws that can be passed that will prevent you upon your discharge from our custody of acquiring a firearm should you decide to do so? And without exception, these convicted felons informed me that there was nothing you can do, Mr. Gray, to prevent us from getting a gun. Now, some may think that they were grandstanding and telling me what they thought I wanted to hear. But in fact, our recidivism rate was 50%. And the individuals that were returned to our custody either committed a crime with a firearm or were mostly in possession of a firearm when they returned to our custody. So then, if these laws do not suppress the very people we're trying to control, who do they suppress?
But because of my training, personal experience, and historical data that I was privileged to, I am telling you, these laws will have absolutely no effect on the criminal elements of the state of the United Thank you very much.
Jeremy Carrillo. Is there anybody that didn't get a chance or didn't find a list that would like to speak? If you can raise your hand, I know this lady here, go ahead and come on out, please.
I guess it's morning, maybe it's afternoon now, I'm not quite sure.
Could you state your name, please?
My name is Mary Walker. I'm a citizen of Grant County, and I'm a homeowner and builder. I'm also administrative for a new group online that's called Grant County Patriots. We are a group of patriots that are fighting and defending our Constitution. And we are now, after a few days, we have 553 members. Many are going to not attend because they actually have to work. So we are here in their name. Amen. I fully support Sheriff Gomez's resolution to make Grant County a Second Amendment sanctuary county. Did you know 28 of 33 sheriffs in this state have said that they will refuse to endorse these unconstitutional laws? Similar resolutions have already been passed in other counties. As of last night, I had the names of Hidalgo, San Juan, Lincoln, and Eden, but there are others. They proposed the Second Amendment Sanctuary County proposal, and I ask that we join in that number, that you vote yes for our sheriff. Article 2 of the Constitution, I'm bearing arms, says, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So I stand with Sheriff Gomez and his two resolutions, and I ask you, the council, you, the commissioners, to vote yes, and join in the number of the many other counties that are taking this step. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Ty Bays, and my family's been involved in ranching and mining in Grant County for 50 years. I would like to talk about the mining bills and the Second Amendment thing, but first I want to address a letter that to the editor that Commissioner Brown wrote in regards to, he accused basically all of us of crying wolf. And said he's heard us cry wolf many a time. Well, let me tell you, me and some of my friends said when the multi-million-dollar radical environmental groups listed and spotted out, it would shut down logging. But I tell you what, logging is dead as we know it. The wolf came and ate our land. When we said that we would separate the wolf like that and would damage our ranching industry, the wolf came and ate our land. There's not a cow left in the Gila or San Francisco River on public land in New Mexico, except one for 2 weeks. There is not a cow left, I'll guarantee you. I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, there may be feral cattle, that's not right. That's not our cattle.
Anyway, when we cried wolf again, that reintroducing the Mexican wolf would eat our cattle, destroy our ranches, and eat up our wildlife, well, it happened. The wolf has come and ate our lamb and our calves and our elk. It's put ranchers out of business. It's cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars in the compensation program. I'm telling you, only maybe 5% have it. Well, we're crying wolf again about these mining jobs. We're batting 100. We're a 100% right. I know Greg and Mr. Commissioner Brown and Allison, all you are educated back east, and we have we will not read a bill. I've read the language in that bill, and it will shut down our mind. We're not crying wolf, and we're tired of hearing that. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I ask that you pass the resolutions opposing these anti-mining bills. I ask that you pass the resolution supporting our Second Amendment rights and send a message to the Lujan Grisham Morales administration, our representatives, Rudy, Gabe, Rebecca, and Candy, and all those progressives and left-wing nuts up in Santa Fe. The message is, we're going to hold on to our guns, we're going to clutch our Bibles and our religion, and keep your hands off our mining movement.
Well, gentlemen, my name is Richard Leyva, and first and foremost, I'm proud of being an American, and will abide as much as I can to our full Constitution. I'm also proud of being a New Mexican and a Brown Carrier. But I've come to express here as a retired miner and stuff, if I wasn't getting a retirement from the mines and stuff, I probably wouldn't be able to live in Grand County. You know, everything is pretty expensive here. I call it El Santa Fe. I also got to say is I'm not a born person of Grand County. I come from Socorro County, one of the first counties that voted for our gun control law. I am very proud to say that I will stand behind our sheriff and his oath to protect the people of Grand County and anyone else and to abide by the Constitution. I have worked mines all over the state of New Mexico prior to coming to Grand County. If you guys want to take a look at what shutting down the mines does, go to Grants, go to Morrow County, go to Hillsborough, go to all these little towns that have mines. What have it done to them? Look at how people are leaving the state because they've got to go to Arizona to work in the mines because that's all they know. You know, you guys want to shut the mines down. You know? Well, you know, what do you want to do with the people? Or with the people? You want them to go on welfare? You know what you mean? Are you guys going to feed them? Are you guys going to pay for the doctor bills and maybe keep the hospital running? You know, people, let's get real here. Let's get real. We in Grand County, like I said, I'm not born and raised here, but I have lived here for 30 years. But we in Grand County truly depend on this
Freeport, Phillips Island, Chino, whatever it was before, has been mining over here for over 100 years, and we've been drinking the water for 100 years. I haven't seen any report of anybody dying. Have any of you had any reports of somebody dying from drinking water in Grant County? I don't have much more to say, folks, other than, you guys all signed an oath to upscale the Constitution. Live by your oath. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Buddy Donaldson. I was born and raised here in Grant County, went to high school at Cliff. Every single one of us, everyone in this room is here today because somebody had the backbone to stand up against an oppressive government. Thank you to our sheriff for joining those who saw a need and a necessity for us to meet here and voice our opinions. There's obviously some dissenting opinions. That doesn't make them wrong or invalid, but it's obvious that the overwhelming majority here agree that what we need to do, and you are our voice. You are the ones that represent us. We can jump up and down and scream and holler, but what really gets done is what's done through you, the politicians. I left this county at the age of 18 and joined the United States Navy to serve in Vietnam. I joined a brother who was also in Vietnam at the time. Numerous ones of my family have been in the military and served this country to protect our rights and our freedoms. I appreciate the opportunity to speak for many who are in my same shoes who may not be able to stand up here. But I just want to ask everybody here, not so much the commission, but the people here, to think about, have you voted for somebody that is now putting into play laws and bills that do not represent you? If that is the case, then you need to ask yourself when it comes time to vote, has the party that I am voting for and have voted for many generations just because that's the way it's always been, are they now not representing you? Are they now not carrying out your wishes? If so, maybe you need to think about that and change. I don't know how many of you know this, but I have to put a plug in. I have a son who joined a small group of New Mexico residents who is riding towards the White House today. It is a small group called Cowboys for Trump. You need to look it up on Facebook and support those men. They are trying to show their support for you New Mexicans and what you feel about this border wall and all of the bills and laws that are coming before our legislature. So my desire and wish is that we will all have the inspiration and the wherewithal to know what is right and what is good. Irregardless of our party, we need to vote what is right. One last thing, and I can't do it, I can't stand up here without asking it. How many of you have held a newborn baby in your hands? many of you could possibly crush the head of that newborn baby? That's what we've got before us. Please take it into consideration when you vote, and don't sit home. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Mandy Lilla. I'm here today to talk to you as a resident of Grant County. I'm not representing anybody but myself here today. The Freeport Mines in New Mexico have given Grant County in taxes revenue around $163 million in direct and indirect support. The state is over $370 million in direct and indirect. I'm also a member of Facebook, and you're a group called the Grant County Information. And if you're on that part of that group, you'll notice that a lot of people in this county are making comments about these bills that we are talking about today. And while reviewing a lot of these comments, I noticed that one person is very outspoken amongst this group. His name is Harry Brown. It has the same spelling as a commissioner standing up here today, so I'm going to assume that these are comments from him. In response to a February 15th, 2019 Facebook post, Harry posted the following comments in reference to the Freeport Mines in New Mexico. Right now, less than half of the project cost of reclamation and cleanup is covered by bonds, collateral, or bank letters of credit. What does this mean? Essentially, what he's saying is over 50% of the bonds for Freeport Mines in New Mexico are held by third-party guarantees. I'd like to know where you got this information. Who provided it? Did you do any research? This is false. Even Rick can back me up on this information. You go to their website. They state in a post in 2016 that the third-party guarantee for Chino Mine is 27%, not 50% that was posted. Misrepresenting information to our county, to the residents of this state. In regards to another post, talking about converting the cost of converting a third-party guarantee for Freeport to a different type of bond, he stated, I believe it would be an order of 100 pennies per pound produced. And if they chose to post surety bonds instead of pay for a letter of credit, they will actually make interest on this fund, although obviously not at the rate of return expected by Freeport shareholders. Once again, where did this information come from? Who provided it? Do you know what a surety bond is? According to a website called suretybond.org, bonds are more like insurance for the public or your customers that you are required to pay for. You don't earn interest on an insurance plan. I don't. I have insurance, car insurance, home mortgage insurance through State Farm. They do not pay me for buying that insurance policy. I pay them. It's the same way as insurance policy. When we're doing these bills and posting stuff, I mean, let's get the right information out in front of the public. Let's not provide false information. Do your research before you make comments and you mislead the public. I'm going to go a step further. According to the suretybond.org website, a surety bond for about $100 million, which once again, Harry is saying that's about what Freeport doesn't have, and has a third-party guarantee would cost Freeport anywhere from $1 million to $15 million per year. That is a loss of income to this county, because that is not money coming into here that to support our hospitals, our schools, and so forth. I urge you to pass Grant County Resolutions R19
19-20, R19-21 in support of the mines, and R1923 and R1924 and stop punishing law-abiding citizens with additional gun control laws.
Hi guys. My name is Iris Walker. Basically, I'm sorry. I'm not going to talk about the gun control laws. Although I am a constitutionalist and I support the sheriff, I support A2, and I support the mine. So exclusively. Okay? However, I want to thank the commission for changing the location of the meeting to a larger room. But I asked you all to look at this overflow. It's gotten a little smaller now. But, no, if this meeting had been held at 7 o'clock in the evening, you would have the entire town here. God bless the United States of America, and just know that Freeport is not the boogeyman. Good morning, my name is Janet Waller-Ortiz, and I first insist that Commissioner Ponce recuse himself from voting as he's on the payroll at Freeport. And I also feel that the sheriff can't control the audience, and I want my time reset every time it's interrupted. All employee comments should be viewed in the same vein. Having lived in Grand County for over 30 years, I've seen and heard of many scare tactics used by different corporations that own the mine, threatening to close over this regulation and that requirement. As a professor, I read papers from former mine employees filled with horror stories. One who admitted following management orders to release contaminants at 3 o'clock in the morning into Whitewater Creek, so no one around would see it. I wonder how many people here know that years ago Freeport was involved in negotiations for many months over some of the very issues we are discussing today. In fact, Freeport met with environmental groups to hash out a workable solution to contamination regarding mining rules. After months and months of meetings and hard work and time spent, at last an agreement was reached. But to no avail. The Martinez-Renn crew overturned the tables in a way that allowed Freeport to back out of the deal entirely, helping to lead us to the situation we have today, where a lack of clarity in wording needs to be remedied by House Bill 220 and House Bill 255, rational legislation. House Bill 220 would require that Freeport do some monitoring of water for heavy metal contamination and spend chump change to prove that they are doing something to prevent that contamination by holding to groundwater standards at the place where the discharge enters the groundwater. They can do this and keep the mines open. I say chump change because the mine is always paying $10 million in taxes each year of its existence, thanks to legislation back in 1989, and you can read the law on that. So even if it costs a bit to put these monitors, etc. in place, Freeport has still come out way ahead and not paying their fair share of property taxes. Interesting that most of this commission voted against giving a break to low-income senior citizens on property taxes, but no one mentioned the millions that we give to the mine every year in reducing their property taxes. Absolutely shameful. Thank you, Commissioner Brown, for voting in favor of that tax break to seniors. Let's be perfectly clear. The mine will close when it wants to close.
And if it is threatening that HB 220 and 255 are too burdensome, then maybe we need to up their property taxes to begin to save for that rainy day when Freeport could go belly up and we would be stuck. Not only with poisoned water, think Flint, Michigan, but also the impossibly expensive task of cleanup. In 2016, Freeport failed the financial soundness test for third-party guarantee 3 times. Do you think Freeport management will even look over their shoulders as they shut down and pulled out and left us with one of the biggest toxic messes in the world? Now let's... Now let's talk about how our property values would disintegrate, and those who could leave would, and those left behind would be saddled with toxic waste and nowhere to go, and water poisoned with heavy metals. Do you think this is a joke? Do you think this is scare tactics? Let me refer you to Clovis, New Mexico, just up around the bend. The United States Air Force has known about the toxins it has released into the ground in Clovis for 7 years. Guess what? No more dairy farmers can sell their milk, their meat, or their land because they just found out how badly they have been polluted. One farm had to lay off 40 workers because he is out of business. The Air Force, for their part, is now sending in bottled water to the farmers, telling them that they should not use their water because it's contaminated with PFAS. If House Bill 255 will be passed, will Freeport send me and my grandchildren and my neighbors BPA-free bottled water for the next 50 years? Should they go belly up? You can fight for your land, but it's worthless when it's contaminated.
Thank you for having this meeting on the last year. My name is John David. I'm one of the born and space kids from Santa Rita. I was raised here. My father worked in the mine, I worked in the mine, and I went on to education. Thank you. Not like rocket shot rocks. Hang on. That you oppose the bills that you pass. It's not just here in Grant County. It's the mines that's in Grant. It's the coal mines up there in northern New Mexico. It's not just here that's being affected, but we are here because we're Grant County. So we need to have you vote no on these House bills and let the legislators know that's what it is. On the Second Amendment, I go one step forward. The red flag bill that is being proposed doesn't just interfere with the Second Amendment, it interferes with the Third and Fourth Amendment. So those that believe in the amendments, like the First Amendment, should also believe in the Second, Third, and Fourth Amendment. And just like that educator said, way back when the Revolutionary State people and British was coming, they invaded houses and took property, they took all sorts of things. That's why these bills were invented, to keep people from falsely coming into your home without a due process. The flag bill eliminates the Fourth and Third Amendment from that due process. So we thank the sheriff for proposing the Second Amendment thing. I think it needs to go forward to the Third and Fourth Amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Hill. I went on the list because I was here at 7:45 and the list wasn't out yet. First and foremost, I know the Freeport thing is going to be to death, but if you close down Freeport, you close down this whole area. We've got a wonderful charter school here. I have an autistic child that goes to this Aldo, and if that school closes, that means I'll have to homeschool. And so, on the Second Amendment, with the red flag, is really, really bothers me. I'm a disabled vet, and I fought for all of our rights. But people aren't understanding the consequences of the actions. And it's not to us regular citizens, it's to the sheriff. If he has to sit there and enforce this law, he either has to take his active deputies off of other duties to go perform and take these weapons away from people, or he has to get his off-duty deputies to go in and pay them either time and a half or double overtime to go in and take these weapons. Now, what happens if somebody decides they don't want to give them up? Now you're going to have a standoff. And how long is this standoff going to be? An hour, 2 hours, 10 hours, 2 days? So you're going to have to pay them all that money. Now, what happens when one of the sheriff deputies gets shot or killed? I mean, this is so inane for this red flag part, because that means anybody can make a complaint against anybody. And I've known you for a long time, Chris. I know you're ex-law enforcement. One of the people that you arrested 20 years ago makes a complaint on you just because they finally got out of prison. You're going to get your weapons confiscated. And that's what the law states. It doesn't have to be a family member. If they feel threatened by you, they can go in. The sheriff would have to come in and take your weapons away. And then you'd have to go to court and prove that you weren't the threat. And that's a violation of our Fourth Amendment, which is illegal search and seizure. I'm so scared of this country because we're going downhill. And the last thing I want to say, which really, really bothered me, is at the very beginning of this, when we did the Pledge of Allegiance, everyone did stand up. But Ms. Edwards didn't say it. She just kept her mouth shut. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Charles Goodyear. I'm a native New Mexican. I'm a native Grant County. My dad worked underground at a mine that is now called Coleman Mines, which is part of Chino Mines. It was called UB back then. Just so everybody can understand, UB paid into the state for cleanup if they did shut down. Freeport pays into the state. Also, Kennecott paid into the state. Every mining entity that has ever been in the mining industry has been regulated to pay into the state for cleanup in the event of a situation. I know that everybody says the third party thing. When Coker Mining broke the dam, I don't think anybody stood in there but every PD employee and helped clean that problem. I don't see anybody else that did anything but PD. They paid to fix the problem. Freeport now is fixing the problem with the creek. Freeport inherited that problem. Freeport did not own this mine up until 2007, 2008. Freeport has not been here for the 100 years of mining. Freeport is part of that, but every mine that has been here before has been part of that. Every native New Mexican has been a part of that. Everybody that has been here. I'm a proud owner of a corporation, the evil corporation, because I'm the CEO of my corporation, which I am the founder of. I don't understand why everybody says corporations are bad, but that's my opinion. But I live in America, so I have that opinion. Everybody says that Freeport's doing so great. I would like to understand why stock of Freeport-McMoRan sits today at this present time at $12.97. It has been on a vast decline because things ain't as good as everybody thinks they are. So if the bills passed, it would cost more money. This mine is almost at the verge of the economic challenge of deciding, do we grow, do we shrink? The same as my business. If they shrink, I shrink. I own multiple things in Grant, Luna, Hidalgo. I service all those counties through my business. I also have multiple other businesses. I am the fourth generation in my family in the towing, auto repair, and mining industry. My brother retired from Chino Mines. My son is the fifth generation in my family. My other son is the fifth generation in my family. If you guys support getting rid of the mines, yes, regulation needs to happen. If they're doing everything that is right and there is no ground contamination of the water, why would we fix a problem that is not a problem? All of you are notified people here. All of you. I know some of you. I don't know if all of you know me, but I know some of you. I follow stuff. I don't get up in front of everybody and speak. But here I am because I believe that we're going down the wrong course. If we don't stand up for what we believe in, there will be nothing for any of us to stand up for. So, if you guys don't decide to get on the same page with the people, for the people, there won't be none of the people. Because our tax dollars, everybody's tax dollars, my business tax dollars, my personal tax dollars, grocery receipts from my business, from everybody else's business, from Freeport-McMoran. Everybody just wants to talk about property tax. Let's talk about all the other taxes that get paid by all of us, including you. If we're all not paying our taxes, and if all of us don't have a way to have a job, if you can't become an elected official to have a job, then you won't have a paycheck. How are you going to pay taxes? How are you going to pay for your property taxes? Freeport, yes, gets a discount on property taxes. Okay, maybe they do. They also donate a lot of money to a lot of programs. They do. So all I'm saying is, don't take away all of our livelihood. And at the same time, don't take away my guns. I want to go shooting with my sons. I want to go hunting with my sons. I want the right to protect myself, and I want the right to protect you if we do.
Hello, my name is Anthony Gomez. I'm a volunteer firefighter. I'm also a resident of Grant County. I served in the military along with many other members. Right now, I currently do not work at the mine. But that doesn't mean I don't support the mine. My father is an engineer. He also works at the mine. He was part of the cleanup crew that happened several weeks ago. He took time away from our family to make sure that your families were safe, that none of that contaminants flowed into any of the creeks or any of the streams or reservoirs, which they're continually working on right now. One thing that flows down the mind is what Mr. Goodyear said. Not only the taxes with property taxes you were worried about, but think about the taxes that go to our first responders. We're volunteers. We don't ask to be paid. We spend our time to help the residents of our county. If there wasn't anything that made any kind of money coming in, where would we get our equipment? Where would we get our fire trucks to keep safe here as the property along the households? What else do we have? EMS calls. Many of these members have family members here that are senior citizens. If we weren't around to get to them, the hospital doesn't have the crew or the numbers to deal with the main calls that they do. They rely on volunteer fire departments such as us. Also, like I said, this community is rural. Everybody might live in the city district within minutes of a sheriff's officer or a police officer with Sioux City PD. A lot of us live out in the county where it might take up to 15 minutes, 20 minutes before police can get to our residents. If you take away where we cannot own guns, unfortunately, we can't protect ourselves. The police can't protect themselves if they're over 45 minutes away from responding. I mean, they're going to try to get there. They're going to try to do their best. But unfortunately, you have to rely on yourself. For these ranchers that live in rural districts, that's all they have to rely on and have peace of mind to keep them. I know myself, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Whatever law you pass, I'll respect and I'll follow. But I will not agree with it. But I believe, like everybody else here, saying that it's wrong, because you did take a vote in the Constitution, whether you like it or not. You did uphold the Second Amendment, and you must uphold it. That was your own. Thank you.
Morning, or almost afternoon, I'm not sure. I'm Walker. I'm the fourth generation from Grant County, somewhere around there. My family settled here in the 1800s. I have one work experience, house work construction. We have a lot of issues we need to deal with right now. I'm going to cover a few that are the most important to me. The first being the Second Amendment, the right that shall not be infringed. Okay. History tends to repeat itself, and that's something we all have to remember. I want you guys to think about Russia. Think about Nazi Germany. The first step to them taking over and committing the mass genocide that they committed was taking the weapons.
If you want to do them, keep the die.
Is that better? There we go. There we go. Okay. As I said, history tends to repeat itself, so we need to look at that. The way we're going right now, we are repeating those steps. The ideas and stuff that are being pushed to our children, the laws that we're passing, that guns aren't good. Guns are a tool. That is something that we use. It all depends on the person who holds them as to what the action is being intended. Okay? As Anthony just stated, law enforcement can't be there all the time, okay? If someone comes into your house right now, I don't care if you're in the city limits or not, you have a matter of seconds to respond to that threat, okay? That can be the difference between life and death. If you take those weapons from us, how are we to defend ourselves against that? You know, and this is coming from someone with law enforcement experience. We're not at your house. You know, it takes a matter of seconds for someone to lose their life in a situation like that. We have home invasions. Those things happen, okay? People don't realize actually what all does happen sometimes. With, for instance, the border. We have a lack of coverage on the border. Not many people have been to the border. Who here on this panel has been to the border? And I see your hands. Okay. Were you guys toured with law enforcement? No? Okay. So, I worked on the border for 3 years in law enforcement in an official capacity. Okay? We need to address the situation better. We have a lack of resources. We need a wall. We need more people. Those of you that haven't been there and think, oh, these things don't necessarily affect my community. Well, I can tell you the amount of narcotics that come across that border come directly here, okay? And we're seeing large vehicle loads. You know how many pounds of marijuana can be stored in a vehicle or cocaine? You're looking at 2,000 pounds of narcotics. And that comes to our streets, to our families. That's all of our kids that have to deal with that. That goes into our schools. We end up with kids addicted to this stuff because you get it pushed into the schools. With a wall, we can stop the vehicles, okay? At least slow them down, because to get past the wall, they're going to have to either try and make a ramp or something like that. That gives us more time to respond as law enforcement. It goes back to the old saying that it's a cat and mouse game. Well, we need every advantage we can in our corner to respond to those threats, okay? So even if it's time, like I stated before, seconds count, okay? Because when they get to a highway, they get to an interstate, if they're already in a vehicle, it's hard to stop them. We have to be able to do a lot of other things to stop a vehicle versus catching someone on foot. So this wall is something that we need to consider doing, okay? I encourage you guys to push our legislators to send more money to the border. We need more agents, more officers. For Logan County, we had 6 officers total to respond to calls 24 hours, 7 days a week. Okay? That's not fair to the citizens down there. You know, that's something the state needs to help with. Going back to that,
Hidalgo County used to have a population of 15,000. That dropped overnight to 7,000. And I can tell you that happens when Phelps Dodge pulls the smelter. If the mine wasn't here, the current population of Hidalgo County is currently 4,000. Overnight it dropped to 7,000, and within 2 months it's down to 4,000. If you look at Hidalgo financially, it is broke down. Okay? The only money they even have is the railroad. You guys don't have much railroad in your county.
Thanks.
I would like to thank the Grant County Commission for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Buddy Eady. I'm from a ranching family that came to here in the 1800s. I am not in favor of House Bill 220 and 255. It would kill our mines. Grant County is known as a mining and ranching community. Silver City is referred to as a mining district. We need to protect and preserve our heritage. Loss of the mine would impact several counties. Many employees commute from surrounding counties. The economic impact would be devastating. It would impact families, schools, businesses, and several counties. I would like to thank Sheriff Gomez for his stance in regard to the Second Amendment. I would like to thank all law enforcement and military for serving and protecting us. Soldiers have fought and died for us, ensuring our liberties. One of those freedoms that's given to me is my right to bear arms. The 14th Amendment says, no state shall enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process. One of those bills before legislation actually is taking away our due process right. House Bill 130. The Declaration of the Independence declared that we have unalienable rights. It went on to declare that securing those rights is the purpose of government. Any government that deviates from the noble purpose is illegitimate. Our right to keep and bear arms is an unalienable right. No action by government can overturn an unalienable right. And an unalienable right remains no matter how a government moves against it. I ask that the county commissioners vote for making our county a sanctuary county for the Second Amendment. May God bless America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Anthony Geddes, and I'm a lifetime resident of Grant County. Unlike most of the people in this room, do visit Santa Fe pretty consistently during the legislative session. And my comments have to do with the fact that our state legislature is now being run by Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, Santa Fe County, Las Cruces, and Doñana County. I witnessed their supporters and representatives live on exaggeration and blatant lies. They pass legislation according to these exaggerations. These legislators are now being supported by rural legislators that are sold out to the pressure of the environmental community. Sad to say, even from our own community. Every vote and action is recorded and available to the public. I'm asking our residents here, please take the time to investigate the actions of your legislators. This is why the governor did not want the appointment of now Senator Ramos. Every elected official is tasked and representing all the constituency, not just special interests. That is why I've seen not only in the state legislature, but also in this commission. legislation on lands, water, environmental regulations, and of course our unborn children are just some of the items that have been discussed. Today's items are extremely important and are just the tip of the iceberg. Please get involved. Please remember the issues that are being addressed today next year during election time. I would like to remind the Commission that there is a Master Economic Development Plan that was done in 2014. In this plan, the primary recommendation in supporting the mining was to support the mining industry. Maybe you take it off the shelves, dust it off, and read it. I think we've all seen attack on our culture and the face of our community. I ask that you consider these things when you consider these resolutions before you today. I certainly oppose any new regulations on our mining industry, and I'm not necessarily concerned about regulations against our Second Amendment rights, because in order to take my gun out of my hand, I'm going to have to be dead.
Mr. Chairman, it seems I'm called a lot of things, but usually I answer to Scott Terry. I'm here representing the Chamber of Commerce. I'm President CEO of the Chamber. We have over 300 members. Our board of directors met and looked at the mining bills, and we definitely oppose those bills. We see that they're going to be bad for not only Grant County and Silver City. They're bad for southwest New Mexico. They're bad for the whole state of New Mexico. We really believe that you guys should vote so whether you oppose both of the mining bills that are now before the legislature. The bad thing is that, and I kind of wonder, can these be used not only affect the copper mines, but other mining throughout our state? If it gets past mining, this mining is shut down, can it be used to shut down the potash mines, oil and gas, the coal mines, the different things that we have in the state that quite honestly bring an awful lot of money to this state? I know what we're talking about today, there was the mines here in Grant County. I don't talk very nice about what we're going to look like if we close the mines. And I look when people go, hey, we'll be looking like Lawrenceburg. No, Lawrenceburg has railroad interstate. They'll look better than us. There's a lot of issues going on in Santa Fe right now that, quite honestly, you guys have nothing to do with it. But this is one that you need to be proactive on. You need to be saying, no, we don't go along with this. One of the things, I don't think one of the two things I find in the history of this county is when we talk about moving our county to Arizona. It actually helps the county voted to do it. Well, no offense, but, if the state is going to just kill our livelihood, kill our quality of life, kill our major employers here, we need to take a stand. We need to do like they did years ago and say, we're not going to take this anymore. Listen to what we're saying. Thank you.
The fact that we're talking about this to me is kind of appalling, and it's still kind of hard to wrap my head around it, but I just want to share some of my experiences with you. My grandfather, when he came home from World War II, those are my biggest. He worked for 32 years with Kennecott and Mine. He provided for our family. My grandfather, David Riley, when he came home from Vietnam, he went to the mines. 19-year-old young man, grew up in this community, not a lot of direction at that time. Brian Runyon put me in. gaining opportunities, have no skill set. When you talk about taking the mic, when you talk about granting that, you've granted so many things that are attached to that. You're talking opportunities and things that you don't necessarily see, at face value. My story is one of many. If we allow bills like this in our state, we allow our past, present, and future to be stripped from us. Fathers who are saved to send their children to college from Mexico will move away with them not only tuition but the right move. New Mexico is the best of the year. Homes will go up for sale at already rates, and businesses will close their doors. I myself work for minors on a regular basis, but they have dedicated so much of their lives to the betterment of their family that free time is often dedicated to quality time with loved ones. We must fight. We must not allow opposing powers to strip our culture of life's blood. My grandfathers worked these mines. I worked the mines as a grunt, and my brother drills them right now. That's really all I have to say about it. It's our culture. Those before us, they laid a path in this community with the path of what it was the mines, and it supported generations. It's inspired people and it's helped people that would maybe once lived a bad life live a better one. As far as guns are concerned, I grew up here. There's real monsters in these streets. As Dick Love and the sheriff started to do, people were asking them to do is fight them to us. So we want them to take care of the bad guys, and we want them to take care of the good guys. Well, I'll tell you what, the bad guys aren't going to listen to your rules. You can go to the street right now, go to a bad area in Silver City, any county in Mexico, take $200 with you, and you can get within a couple of hours 9mm with a serial number shot out. I guarantee you. So we're asking our police department to take care of our bad guys. Right? There's a lot of drugs in our community, and now it's time to take care of the good guys too. You think everyone's just going to hand over their guns peacefully? There's a lot of strong people standing behind me. Not these are just going to let you walk in there and take their guns.
My name is Carmen Terrazas, and good afternoon. And what I want to talk about, and a lot of you know me, I'm for life. And anyway, I also was born in space. And I know a lot of you here were born in space too. And our children have grown here and have established their everything here in Grand County. Anyway, my thing is this. The one thing we must do, all of us must do first, is bring back God into our country. Thank you. Because our country will fall. All of us will fall with it. But second after that, God first, our unborn second. If we do not protect the lives of the unborn, this is what I told them out there in the legislature, when I went for the March for Life. I asked them, how many of you have seen a baby pulled out and torn limb by limb with your own eyes? And that is for all of you here. If you haven't seen it, how can you not defend life? It is horrible. This Bill 51 is an evil bill. It comes from hell. We meet once a month in front of Walmart. Many of you are beautiful. You hunt like crazy. But there's those that have that don't want to know about it. Get informed. See what you're doing, because the day that we defend life and we protect our unborn, this whole country, New Mexico, everywhere will flourish with life. And please do not hold our minds. Our minds here in Grand County. I grew here, my dad worked there, my brothers, they had long since died, and a lot of my family and friends work there. We need Grand County to be alive and to flourish again. God bless you, God bless America, and God bless each and every one of you.
all of them. And I was able to do them. And I'm going to speak on my behalf, not on the town. But if this thing were to happen, for the Supreme Court, Silver City would really die out. We will not have any more taxes. Everybody would be in a world of hurt. One thing I can say is that when we start giving up our rights, no matter how small they are, we will never get them back. And that's a proven fact. We need to have our own protection as a young man inside the world. We need to have our own weapons. We do. We have to protect ourselves. We have to protect our property. Why is it that some of these people that follow the law are the ones that get punished? They never punish who's to blame? In my opinion, I think it's the law judicial system. The lawyers and the judges, they let everyone know when they have to do something wrong. I hope you guys will take this into consideration. Please support the Second Amendment. There were a lot of veterans here, a lot of them, and they protect everyone here. How you feel in your heart. Keep the mind open. Thank you.
My name is Shane Jones. I'm not from Silver City or Grant County. I'm from Denton, Alabama. I'm also not from New Mexico. I came here because my wife told me it was warmer here than where I could be on the ship. Okay. My background is in restaurant management. I used to help with inspections with OSHA, and I can pretty much tell you from the time I worked at Mine out, I'm also an installer at one, so I deal a lot with their inspections. And the water that is coming out of the mine is probably cleaner than the ice that you're getting from the ice machines you build in the restaurant. Everybody wants New Mexico to be a green state. Environmentalist, that's great. I agree with you. It should be. Where do you guys get the copper at? Everything. Electrical cars, cell phones, everything takes copper. Freeport pays a whole lot of attention to how they run the mine. We do have watchdogs. Somebody said something about they need a watchdog. We got them. They're called InShaw. They come out, they're stringent on what we do and how we do it. Freeport goes above and beyond what they ask. I've seen it. I wouldn't want my kids to drink bad water or live in a place that is not going or is going to hurt them. None of us would. Nobody in this room would. We wouldn't take a job that was going to do that to somebody. You know, and you guys only have so much power. Appreciate you guys listening to us and everything, but you can make a recommendation for or against. What everybody in here needs to do is contact your local legislator, contact other legislators throughout the state. Because there's only so many of us in here in Grant County. It's the whole state that's going to need to decide this. So if we don't contact our legislators, then other people will, and they'll vote against it. And as far as the Second Amendment, there's a lot of veterans in here. You couldn't tell I'm a Marine. My dad fought 2 wars, my brother fought the war. We fought for what we believed in. We took an oath to defend our Constitution and to protect, what was it, from enemies, foreign and domestic. There was no expiration date on that. Somebody comes after our guns, they're probably going to be an enemy, whether it be foreign or domestic.
Anyone else for public speaking? Thank you. I want to thank everyone for your input. Okay. No? Okay. You know what? Might be a good idea to take 5-minute recess. Yes, okay. Yeah. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we adjust our agenda so that we can bring this to a conclusion. I have a lot of people out here, and I'm sure they want this to go to a vote, so we can, I'd like to make that motion that we adjust our agenda.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Salas and a second by Commissioner Edwards. Discussion?
I move that we place items K, L, M, N, O, and P, which are all presentations about either the mining bills or the firearms bills. Then we move them next, and we follow those with items R, S, T, and U, which will be our discussion and our votes on those items. I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Okay, so we're gonna go down to item K, implications of House Bill 220, House Bill 255 on mine waste cleanup and groundwater contamination. Good.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ponce and members of the Commission. My name is Allison Siddick, and I'm the Executive Director of the Gila Resources Information Project, otherwise known as GRIP. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here today. With me is Charles DeSalin, Staff Attorney with the New Mexico Environmental Law Center, and together we'd like to describe for you House Bill 220 and House Bill 255. So first, let me tell you a little bit about GRIP. For 20 years, our organization has served as the community watchdog for permitting of operations and closeout of Freeport-McMoRan's Grant County mines, including financial assurance under the Mining Act and water quality discharge permits under the state's Water Quality Act. Now, as a community watchdog, our job is to make sure that environmental rules are properly enforced by state agencies and that mining operational and closeout permits are protective of ground and surface water quality, air quality, ecological health, and wildlife. And we work to protect community health for all of us here in Grant County. So let's take a look at the data to get a sense of the situation. So if we look at Chino and Tyrone's annual pollutant releases in EPA's toxic release inventory, here's what we find. And let me just first say that this is the data that Freeport self-reports to EPA. So in 2017, Chino released nearly 3 million pounds of lead compounds to the environment, 93,000 pounds of manganese, 70,000 pounds of nickel, 110,000 pounds of chromium, 3,300 pounds of sulfuric acid, 5,750 pounds of nitrate compounds, 8,105 pounds of copper, and 1,400 pounds of ammonia. Tyrone released 473,000 pounds of lead compounds in 2017, and let me say that this is down from 9.4 million pounds in 2012. Tyrone also emitted 13,000 pounds of sulfuric acid and 2,300 of copper compounds. So,
Please, just do the presentation, thank you.
so and I should say, if you have questions and want to see the data for yourself, you can go to EPA.gov and the TRI, Toxic Release Inventory, and very useful website. So these annual releases of contaminants over many, many years by Freeport and its predecessors have resulted in thousands of acre-feet of groundwater contamination. According to the New Mexico Office of the Natural Resources Trustee, the aerial extent of groundwater contamination at the Chino, Cobre, and Tyrone mines is 20,000 acres. So what do I mean by aerial extent? If I were to map out the groundwater contamination plume at the three mines, it would cover 20,000 acres in total. And water quality monitoring data shows that groundwater within the 20,000 acres is contaminated with arsenic, cadmium, chromium, copper, lead, manganese, mercury, nickel, selenium, zinc, and sulfuric acid. Exposure to these metals can cause a range of human health effects to humans, such as cancer, kidney, bone and brain damage, nervous system toxicity, and a whole lot more. So in 2011, Freeport settled with the state and paid out nearly $13 million in damages for the groundwater contamination that it and its predecessors caused. Similarly, its releases caused over $5 million in damages to wildlife that the company settled with the federal government. So with the opening of the Cobre mine last year, people in Fierro, Hanover, and surrounding communities have experienced a significant increase in impacts, such as fugitive dust, nuisance noise and lighting, blasting vibrations strong enough to cause damage to houses and St. Anthony's Church in Fierro, increased traffic, odors, and potential acid mist. And I want to say, we applaud Freeport for working with community members to identify and address problems. They set up monthly Chino Cobre operations meetings, and that has been a very useful process to bring people together and hear about issues, and the company's been trying to address things as they come up, and we appreciate that. So when the mines play out, Freeport needs to reclaim the mines and clean up groundwater contamination that they've caused. And in the case of the Tyrone mine, and I think this isn't known really very widely, that Tyrone, Freeport must pump and treat contaminated groundwater from the open pit in order to contain groundwater contamination. So this pumping and treating must go on forever, in perpetuity, in order to prevent this contamination from migrating off the mine site and contaminating our regional aquifer that we all use for drinking water. So our responsible mining program is focused on protecting community health. It's not anti-mining. We recognize the economic importance of Freeport-McMoRan in Grant County and the state, and we understand the importance of copper to the renewable energy development in our nation and also to our national economy. However, this economic activity cannot come at the expense of Grant County's groundwater quality, our environment, our public health, and the New Mexico taxpayer. Now, groundwater belongs to all of us. Okay, it belongs to all of us. The state has the responsibility to steward and protect our groundwater. The groundwater does not belong to Freeport-McMoran. They only have the right to put it to beneficial use, and they must prevent pollution and clean up any groundwater contamination that they cause. Grant County is 100% dependent upon groundwater, and clean water is crucial to the survival of our communities. We need mining jobs to fuel our local economy. We understand that. Everybody understands that. We've heard that today. But we also need clean water, or else we really do become a ghost town if we don't have clean water. Look at the farmers in Clovis and Curry County. I think somebody mentioned that earlier. We're having to euthanize their cattle herds and shut down their dairies at a tremendous economic loss because their groundwater is contaminated with the toxic chemicals PFAS from Cannon Air Force Base. And they're worried about their community going away because their groundwater is now contaminated and unusable. So this is why GRIP strongly supports HB 220 and HB 255. These bills will protect our communities, our water quality and environment, and our pocketbooks from impacts. So with that background, we'd like to briefly explain what these bills do, and I want to say first that they don't kill mining, and they are not designed to end mining in Grant County. So with that, I'm going to hand the microphone over to Charlie DeSalen, who's staff attorney with the New Mexico Environmental Law Center. He's going to talk about HB 220 first, and then we'll talk about HB 255.
Thank you, Allison. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Again, my name is Charlie DeSalen, and I'm with the New Mexico Environmental Law Center. I want to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to appear before you today and state our views. And I also want to thank the people in the audience who came out to express their views and their thoughts. I should give myself a little bit more of an introduction. I worked for the New Mexico Environment Department for about 14 years, and while I was there, I spent a lot of time. One of my main responsibilities actually was implementing and interpreting the New Mexico Water Quality Act. And I worked on discharge permits, the discharge permit programs, and the discharge permits for a lot of the big mines, including the Tyrone mine, Phelps-Dodge Tyrone mine, and the Phelps-Dodge Chino mine here in Grant County, which is of course now Freeport-McMoran, and also the Molycorp mine out in Cuesta, which is now Chevron. I want to talk a little bit about House Bill 220, which would amend the Water Quality Act. And I want to make a statement to you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Commission, and to the members of the audience. And that is that and I want to state this unequivocally and emphatically, that House Bill 220 would not put mining companies out of business. The bill would not make it impossible or even more difficult for the Environment Department to issue discharge permits to copper mining operations. In fact, we have spoken to the Environment Department about this legislation. We've made some minor changes to the legislation, and the Environment Department has told us that they can work with the mines and work within the framework of this legislation and continue to issue groundwater discharge permits to the mines. I also want to say that we understand the importance of mining. Copper mining is essential to the economy of New Mexico and particularly to the economy of Grant County. Mining creates a lot of jobs, and a lot of those jobs are good jobs, high-paying jobs. We understand that, and we appreciate the concerns of the miners and the former miners about their jobs. But again, this bill, if it's enacted, is not going to shut down the mines. It's not going to put people out of work. We wouldn't be standing here supporting it if it did. I also want to say that we recognize that copper is an essential commodity in New Mexico, in the United States, and throughout the world. We have copper wiring in our houses, in our cars and trucks and buses, in our computers, in our cell phones, in our power tools, in our electrical household appliances. We need copper to develop solar energy and to distribute solar energy, which is so powerful, so plentiful here in New Mexico. Just about everything that operates on electricity requires copper wiring. So we're not against mining, and we're not trying to put the mines out of business. So let me explain a little bit about what the bill actually does. First of all, it clarifies an ambiguous provision in the statute, in the Water Quality Act. And this is a provision, the phrase, place of withdrawal of water for present or reasonably foreseeable future use. It has been litigated for more than a decade. It's been litigated in the New Mexico Supreme Court, in the Court of Appeals, and for weeks before the Water Quality Control Commission. And we still don't know what it means. So the bill would clarify that provision, and essentially it would codify the interpretation that the New Mexico Environment Department gave to the Water Quality Act for many years before the adoption of the Copper Mine Rule. And that interpretation basically, to put it in non-legal terms, is that all groundwater in the state is protected. And standards need to be met everywhere in New Mexico where there's groundwater, because there's a potential that groundwater is going to be used in the future. Now, there's an exception to that, and that is if you have a variance. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about variances in a second, because they're very important. Now, as I mentioned, the Environment Department held this interpretation for a long time, for many years, and during that time, the copper mines in Grand County operated very successfully. The Environment Department issued groundwater discharge permits for the Cobre Mine, the Chino Mine, the Tyrone Mine, and it renewed those permits. And on occasion, when it was necessary, the mines applied for variances. The Environment Department supported the variances, and I was personally involved in supporting those variances when I was working at the Environment Department, and the Water Quality Control Commission readily granted them. Now, the Copper Mine Rule, which I mentioned a minute ago, which was adopted in 2013, changes that interpretation. It allows mines to contaminate groundwater above New Mexico water quality standards within an area defined in the regulations inside the mine site. And within that area, not only they can contaminate, the mines can contaminate groundwater, but they don't have to monitor groundwater contamination. And it's not clear that they have to clean up the contamination after they've completed mining. And under the Copper Mine Rule, they can do this without having to get a variance. Now, again, the variance is a very important concept. When the legislature, the New Mexico legislature, initially enacted the Water Quality Act, it recognized that there were certain activities, certain operations that would not be able to meet groundwater quality standards. So it included in the law a variance provision. And that allows a company, if the company's normal lawful operations are going to result in the violation of the regulations, to apply to the Water Quality Control Commission for a variance. And that's actually happened, as I mentioned before, at the Chino Mine. The mine got a variance for the Lee Hill leaching operation, and that was in 2007. And then at the Tyrone mine, a variance was granted for the Savannah Pit leaching operation. The Environment Department supported those variances, and the Water Quality Control Commission readily granted them. Let me explain to you also why variances and the variance process is important. First of all, under a variance, the mine has to continue monitoring groundwater where the contamination is occurring. There's also very clear cleanup requirements. After the operation that causes the contamination is completed, the mine has to clean up that groundwater. And there's also a public participation procedure. The variance provision in the law requires public participation. The public has the opportunity to comment on the variance, to ask for a hearing on the variance. So there's a certain amount of transparency and accountability that's built into that process. Now, if House Bill 220 is enacted, it would not change the variance procedure at all. It would not prevent the Water Quality Control Commission from issuing variances. It would not make it more difficult for the mines to obtain variances. They could get variances just as they did before, as they did for many years before the copper mining rule was adopted. And I should point out one other point on variances. I've heard it argued that if this legislation is enacted, that variances won't be available anymore because you have to get a variance from the statute. And that's just not the case. The variance would be from the standards, from the water quality standards. And those water quality standards are in the regulations, 20.6.2, 3103, New Mexico Administrative Code. And that's what you get a variance for. And that has been the case in the past, and that would be the case if this legislation is enacted. So again, I want to stress that House Bill 220, if it were enacted, would not put any copper mines out of business, and it would not make it any more difficult for the Environment Department to issue groundwater discharge permits for copper mining operations. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to just briefly talk about House Bill 255. Which phases out over 2 years the loophole in the State Mining Act that allows mining companies to put up a corporate guarantee as part of financial assurance. So currently, mining companies in New Mexico are allowed to use a corporate guarantee to cover up to 75% of the cost of cleanup and reclamation. So instead of putting up a more secure form of financial assurance like cash, or a surety bond, or collateral, or a letter of credit from a bank, to ensure that there will be enough money available to cover the cost of cleanup when the mines play out, mine operators can just make a promise to cover up to 75% of the reclamation and cleanup costs. This allows mining companies to shift the financial burden and environmental risk for cleanup and reclamation onto the state of New Mexico and local communities like us. And here in Grant County, Freeport's Chino, Cobre, and Tyrone mines have $104 million in a corporate guarantee provided by Freeport McMoran subsidiary Freeport Minerals Corporation. So again, this is essentially an IOU for $104 million. So if Freeport Minerals goes bankrupt and can no longer cover this environmental liability, then the state of New Mexico, through its taxpayers, will have to put up the cash for the cleanup. Or, more likely, $104 million in reclamation and cleanup would not be done, and Grant County residents would have to bear the environmental risk of incomplete cleanup. So why is it important that we have the financial resources to cover the full cost of reclamation? So you've all probably seen the tailings blowing off Pond 7 over by the Grant County Airport, right? The wind blows tailings from the pond and spreads contaminants downwind of the site and sometimes even across the highway when the wind blows from the other direction. We need that tailings pond completely reclaimed when the mine closes to protect our air quality and people, wildlife, and ecosystems downwind of the tailings facility. The tailings facility is also unlined. There's no liner underneath it. So we need sufficient financial assurance in place to keep the containment system of wells and pumps operating forever. Because this is a continuous source of pollution to groundwater. It's unlined. So the only way that pollution stays contained is if you're operating these pumps and pumping back that contamination to the waste treatment facility. And preventing the contamination from migrating and contaminating more groundwater. So if $104 million in reclamation costs is covered only by a corporate promise, how can we be sure that the cleanup will happen? And HB 255 will make sure that Freeport uses more secure forms of financial assurance to ensure that the money is available for cleanup and reclamation. Now, some people say, it won't happen here. Freeport is large, it's a stable corporation, but in 2015 and 16, Freeport wasn't so stable and it failed the Mining Act's financial soundness test and it no longer qualified as a guarantor for its Grant County mines. It had to come up with cash to reduce the amount of guarantee as well as change the guarantor. Luckily, it used the interest earned on its cash trust, which was put up as part of financial assurance, to reduce the corporate guarantee, and it also changed the guarantor to the Freeport subsidiary, Freeport Minerals, that didn't carry on its balance sheet the $20 billion in debt that the corporation had from an oil and gas acquisition. Unfortunately, this close call still resulted in $104 million in a risky corporate guarantee held by Freeport Minerals. So HB 255 is not a radical proposal. After many defaults by mining companies, states and the federal government are rising up to the risk of allowing corporate guarantees. So since 2005, the Government Accountability Office has reported several times that operators of hard rock mines on the Bureau of Land Management lands have not provided financial assurances sufficient to cover estimated reclamation costs in the event that operators fail to perform the required reclamation. So most recently, in 2008, the GAO reported that the financial assurances that were provided for 52 operators were about $61 million less than needed to fully cover estimated reclamation costs, which could leave the taxpayer with a bill on reclamation if the operator fails to do so. So recognizing this problem, there are a number of western states that have significant mining operations that no longer accept corporate guarantees, including California, Idaho, and Nevada, for example. And now the federal BLM and U.S. Forest Service no longer accept corporate guarantees. And right now, there's a bill going through the Colorado legislature to prohibit corporate guarantees. So here in New Mexico, we have first-hand experience picking up the tab to remediate an environmental liability created by a bankrupt company. So many of you maybe have heard about the Carlsbad brine well. IAW Incorporated operated a brine well in the center of Carlsbad to pump groundwater for oil and gas production, and that significant groundwater withdrawal left behind an unstable cavern that has caused landslides and threatens catastrophic collapse under the South Hawaii Highway, which is one of Carlsbad's most used roadways. And the well was decommissioned in 2008, and then the company went bankrupt in 2011, leaving behind this huge environmental liability. And then last year, in 2008, our state legislature approved $43 million to remediate this site before it collapses and potentially causes an estimated $1 billion in damages. And Eddy County and the city of Carlsbad had to put up $4 million each in order for the state legislature to commit to that $43 million. So, in summary, HB 255 will phase out over 2 years. So it's not immediate. It gives mine operators 2 years to phase out corporate guarantees from affiliated corporations to ensure that sufficient financial resources are in place to clean up and reclaim our mine sites to protect our environment and public health. And with that, Charlie and I will stand for questions if you have them. Thank you very much for being able to provide you with this presentation.
Thank you. Any questions, Commissioner?
Who is it and when the variances?
Water Quality Control Commission.
And who is that made of?
It's made out of the secretaries of 5 or 6 different state agencies. There's a New Mexico Bureau of Mines representative, there's an agricultural representative, and then I believe there are 4 members that are appointed by the governor. They're sort of at large now. So it's a rather large body.
Yes, but appointed members would be by the governor?
They would usually be folks who have some expertise in the issues that the Water Quality Control Commission deals with. They're just members of the public.
And currently, the copper rule doesn't force them to get variances.
Under the copper mine rule, a variance is not necessary. The copper mine rule allows copper mines, it just applies to copper mines, allows copper mines to contaminate groundwater above the New Mexico water quality standards without obtaining a variance.
Okay, now, I did read the bill, and again, those things are very difficult to read. But what I took from it was going to be measured at the point of entrance to the ground, right?
That is where the compliance with the water quality standards is determined. Yes, that's correct.
So to me, that meant inside the mine property.
Yes, and that's the way that the Environment Department has always interpreted the Water Quality Act up until the adoption of the copper mine rule.
And at present, under the copper mine rule, who monitors compliance?
The New Mexico Environment Department.
Okay, and they would monitor compliance even if the law changed, even if 220 passed?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
So, what the variance does, what having to get the variance does is strengthen the requirement for cleanup. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the Water Quality Control Board or Commission, whatever it's called, is there, at any point in that process, is there a risk of there, I don't know why I ask this, so how will the members at large are appointed by the governor? Where do those names come from? Like, what I'm really trying to get at is, can the Water Quality Control Board be stacked?
It depends on how you define staff. Members of the Water Quality Control Commission, the members at large are appointed by the governor, and the agency heads are also governor appointees. So the Water Quality Control Commission is usually going to have somewhat of a political leaning, although my experience, and I have practiced before the Water Quality Control Commission for many years, for the most part, the commissioners recognize their duty, and they usually have technical backgrounds, and they're usually trying to look at things from a technical standpoint. Excuse me. And that's usually how their decisions are made. But, you know, I can't say that that's always how it works. The system, as all political systems, is imperfect.
So, Commissioner, I haven't heard my mind on this question, so as far as who would be on that board to give allow for variances, I'm just going because I don't know, would you think that anybody that's sponsoring this bill or would be allowed to be on this board to allow the variances?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, the sponsor of the bill is on the legislature, so he would not be on the Water Quality Control Commission. There certainly may be people who are supporting or opposed to this legislation who might be on the Water Quality Control Commission. But let me make one point here, and that is that the Water Quality Control Commission adopted variances for the copper mines in Grant County under the Richardson administration and under the Johnson administration. So, it doesn't seem to me like politics got in the way there, or
Chairman Pulte, I do also want to mention that GRIP supported both variances that Mr. DeSalen mentioned, the Lee Hill Pit variance and the Savannah Pit variance. We were there at those proceedings, and we agreed with the Water Quality Control Commission in granting those variances, so we supported them.
Any other questions from the Commission?
On corporate guarantees, okay? Who monitors the corporate guarantees? Because you did say that what was it, 2014 or 15, they were made to put up other types of surety bonds. So is there a regular monitoring of that?
Sure. The Mining and Minerals Division requires the financial soundness test to be met after every quarterly SEC filing by Freeport. So they must submit to the state their SEC filing and the results of the financial soundness test. Now, one thing that is very concerning to me in the fact that Freeport Minerals Corporation is not a publicly traded corporation, and so no longer do we see the financials of Freeport Minerals Corporation, and so that's just not publicly available since it's not a publicly traded company. So anyway, so they have to go through the same financial soundness test through the Mining and Minerals Division. And Mining and Minerals, if there's a problem, and you can see the record, it's on our website in terms of what the chronology was in terms of back in 2015 and 2016, what happened in terms of the state giving Freeport California notice that it had to replace its third-party guarantee and reduce the amount of the third-party guarantee. So that went on for, I believe, 3 quarters in 2015 and 2016.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. What I hear you saying is there's a method to monitor the financial stability of the guarantee. If they don't meet that financial stability, then they have to put up some other form, such as surety bonds.
Well, yes, and you're right, that there is a method to monitor, that is very true. The problem is that by the time a corporation is in financial trouble, and it can no longer pass the financial soundness test, and it can no longer pony up, if you will, the amount of money held in that corporate guarantee, because they're on the road to bankruptcy, it's already too late for the state of New Mexico and our communities, and so that's what's problematic. Now, in the case of what happened in 2015 and 16, there was a process, and Freeport was able to come up with the cash to reduce the corporate guarantee and replace the guarantee.
If I could elaborate on Allison's response just a little bit. What happens unfortunately is if the parent company that is the guarantor is not doing well financially, a lot of times the sub is not doing well financially also, and it becomes very hard for the sub to get a letter of credit or to get a surety bond or another more secure form of financial assurance because it's in that financial situation.
Well, what I'm speaking to is currently, FMI or Freeport McMoRan, they went through the quarterly reviews. They failed to meet the financial stability. They were forced to buy surety bonds. So in other words, the system worked. So with Freeport, historically, they were able to do it. So we're not supposing that they might not be able. Their history is that they did do it.
Commissioner, that was the history back in 2016 when this happened. But the whole point of this bill and not allowing corporate guarantees is to prevent a bad situation from happening in the future. The other thing is that in 2016 they didn't just get surety bonds, they put up a lot of collateral in the form of land, of which the value is, let's say, subject to fluctuation. If the company goes into bankruptcy and they have to sell the property, it's going to be very difficult for the state. The state has to take over if the company goes into bankruptcy. It's going to be very difficult for the state to get the value of that property and then be able to use those funds to complete the reclamation.
Well, in going with the reclamation, there was a method of deciding how much money was needed for reclamation, right?
Yes.
And just to make them math easy, it was around $400 million. 300, so just to make them math easy.
All right.
So currently, they have, in some financial institutions, put up about half that money, right? And the rest is under guarantees.
I can give you those numbers. $274 million held in other forms, more liquid forms, so cash, letter of credit, collateral. It's $104 million in corporate guarantee. So just so you're...
But see, I was confused because you were saying that, I understood you saying that 75% could be done, but Freeport's not doing that. They're doing maybe a third.
So, yes, so that's true. The law says, says up to 75%, but what has happened since 2003, there was a settlement, the 27 settlement. The company has spent 10 years doing accelerated reclamation on the ground and has done a tremendous job reclaiming unused mining units that are no longer being used, and they applied for a financial assurance release. So they've gotten a lot of money back that they had originally put up to cover reclamation and cleanup. Now that reclamation and cleanup is done at at the unused portions of Tyrone and Chino, they've been able to get that money back. So that's why the relative mix has come down from something like, I think it was 67, 70% at one time, is down more like 27, 28%.
Again, I understand you saying that since they've already done reclamation, they've reduced their financial burden. Correct. And you were specific to the hurricanes and Whitewater Creek. So, you know, I live in Baylor and I go to Denver a lot and go to movies. And I see a lot of reclamation done to the tails. I live on Copper Creek, and one of the gentlemen alluded, it's Whitewater Creek, but we know it's Copper Creek. My mother-in-law currently lives by there, and I see a lot of activity down on Copper Creek doing a lot of cleanup. So, I guess Freeport is actively reclaiming right now?
Yeah, I mean, and I agree with what you're saying, and I don't think that necessarily, conflicts with still the need to have more secure form of financial assurance for $104 million. Now remember, we're talking about reclaiming these Chino, Tyrone, Cobre, when the mines split out. That's potentially decades from now, that's in the future. So, mines are going to be operating, and but we're talking about making sure that when the mines play out, and at that point, the mines aren't profitable anymore, right? The mines are over. That there's money there set aside to guarantee that reclamation and cleanup is going to happen. So that's hopefully that answers your question.
Well, sure. The other point that I'm sort of confused about, because you're using that brine well in the eastern part of the state as a reflection of what might happen here in Grant County. But to me, that's not apples to apples. That brine well was completely different. The surety, the financial responsibilities, and the corporation that ran it was a lot smaller than what Freeport ran.
Using that example, and yes, you're right that IW Inc. was, I should say, a very different company than Freeport McMoran, but I provided that example to you, Paul, as consideration for kind of how this has already played out in the state, and what has happened in the state having to pick up the cost of remediating environmental liability for
I just wanted to make the point that in that consideration, it wasn't the same. It's not apples to apples. One's black, one's white. Thank you so much for the information.
Allison, respectfully, you referred to yourself, I think, to GRIP as a watchdog group?
Yes.
Did you say that? Okay. So, I don't have a watchdog at the house anymore, but Ron and I used to. We loved her. She was an invited guest there, and she was part of our family. And we loved her, she was welcome, and we fed her well. So I guess my question is to you do you feel like that you're part of this family here? And who feeds you?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, I've been a member of the Grant County community for over 20 years. My husband owns
I'm sorry, I didn't mean you personally, I meant GRIP.
Yeah, right. And I understand that.
Our organization was formed 20 years ago by concerned citizens, longtime citizens of Grant County, who felt that the community needed a voice as our, then at the time, Scotch mines were going through the permitting under the Mining Act. And so, we feel a responsibility to our community. We try to be the voice for the voiceless, the people who maybe don't feel comfortable coming to a meeting like this and, taking a lot of heat, and really advocating for people in the community who maybe live next to the mine. All of us who live here, who are experiencing impacts, but so we have lots of supporters in this community, and so we've been here for 20 years.
Your income, where does your income come from? Does that come locally, or is that a lot about out of state?
Our income comes from people in this community, from grassroots, from the grassroots here in Brevard County and southwestern New Mexico. We also apply for grants like nonprofits around the state do. So, that's where the funding comes from.
Any other questions? No, I'm sorry. Thank you, I appreciate your time. Yes, thank you. So moving down to the next item, which would be implications of House Bill 220, House Bill 255 of Freeport Mac operation in Grant County. Tony Trujillo, Gil Molenberg, and Tom Shelby.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Tony Trujillo, and it's good to be back in Grant County, believe me. Mr. Chairman, members of the state committee, is because I'm still in Santa Fe, and I apologize for that. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, with me today is Del Molenberg. Del is an attorney with Younger and Kennedy, who's worked for Freeport for, I'm afraid to say how many years. And he also represents Freeport Santa Fe along with me. And also Tom Shelley, who's a manager of Freeport's manager of reclamation. Again, thank you for having us here. I tell you, it is really refreshing to see what you have done today here. And allowing people to come and do what they did, they express their views either way. I tell you, in Santa Fe right now, we're in a 60-day session. It started on January 15th, and it'll end on March 16th. So we sit here today, 23 more days for that session to go. If I walk into a committee room right now in Santa Fe to testify, and you saw the interest of this type of bill. There's a lot of bills up there that are bringing people from all over the state to talk to the legislators. You go to a committee right now, and you have this type of crowd, you only get 5 minutes, and only 3 people at many times can speak out of that group. If you can imagine that. If you can imagine that. So if I was to take all my Freeport friends here to go up to Santa Fe to help me with talk about this bill, only 3 of us can talk. So that's why I was in amazement and just enjoying what you did here today as commissioners, Mr. Chairman. A big thank you for what you did. That's government at work, and I appreciate that. I also feel really, and I probably addressed here before you because I saw a lot of orange vest up there, and you know, I'm a retiree from Freeport, worked there 41 years. Retired 3 years ago, and
you know, if anybody has one of those orange vests, they could let me, I'll really feel better, you know. I'm proud but I'm still a Freeport diehard, you know. That's what I've been accused of when I go out to San. And I have no issue with that, you know. But, what I'm going to do is just kind of lay out what's going on in Santa Fe right now with this bill. Kind of go into the details so you know exactly what I'm facing out there. This is my 31st session where I've been representing Freeport out there as a lobbyist, okay? And I've seen a lot of bad stuff out there that's been aimed at mining and Freeport. And I will tell you, unequivocally, that these are the two worst bills I have ever seen introduced against Freeport. I will get into it. Well, let me just tell you what I want to do here. I want to give you an update on both bills, and then what I want to do after that is I want to introduce them, and I think it's important for you to know who's pushing this kind of stuff. When they were introduced, what it looks like as far as timing, and what we've been telling the folks out there about this bill as far as Freeport, and who's supporting those bills, okay? So, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dell and Tom, because they need to verify some misinformation that's been given to you, and misinformation that's been talked about on the Senate. And then I want to conclude after we do that and see if you got any questions. The House Bill 220, it was introduced on January 11th. Now remember I said that the session started on January 15th, so this is what's called a pre-file bill. So we go into the session knowing already before they even hit the gavel to start the session that we're going to have this House Bill 220 already to deal with. It was introduced by Representative Matthew McQueen. He's a Democrat from Santa Fe. Okay? That's important to keep in mind. The bill relates to water. I got the bill here with me if you want to see it, but we refer to it as the discharge permit bill. That's what we call it. Who's supporting the passage of this bill? It's the Environmental Law Center. Mr. DeSantis here, who spoke before you. He is the attorney representing that Environmental Law Center, and he is sitting there with the gentleman from Santa Fe as the expert witness. Okay? Others that are testifying in committee in support of passage of this bill is GRIP, Sierra Club, Amigos Bravos, and there's two other ones that I couldn't understand what their affiliation is, two or three other ones. So when I hear words like, we're not anti-mining, we, support the mining industry and everything, not one time that I've been able to testify in front of committees have I had GRIP, Amigos Bravos, Sierra Club, they're decided to support anything that we're doing. I call people that support the mining industry, I want to stand there and support them. Those are the people. The ones that tried to stop this bill is Freeport, Del and I, the ones taking the shot. There's a company by the name of Chevron who lived in the mine. It's now closed down in Cuesta, and the dairies, the statewide dairies, are the ones that are really concerned about that. And then there's some trade associations, the New Mexico Mining Association, and a couple other statewide business groups that stand up to try to help us out. But having said that, the testimony by the expert witness has clearly indicated that this bill is aimed directly at Freeport. There's testimony, you can catch that. There's no question, even though Chevron's concerned, that there's a concern. This bill has gone on record to say this is aimed strictly at Freeport, okay? Now, what's happened to it, here's the path it's taken so far. It was first scheduled on Thursday, January 24th, and then it was rolled over, what we call rollover. They decided not to hear that, they just do it in the next committee. And what happens when the bills are introduced, as people understand, they get introduced and then they're read out in the floor, given 2 committee referrals, then they come to, before they come to the floor so that everybody can vote on them. Okay? So, 220 was heard in House Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Committee on Saturday, February 2nd. That's the first hearing then. Want to guess who the chairman of that committee is? Matthew McQueen, Representative Matthew McQueen. It passed out of that committee by a vote of 8-4, and to pass it out, and 5 against passing it. Straight party line vote. 8 Democrats, 5 Republicans. That day, once it was voted out there, it was passed out to House Judiciary Committee. Now, it's still sitting there, and that committee has not been scheduled at all. So there's 23 days, 22 as I stand here today. If it starts moving again at the hearing, it still, remember, it still has to go, if it passes, it has to go to the House floor. If it goes to the House floor, then it has to go to the Senate side, and then gets 2 committee referrals, and then House floor again. With that many days left, it's going to be very difficult for that bill to move, but I'll tell you, it still could happen. And I'm not relaxing, I'm doing everything I can. And I've got to stop here and tell you that the people's voices that you heard today is being heard up in Santa Fe clearly. Let me tell you. They are getting the message clear that Grant County miners, businesses, community members are expressing their voices up there, and that's why that bill hasn't moved. That's why it's standing there, because of you. Thank you. Allies that I have out there because of what you're doing. Now, I will say I've been talking to the woodsheds by leadership out there to kind of help tone it down. I love what you're doing, just put it up there. So what I'm saying in committee, I only have 5 minutes, I have to go in there, I have to explain to people that who I am, and what I've been doing. Freeport is the largest employer in Southwest New Mexico. I tell them, got 1,500 employees that carries over and impacts over 4,000 jobs here in Southwest New Mexico. And I tell them real simply in this bill, that I don't have to spend much time explaining this, because it's simply, the words of that bill say what it means. It stops copper mining in Southwest New Mexico. And the story. There's no other way you can read it. It stops copper mining in Grant County. So let me stop right there. And as I'm done up there, I'll turn it over to Delbert. I don't know which one I'm going to go first, to get a little bit down the weeds on the technical part of this bill, because I think you need to understand there's some misinformation that's been given that we need to correct it, okay? So
Mr. Chairman, Grant County Commissioners, thank you for having us here today. And I love you and appreciate what you're doing. And I'm an employee at Freeport McMoran, and I'm the reclamation manager for New Mexico operations. I also serve as the Tyrone environmental manager.
quite a few other capacities since 1993. So I've been working there for almost 26 years. And I've been involved with environmental permitting the whole time. I handed out a fact sheet, and I'll refer to it. You should have a copy. But I'm not going to dwell on the economic impact. It's on there. It gives you 1 year of economic impact. And that has been sustained for many years here. Right. So, my company has always shown an incredible amount of restraint and running interference for our employees, because those of us that spend a lot of time in San Jose, we try to take care of that business so they can take care of the real business here. But as Tony said, this bill is different, and I'm glad to hear that the Environmental Law Center has had a conversation with someone in the Environment Department, and it's telling me to be okay and be cool about this. But just like Mr. Bays, I can read, and it's very clear that our permits would be denied because when you have these copper mines, they occur in what's called a porphyry ore deposit. Porphyry copper deposit. It involves a lot of different minerals, and just to dig the pits and move overburden ore out of the pit exposes those minerals to the environment, and they generate, and then when it rains, it releases and dissolves metals, which causes the groundwater contamination just inside the open pit itself. Okay, and also in the rock piles where we move the rock to. And if on the face of it, this bill would make that, would say that nobody can dig an open pit because we cannot stop that natural process from occurring. And that is the simple truth of it. And this bill would force the Environment Department then to deny our permits that we rely on. Now, I've also heard that, hey, it was said here today that the Environment Department always interpreted the rules the way it's being portrayed right now by the Environmental Law Center and GRIP. And that is not correct, because those open pits had already been dug and intersected the groundwater table, and that contamination existed in 1978. And yet, our discharge permits were issued, and without a variance. So that was not how that law was interpreted or intended to say you're going to be in violation if you even dig an open pit copper mine. No, the legislature then recognized that there is valuable economic activity that needs to occur in copper mining, and it is going to cause impacts. But those impacts, what their intent was, is that those impacts would not impair other water users, and that it would be contained within the mine area. And that is what has been done for 40 years almost now. So this bill does not return us to business before the copper rule. That is a myth. All right. Our communities and you as commissioners get asked a lot of tough questions, And I owe it to the community to answer their question about this, because it was asked a couple of times today. Is my drinking water contaminated? We have not and will not impact our community's drinking water. We absolutely understand and take very seriously our responsibility to protect groundwater. Our company and our employees are engaged in environmental stewardship, and these are our commitments too. The reason I'm wearing this today, it's my safety vest. And you think, okay, this is what protects me when I'm out in the mine. No, it isn't. It's him and her that protects me. This safety vest represents my brothers and sisters, and we're a team out there. We've got a great deal of teamwork, and it's been said by some that we put profits in front of the environment. That is absolutely not true. We heard it today. We take great pride in our environmental stewardship. I'm honored to be representing Freeport again here today. Protecting the environment along with safety come ahead of production every single day. So, I described the unavoidable impacts that the beneficial activity of copper mining creates. Those are unavoidable. The original Water Quality Act never intended to say, hey, you're in violation if you engage in copper mining. That was not their intent. And the history proves that. Or they wouldn't have been able to issue the permits. They would have been denied the way the proposed legislation was written. Okay, another myth. The idea that the rules for copper mining facilities allows lax groundwater standards or pollution without limitation is a myth perpetuated by GRIP and others. It is simply not true. On the contrary, the rules codify environmental protections and practices that have worked well at copper mines. We've learned a lot in 40 years, and also require even more above and beyond the previous practices. We have containment systems in place, monitor them continuously every day. And they ensure that the impacted water is contained and reused in our mine processes, which also ensures that impacted water, the amount of fresh water we need to bring in is minimized. The New Mexico Environment Department is intimately involved in ensuring these systems are functioning, and they audit our process frequently. Now, our company doesn't want to scare people or worry people and all that. We'd rather that they enjoy their lives and their work, which we are very good at. And we've been accused of fear-mongering, and frankly, a little bit of that occurred just a few minutes ago. Allison read off our data from the toxic release inventory list. I want to make sure you understand what that is. It's a requirement which we are required to do by EPA. But they have set up the rules on how you define a release. It's not what you think, or it's not what you were probably thinking as you read off that list. The majority of all those metals and so forth that you read off, how many million pounds, is us simply taking the overburden rock and placing it outside the pit so that we can get to the ore. That's it. That is not truly a release to the environment. So again, we have not and will not impact our communities and neighbors' water supply. I would be proud to show any of you how successful our reclamation has been. There's not much else I really enjoy showing that and talking about it. Over 6,000 acres of high-quality reclamation. Our employees and the majority of our community are very appreciative of what has been accomplished, and Allison is too. I appreciate that. We recognize that this is also a key component of our stewardship and protection of water quality. We've won state and worldwide awards for this, most recently from the Wildlife Habitat Council, which is a worldwide competition. We strive to be good neighbors to our community. House Bill 220 changes the law in a way that will cause permits that we need to operate to be denied and will therefore cause money to be stopped and jobs to be lost. We have told the truth to our employees what's written in black and white on those bills. And we need to be honest with them on what it says, not what somebody is talking about up in Santa Fe. We have to go by what that says.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Tony. As Tony indicated, my name is Dow Malmberg. I'm an attorney with Gallagher and Kennedy in Santa Fe. And I represented Fort McMoran and before that Phelps College regarding its compliance with the Water Quality Act since the late 1980s. So quite a long time. And I can confirm what Tom has said about those early discharge permits that were issued by the Environment Department under the current Water Quality Act. These mines have never met drinking water standards inside the mine, or could they? Yet those permits were issued for many years. I've also represented the mines regarding the Mining Act compliance, closure of reclamation, and financial assurance since the inception of the mining over 25 years ago. I really appreciate all of the public comments that were given this morning. And as I live in Santa Fe, and I probably have enough experience with this that somebody or some folks might call me an expert. But one thing I learned most clearly from these comments is that the citizens of Grant County do not need another expert from Santa Fe to tell them what's what. I've been asked to provide comments to you regarding the impact of House Bill 220 on the Population of Grant County in the event that the legislation is enacted. This bill would amend a section of the Water Quality Act that would compel the Environment Department to deny a discharge permit if groundwater standards are not or will not be met. Groundwater quality standards are equivalent to the standards set for safe drinking water. Now,
You may have heard that this bill simply returns us to an earlier day before the past, this most recent governor was in place. And I can confirm that the language in this bill for a period of years before that was what the Environment Department claimed that it meant. And I can also tell you during that time, we were in hearings for days upon end in front of the Environment Department here locally in the state, and also in Santa Fe. And then writing briefs and arguing before the Court of Appeals and the New Mexico Supreme Court, fighting for the life of these mines. That's what was going on during that period of time. And I can also tell you that during that time, there was a big delay in actions on discharge permits for the mines. The Environment Department got years and years behind, and we're still catching up now, although that's starting to go better under the copper rule. So under the Act as it currently reads, it requires that groundwater quality standards be met at a place of withdrawal of water for present or reasonably foreseeable future use. Now that phrase has been criticized here as being unclear. However, what it really does is give some flexibility for the Water Quality Control Commission to give some thoughtful consideration to developing rules that are possible to comply with, strict and protective of everybody's groundwater, but that allow the copper mines to get their permits. And if they don't have those permits, they can't operate. So you can criticize that language for being unclear, but it gives the commission the discretion to consider what's going on in the copper mines and come up with a set of sensible regulations. And I would tell you that two panels of the Court of Appeals, as well as the New Mexico Supreme Court, have all recognized that's a reasonable way to go, because they all agree with the Water Quality Control Commission and the arguments that we presented, recognizing that it is impossible to meet drinking water standards inside the copper mines for the reasons that Mr. Sheldon has explained. And in fact, that's not disputed. That's not disputed by the supporters of House Bill 220. That's why they have told us, don't worry about it. You may lose the provision in the copper rule that says you don't have to comply with drinking water standards inside the mine, but you can just go get a variance. No problem. I guess if that's so true, I'm not sure what the point is. House Bill 220 will change that, regardless of what you heard. The reason is, there is a provision in the Water Quality Act that allows the Commission to grant a variance, but only from its own regulations. Now, if House Bill 220 is passed, a lot of those regulations will have to be changed. We don't know quite how yet. But the important part is, the Commission has no authority to grant a variance from the Act itself. So they've been able to grant variances from their regulations as those currently have been adopted under the Act. But obviously, nobody has ever granted a variance from the Act, because that can't be done, and nobody's granted a variance from the Act as it would read after 220 is adopted. So we disagree that we can even get variances. A couple of thoughts about past variances as well. There is no right to a variance. It's totally discretionary with the commission. And I can tell you that the first time we went to the commission for a variance, even though the environment department supported it, the vote on that was 6-5. And that's because a number of the commissioners felt they had more authority to grant variance from standards. So, that's because the commission felt that they had, excuse me, I'm not saying it right. Because the commission felt that they had more authority. Yes. That the commissioners felt they had more authority to grant a variance from standards. In fact, that position has been taken in reasonable commission for many years, including the reason process. There's a debate about that issue, but the Act says that the commission can grant a variance only from its regulations, and some have interpreted that to mean that they can't grant variances from standards. In fact, the variances that the Freeport was granted are from the commission's regulations, they're specifically not from the standards. So let me talk about House Bill 255 a little bit.
Let's stop with 220, if that's okay, and then see if you have any questions about 220. And I apologize for taking so much time on 220, but as I started saying, the Chairman, Commission members, this is the stop mining bill that, we need to spend some time explaining to you, okay? So let me stop there and then before we go into the other one. And the other one will be a lot quicker, I promise. But see if anybody's got any questions on that one.
Thank you. You guys okay with that? You have any questions? Thank you.
So you said early on in this conversation that this bill would stop copper mining. Can you? So, and I've heard everything you said, but I need to hear you say why it will stop copper mining as simply as possible.
As I said earlier, this part of the Water Quality Act begins with a statement which says, no permit may be issued unless standards are met. That's probably the simple answer. Or the department must deny a permit if standards are not met. Okay? There is no dispute that if the Act is amended as House Bill 220 would require, it would require groundwater standards, the same as drinking water standards, to be met in groundwater that exists inside the mine. And groundwater exists inside the mine. These mines go well below the water table, and in fact the pits draw groundwater in. There's no debate about that point. So if you stopped right there on its face, House Bill 220 would say, because groundwater standards cannot be met by the mines inside the mines, the permits would have to be met. And without those permits, we can't operate. So that's really the simplest question.
And that's where the variance piece comes in.
That's where the variance piece comes in as you can. And that's where there's a disagreement in interpretation, but frankly, I think it's very clear that if House Bill 220 were enacted, it would change the legal situation with respect to variances. Because you would have that language, the interpretation that groundwater standards have to be met inside the mine
would no longer be an interpretation by the department or an interpretation of the acts by the commission and its rules. It would be written in stone in the act itself. And the commission cannot grant a variance from the act. Hopefully that was helpful, but that's
I have a question for Mr. Shell. When I go home today and turn on my tap to get me drinkable water, what are you guys doing to ensure that my water is clean and safe? How are you monitoring? How are you making sure that it's not getting into the water table that feeds the wells that feed our system? Because I live in Mayor, and the mine is literally in our backyard.
right. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Salas, for that question. Two things occur. One, if groundwater is tending to flow toward off-site, then we are required to install interceptor systems or any control that's feasible to stop that groundwater flow from moving off-site. We have that, for example, in Oak Grove at Tyrone, where groundwater did flow off-site. We have an interceptor system right now. It's being enhanced. So that's one way. The other way is to measure and make sure that we are doing a good job of that. We have, well, you heard today, and it's an accurate number, 800 groundwater monitoring wells around Chino that are measured, most of them quarterly, some of them on a semi-annual basis, and reported to the Environment Department. And then that's all publicly available information, and then also the Environment Department spends a lot of time here with us auditing our systems.
Questions?
First, I want to thank the three of you for being here. It's really nice to see you again, actually. We go back a long ways. Like to consider ourselves friends. I want to say, Tom, it's been said before, but actually, I'm going to say it again, you've done an excellent job of recognition. I really appreciate the work you've done. Really respect you for how you've done it. It's been great. Round of applause, let's go. I've never been an adversary with anybody, I don't believe, who thinks and speaks as clearly as you do. And I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the clarity you brought to this discussion right now. And I actually think if several of us could sit down in a room, we might get to some mutual agreement, because I agree with much of what you said. In fact, there was such a process like that, was there not? Before the Copperkit Rule, there was a stakeholder group that was trying to address the ridiculous appeal process that kept happening. The fact that you had to keep getting variances, and that was uncertain for you. The fact that we had to live not knowing if our groundwater was going to be protected or not. Was there, do you remember that stakeholder process?
Commissioner, yes, I do recall that process. And I don't necessarily agree with some of the characterization of that process.
Please elaborate. Okay.
Well, actually, one of the interesting points about that process is that in recognition of what you just said, Mr. Commissioner, that the idea of having to get variances and the uncertainty about variances, particularly the uncertainty that's created for the ability of a company to invest in Mexico mines and improve them, knowing that they're going to have a long, long time to recover their investment back. That there was a need to do something different in the capitals. And the genesis of the exemption for compliance with standards in the pit
actually came from that discussion and was written in a draft of the rules, probably not in precisely the same way as it currently exists, but that concept and that idea was actually in a draft that was there. So the copper rules certainly evolved beyond those discussions, but they did exist. And
let me take why I'm bringing this up a step further. It's my opinion, and you may well not agree with this, that if that stakeholder group had reached an agreement, we would now have a stable situation where you wouldn't have to seek variances, we wouldn't have to seek new legislation. Business could proceed the way we all want it to proceed. And my impression, now my call is one, was that that process got hijacked when the mine's proposal was accepted carte blanche as the mine wanted, and all the efforts to reach a compromise fell apart. That is how we got the copper mine rule, and that is why HB 220 exists right now. If we had reached some other agreement, the Martinez administration hadn't interfered, we might actually have what we both want, which is a stable situation. So you raised a crucial point. You said, if we can just keep getting variances, what's the difference? Why not just say no need variances? This is my impression, and Mr. DeSantis said the same thing, that if you have to come back every 5 years to get a variance, there is increased accountability on your part. It is my impression that if you have to do that, you actually have to monitor the groundwork. And if you are just given an exemption within the area of containment of the open pit, that you don't have to monitor the water within it. All the monitoring Mr. Shelley referred to, I believe, so you can answer the question correctly, is to make sure you don't see any exceedances of standards outside the open pit. I'm going to call the open pit capture zone. I know that's mining terms and not higher quality terms, but that's the term I know. It's only protecting outside of that open pit capture zone. Is that not correct?
Commissioner Ryan, I'll let Mr. Shelley speak if I'm stepping down technically, but I don't agree with you really in a number of respects. The statement has been made that no monitoring is required inside the mine, and I guess part of that is what's inside the mine. I mean,
well, so we have an open pit capture zone.
But getting to the open pit capture zone, it is necessary to have a set of monitoring wells, many of which are located inside the mine, to measure particularly groundwater levels. That set of monitoring wells proves where groundwater, in essence, where there's a groundwater divide, on one side of which all of the groundwater flows to the bottom of the pit. And we know that from it's been studied today. But if you measure that point, you know inside of it, all of the water is going to the bottom of the pit. Outside, it's going away.
And we are talking about Chino.
Well, we're talking
Because in Tyrone, there's a gradient that flows through.
Well, no, actually, Tyrone works similarly to Chino. The hydrology is different, but yeah. So, the concept behind the copper rule is if we know where that divide is, and if we know that inside that line, all groundwater is going to go to the bottom of the pit, then we know it's not going to be drinking water standards there. That's a fundamental piece of the copper rule. And that's the concept behind the exemption from that area of the standards, because we know it's not going to be standards. Now, another misconception is that the copper rule does not require regulation inside that pit area. It does.
probably requires a lot of things to be done in that area, including reclamation of much of that area after mine closure, including management of all the water that's in there pursuant to a water management plan that's approved by the Environment Department, and following closure, again, knowing that water won't meet drinking water standards. Plans that have been approved by the Environment Department, and I believe Rick was agreed to them as well, that will require that water to be treated and then made suitable for sub-use outside the mine after the mine is closed. That's not a problem on mines operating because that water is being used at the time.
We do agree on many things, actually.
And I'll just add that that is why we already know what the water quality is like in that zone. And the open pit serves as a very important environmental control for conventional open pit copper mines. It draws that water in, and we know we have containment there. It's very important. So, it's misleading to say, oh yeah, you don't have to meet standards there. Well, we're already telling the whole world we won't meet standards there. So, and as far as I can see, even after closure, we're still going to be monitoring the water quality there in the pit. We're going to be operating a water treatment plant. We have to know everything about that groundwater so we can manage it properly. So, it's a misrepresentation to say, oh yeah, willy-nilly, you can turn your back on that whole thing.
I might add one final point on that, which is we recently had a discharge permit renewal, I guess it's been about a year ago now, with respect to the coke plant that was necessary for that money to start. We were headed to a hearing, sat down and had an agreement that included GRIP and the Environment Department. One of the comments in there was, well, we don't see a post-closure monitoring requirement for groundwater quality in the pit. Okay, so fine, the company agreed to that, so that'll be monitored. So, I mean, it's, again, statements that we do no monitoring inside that area is not.
Thanks, I didn't know if you had anything to so, when we talk about the differences between Chino and Tyrone, I think this might be important. Maybe the public, the fellow commissioners understand. One of the considerations is that, as was mentioned earlier, the plan after closure is to pump and treat for a very long time. And I hesitate to use the word in perpetuity, but it could be hundreds of years. At Chino, my understanding is that if those systems fail, and I believe human systems do fail every so often, that evaporation will continue to draw groundwater into the pit and at least minimize the spread of contamination out of the pit. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The Chino pit is what we call an evaporative sink. So even if we aren't pumping it, it will remain a hydraulic sink.
Now, why about the difference with Tyrone? As I understand, that's not the case at Tyrone. That if that pit reaches some kind of stasis, you're going to have groundwater flowing through it.
That's correct. Tyrone must be pumped in order to remain a massive hydraulic sink that arises.
And I can just add one point to that. That would occur over a very long period of time, probably decades. So it's not like if you stop pumping, tomorrow it's going to change.
We're talking about a long-term failure of human systems, not a blip. Right. Still, in my mind, the possibility, and I don't mean to be fear-mongering, I mean to be thinking responsibly about different possibilities. So, this to me is another reason for variances and for requiring things to be done inside the pit that might seem useless. Because we're never going to bring that groundwater to actual standards, which we all know. If it's possible that that groundwater is going to be flowing through and not captured by evaporation. I would like to reduce as much as possible to the contaminant load. And maybe go back to where we were before, where you believe under the copper line rule, you do have that obligation. That's not the way I read the copper line. I read that it allows you to contain the contamination you create, not to reduce it as much as is practical. And I'm a believer in pollution prevention rather than pollution cleanup later. So, since you asked what's the difference, to me that's another difference. And the eventual treatment of all that contamination is going to take electricity, it's going to generate sludge that has to be put somewhere, it's going to generate wastewater that still exceeds sulfate standards that will have to be diluted with clean groundwater. That's what's in the clean water plan that we agreed to, because we don't see an alternative. To the extent we can reduce all of that, I think we're doing the environment a favor. We're using less clean groundwater to dilute. We're generating less sludge. And my belief is that variances will do a better job of reducing all of that eventually. So, I know we're going to make other questions. I'm supposed to be asking you things, not making statements. Please shoot the holes you want to shoot in what I just said, now you know my understanding of the situation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good question, but a variance isn't needed to accomplish exactly what you're talking about. The permits, the discharge permits, still have to be reviewed every 5 years. Now, today, the situation is what it is because there are not technologies that will improve the situation and eliminate the need for water treatment, the sludge disposal, all of those things. Now, all of those things are going to be expensive. It costs on the order, I think the estimate is, the last time, Mr. Shelley had a better number than I do, maybe $2 to $3 million a year for operating costs to run that system. Now, if the technology comes up that will eliminate the need to do it, and let me tell you, Freeport is operating labs and research facilities to try to find that technology. If that happens, you would no doubt see Freeport come in and say, hey, we discovered the technology, we can do this. We can eliminate the need for treating and handling that water. And that would happen in its natural course. Somebody, I think earlier in the comments, mentioned self-regulation. Economics cause people to do things in their own self-interest. So I don't think you need a variance. Frankly, I don't even think you need a permit to do that. But in that 5-year cycle that's been discussed for variances, the permit review comes up every 5 years too. It requires a review of the closure costs, a review of the financial assurance, requires an ongoing review to make that available. And as far as public participation, again, those permits are subject to hearing requests. Unfortunately, those hearings are set in Silver City, not in Santa Fe. Unfortunately, you said that. No, I said unfortunately. Oh, maybe I misspoke. No, unfortunately, those hearings will be held right here in Silver City. So if folks have concerns, we can do that. We've had hundreds of them, and unfortunately, the way those hearings are set up, they're between lawyers and experts, not the public. And I wish that process could be changed too.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Commissioner and Chairman Commissioners, I promise this one will go faster. But I think it's important for you to recognize where 255 is, the corporate guarantee, what we call it. That thing was introduced on January 17th. Got 2 referrals again to House Energy and to House Judiciary Committee. Again, it was introduced by Representative Matthew McClune from Santa Fe. He's who's supporting this bill? Again, the Environmental Law Center, Mr. Casino. And they brought in an expert from Montana, his name is Jim consultant who says he's an engineer and has some mining experience somehow, but he's not from New Mexico, so they brought him in to sit with Mr. Cassandra to support this bill. Others again who have testified support of this bill, again, Big Rip, Sheriff Club, same folks, Venus Bravo, so forth, who's been opposed to it. This bill is aimed at three businesses, three companies, Freeport, Chevron, and Cementos de Chihuahua, which is located in Tejanos. Okay? Those are the three people that stay there. But again, when the discussions begin in the bill, it's mostly aimed at three companies. This bill is moving through the process. This thing, as we say in the roundhouse up there, this thing's got wheels on it right now. January 29th, got a due pass from House Senator again, party lines, 8 to 5. February 11th, we got a due pass out of House Judiciary by a vote of 10 to 4, again, party line, 10 Democrats, 4 Republicans. So it was on the House floor, scheduled to be heard. It was number 8 on the House calendar this past Tuesday. So they worked the calendar till midnight. Del and I had to stay up till midnight. We go to bed early. Okay. But the calendar, they only worked it to number 7 that night. So woke up the next morning, yesterday, Wednesday, it was number 1 on the calendar. So here we are, ready to go. Then, come to find out, the speaker got a didn't want to hear it. He rolled it over again to be heard. They're doing the budget tonight on the House floor. That's the only thing they're doing. And then it's supposed to be heard tomorrow on the calendar. Now, this thing is being rolled over again, I understand, because of what we heard here today. What's going on? Let me just say a couple things. None of our legislators up there, and I'm talking about Senator Ramos, I include Senator John Smith, I include Representative Kenny Switzer, Representative William Martinez, Representative Rebecca. Now, none of them have taken a vote on the two bills yet. Okay? Now, the bill 255 goes, in fact, tomorrow, if they do want to hear it, then we'll know how everybody's voting from our area. The reason I bring that up is because, the folks are talking to our legislators, and that's absolutely the way to do it. Now, I'll tell you, something you need to understand. When I go and talk to legislators from Albuquerque, Santa Fe, now this is what happened to me on this bill, on the 220. I said, I'm Tony Trujillo here, if I could spend a little bit of time talking about House Bill 220, it impacts the copper industry here in New Mexico. 2 of them said there's copper mining in New Mexico. So what the reason, so it's important that you talk to our legislators up there and express your concern so that they can educate the people that are making laws up there that there is copper mining and there is lying stuff of high quality type of thing. Okay. So keep talking. My point here is keep talking to our legislators. Express your deal. And let me just turn it real quick. Do you want to say a few things about 255? Just real quickly.
You have a handout there that shows you the numbers that are represented by a third-party guarantee and other instruments. And The mix of financial insurance instruments is proven to be a good thing. It encourages investment in growing our business while at the same time ensuring that adequate, appropriate financial insurance is in place. The examples that were given of a failure, like in 2015 for our own third-party guarantee, as the Commissioner Salas pointed out, it's an example of a success, not a failure. And I just want you to know, too, that a lot of the reclamation we did, plus the cash trust, they were part of an agreement. And we had completed all the pieces of our part of that agreement. The state only promised one thing in that agreement, and that was that we could have the third-party guarantee. And it is extremely bad faith for somebody like me that's been here through the whole thing to see the state now withdrawing that part after we did everything we said we would do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Mr. Shelley raises a point I think is the critical point about that. There was an agreement put in place 15 or so years ago. It was basically self-storage and then free quarters. You can use corporate guarantees, but if you're going to do that, you need to put some cash up. That's actually pretty unheard of any place in the country, virtually any place in the world, for people on a large scale, small miners put up $50,000 in cash. To put up cash for that kind of a thing. So that agreement has worked extremely well. Roughly after a few years payment period, about $90 was put in. That's grown to $180 million, and that's going to sit there and continue to grow. So the use of corporate guarantees allows the state to make a very wise choice. That money keeps growing. There's not going to be a problem. My message on this is, if it ain't broke, don't break it. And political deal. These are not requirements that are in the law. That was a political deal. This bill will end that political deal. And I can't tell you what's going to happen, but I don't think it's broke now.
Again, you heard what our point is when we go to committees. You know, there's nothing broke, it works. New Mexico doing very well with the guarantees that are there. Better than you'll find anywhere else. They're just trying to say, the supporters of the bill are just trying to say, you know, we're trying to look at the future in case something happens, in case this, you know, that's, anyway, let me ask a couple of things of this in proposing. Again, you know, this resolution that we're considering today will really help, really help us in getting carrying the message. It's all about what I've been telling them. They're hearing Grand County talk. They're hearing the employees, they're hearing the community, they're hearing the businesses, they're hearing them talk up there, and that's important. And I ask you again, you know, when our legislators, that's key to what's happening with this bill. When they do the right thing, you also need to tell them, you know, thank you very much. Now this other, and I'll veer off a little bit here, on this gun control, my son, full disclosure, my attorney's son, represents the NRA in those bills. They lost that gun bill by 2 votes. Our Senator Ramos stood up in the House. You know, he's one of only 5 Democrats that voted, you know, against that bill. So now not only to make an ask, you know, for help, but when they do the things that you all support, you need to call them and thank them for what they did. And these so please, in closing, these resolutions are important to us to carry the message that you all are talking on behalf of everything you've heard here today. It would be great to get 5 signatures. I know out of all due respect, Commissioner Brown, you may have a conflict with, your position or something there, and I totally understand. I'm trying to do another being real here, that if we could get 5 signatures on that resolution, that would be great. But that was second question. And thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Yes, I do.
Hopefully y'all get some more. Mr. Moore mentioned the magic of economics in making the right thing happen a lot of times. And again, I agree with you. And to me, this is one of the best arguments, way back when, in requiring financial insurance for the mines. At that time, the amount of financial insurance was $550 million. And that, in my book, gave the mine real financial incentive to do the work that you have done so well. Because you can go to the Mining Minerals Division and say, hey look, we no longer have to leave that chunk of money with the state because we've done the work on it. To me, that's exactly how government should relate to corporations. We want to accomplish something, we give you an incentive, you figure out the best way to do it, and you reap the rewards. So the $550 million figure I mentioned, because Mr. Trujillo said these two bills are the two worst he's seen. I'm going to write 220 based on your interpretation of it. I can see now why that's so concerning to you. 255 must be nothing compared to the Mining Act, right? The Mining Act in 1991 required an enormous amount of work. I wasn't even here yet in 1991. So I wasn't here to hear that this might close the mines. My guess is that was said. I was here later when we got the state to actually enforce the Mining Act. And I can tell you I heard that a lot of times. This is going to force the mines to leave. It didn't. So, with that preface, do you want to jump on that? Okay, fine. All right, excellent. Do you know the amount of dividends paid in 2018 to Freeport McMoRan shareholders? Okay. Actually, thanks to copper and good technology, I can look it up, which I did. And the answer was almost $300 million in 1 year. How many shares? 1.5 billion shares and 20 cents a share. 50 million on $50. That's $300 million. The requirement to take $100 million aside, and in my book, you can add it to the $180 million you already have, would not require you to shut down operations here. If the corporation so chose, it could require you to cut dividends by 1/3 for 1 year. Once only, you'd be done. It would be there earning interest. That's very small compared to, for example, the money in terms of its effect. So, why is this one of the two worst bills you've ever seen?
Well, you're right. To stay corrected, the Mining Act was a very difficult one. But having said that, we said that there will, when that Mining Act came into effect, we said we will never see another mining company open in New Mexico. And truly, as I stand here today, there's been no new mining in New Mexico since that bill went into effect. So you're right, that's probably number 3 in addition to that, because it's killed mining in New Mexico. And I wish we could work on amending it. It hasn't been amended since 1994, and we need to work on that, don't we? To do it, so that hopefully You know, the copper mine down by Hillsborough, you know, has better success than it's having, and there's other properties, so that stopped mining in New Mexico is my comment.
And I would just add, nothing is without consequence, nothing is free. There's all kinds of other things that go into those kinds of decisions. And for example, if you cut the dividend, you're not sure what that's going to mean to the stock price, maybe a heck of a lot more than the amount of dividend. So, you know, nothing is free. But one point I would like to address with respect to the guarantees in the comments that indicate that the amount of financial assurance went down. And that was true, went down as a result of the reclamation. There was a comment made earlier that meant that the company got its money back. That's not true. What actually happened under this agreement is it simply shrunk the size of the guarantee. That's what the agreement was intended to do. And yes, that agreement has worked well. Don't break it.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
I just wanted to thank the three of you, Mr. Shelley, for explaining the film, the worst chemicals and release painted a picture in my mind that these toxic chemicals, tons of them, are floating around in the air and coming over the Silver City. It wasn't an accurate picture, and I appreciate the way you explained that it's moving materials out, placing it so that you guys can find it. I appreciate you, Tony, for pointing out that these are the worst bills in probably decades, and Mr. Mullenberg for pointing out that they won't grant a variance from law. They can only grant variances from regulations. So thank you.
There is a long history, and I'm not accusing Freeport of this in any way, shape, or form. There is a long history and current history of extraction companies leaving behind cleanup disasters. And in my non-mining mind, it seems to me like this, that guaranteeing this in a different way than the third-party guarantee is not that difficult to do. Why is this such a sticking point for Freeport? So what I'm really asking is, you know, I did a ton of research in preparation for today's meeting. And there are loads of examples around the country of companies that left their communities in a bad way. And a lot of them were on third-party guarantees that, you know, the community thought the money was there, but then when the company began to go bankrupt or the mine put it out or whatever, the money wasn't there. And it would be a huge burden for this community to have to clean up after you, if that were the case. And this seems like not that complicated a thing to guarantee these with something other than a company a subsidiary that we can't see what the financials are. Would you just explain that, Steve?
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you for the question. There's a few parts to that. I'll try to remember that. First of all, you heard a couple of examples here. The Brinewell situation. The Brinewell situation wasn't an example of financial assurance gone wrong. There was no financial assurance. And in bankruptcy type situations, that's usually the issue, is for abandoned money situations. There's nobody holding a permit that has to have financial assurance in the first place. That has nothing to do with this bill. This bill addresses a situation where there is financial assurance in place.
there was a question raised in terms of cost estimates. There are examples out there of problems where the financial assurance was not adequate to cover the actual cost because the costs were poorly estimated. We go through the most rigorous process here of any place trying to get those costs. In fact, for the last several months, we've been engaged in a process on the Disciplinary Authority for this, of taking a look at cost estimate updates. In the room was the agencies and GRIP and an expert brought in by GRIP to make sure everything was being done right. So that's being taken care of. So that really has nothing to do with this bill. This bill just addresses the corporate guarantees. I would be interested in discussing with you if there are examples of failed corporate guarantees, because I'm actually not aware of it. I don't think I know there has never been one in the country. In other states have addressed changes to their financial insurance requirements. But really, if you're trying to look at examples of failed corporate guarantees, really doesn't happen. And the reason is because if you don't meet the financial tests, which in New Mexico, MMD doesn't just look at it itself, it hires a third party to review the process. And the numbers that are out there, the financial statements on which the current guarantees are based, are there, and they're public in MMD. They're simply not filed with the SEC, so they're not as readily available. You can't look them up online, but they are there. So again, MMD has them, and the company has not claimed those as confidential. So they're not as convenient to get, because you can't go online to the SEC filings together, but they are there. So they're there, and again, you have a third party monitoring. So again, I would be interested in you having specific examples of corporate guarantees that have failed, because in my experience, that hasn't left the state holding the bag for costs. In those situations, they usually work out some other form of financial assurance and stuff.
And one last thing that I forgot to do, I don't want to leave here and then say, wish we could ask more questions or something. There's a number in the handout. Okay, well, let me give a number in case anybody has a question, follow-up questions, or wants to know where the bills are, or you can call this number that I'm going to give you, and it'll be directed to, the right people to answer your questions, and that goes for you all too out there. And it's a community number that's 877-629-2609. And I encourage anybody, if you have any questions about what we talked about here, or want to know, what's going on up in Santa Fe, I'll be glad to answer those questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So moving to the next item on the agenda, item N, rationale for resolution number R-19-23 in support of the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and declaring Grant County to be a Second Amendment sanctuary county. Undersheriff Jesse Marshall.
Sheriff Gomez has prior engagements for the year. He did prepare a short statement for the PCR. This is how government R-1923 is also makes reference to the R-1924 as well, which is you all hear? No. Okay. I said the sheriff would also be here as supplying
The letter will be agreed on his behalf. The letter does not only address the R1923, which is the sanctuary request. It also covers R1924, which is the open legislation including private firearm transfer results. As the elected sheriff of Grant County, I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of New Mexico, and uphold the laws of the state. Current legislation being proposed in Santa Fe could affect the constitutional rights of citizens of Grant County. The office of the sheriff understands that the constitutionality of these legislative proposals will be determined by the appropriate courts that made into law. Current federal laws govern the personal transfer of firearms among individuals. Significant restrictions of who may and may not possess firearms already exist in both federal and state law. Additional proposed state legislation addresses the seizure, confiscation of personally owned or possessed firearms and ammunition. This legislation, if made into law, will impose considerable burden upon the office of the sheriff and create significant safety concerns for both deputies and the public. This new proposed legislation could place the office of the sheriff in a conflict between what may or may not be constitutional and state law. The office of the sheriff wants the citizens of Grant County who takes his oath of office seriously and requests the commissioners of Grant County pass a resolution opposing legislation that would impose rules, regulations, and restrictions exceeding federal law on all private firearm ownership, possession, and transfer. That is all. Any questions?
I was that question. I'm sorry, the sheriff couldn't be here. We didn't get a chance to talk to him on Tuesday. And one of the questions I asked him then, I will ask him now. Given what you just said about there being a potential for doubt about whether a specific law is constitutional or not, what process do you foresee using to make that determination?
Well, and from listening to some of the discussion on Tuesday, of course, most of these bills that have been proposed at this point are still bouncing in and out of committees, still being voted on, still have to be pushed from the House to the Senate and to the House. The question is, if these bills are approved, they're going to be amended several times, or possibly could. So all we can say after days, I can't tell you what the language will be by the time it makes it through everything, and if it is even signed into law. Once this matter is signed into law, it is a state law. That state law will stand until it is challenged in a court and it moves that up through the process and the court appropriately deems it whether constitutional or not. That would be the process to go to whether it's the state Supreme Court.
So will the sheriff's office wait for that process to run its due course before deciding whether even a law was constitutional or not?
The office of the sheriff does not make a determination on whether a law is constitutional or not. That is the process for the court to decide.
So what change would be in place then if we declared ourselves a sanctuary county and said, Sheriff, please do not enforce unconstitutional law? Because I totally support the idea of not enforcing unconstitutional laws.
I get that. I think if you're going back to the verbiage on starting to say, please don't enforce unconstitutional laws, it's just saying that you would support the sheriff if he chose not. Not that we can ever not enforce the law. We swear to uphold the laws of the state.
I'm not sure I understand. What, can you just give me an example? How would we be different in Green County with this resolution compared to without this resolution?
With this resolution, we not have to get everything. The vast majority of citizens in Grant County are law-abiding citizens. Of those law-abiding citizens, a large group of them exercise their Second Amendment rights to legally possess, legally own, legally purchase firearms. What the sanctuary status for Grant County does is not only
that the citizens know that we understand their constitutional rights, and we support them in their personal choices to exercising their Second Amendment right to have these legal firearms legally in their possession and purchases. But we also show that as a county that we're supporting them, that our legislators see that we are supporting our Second Amendment rights, that who are legally taking care of what they need to do in the Second Amendment. In regards to the criminal element, which is doing everything illegal. I think back to these people, I'll be showing, hey, we understand the struggles you're having. We understand you legally obtain these items, you possess them, you transfer them, and thank you, got it back. We understand. It's your Second Amendment right. Whether we agree with you or not, we approve your choice. That's your choice, and thank you, we back you up.
Obviously support every citizen's right to do things that are legal. No doubt at all. Also on Tuesday, we discussed the question of due process in the case where you don't have to confiscate firearms and ammunition. And it wasn't clear to me whether the sheriff believed that one or more of these proposed laws would deprive any of our citizens of their due process. So when I went and read the laws, it looked to me like a court order was required in every case. Could you correct me about that if I'm wrong?
Exactly which bill are you referring to? About 23 or 20.
Okay, I'm referring to the four that are mentioned on our agenda. And that's Senate Bill 8, House Bill 8, House Bill 83, and House Bill 130. I'm also referring to Senate Bill 87, which is not on our list, but which is one of the two domestic violence bills. So those are the ones that I looked at.
The only one I'm familiar with is the red flag company is number 83, I believe. The extreme address, firearms trafficking. That one does require a court order issued to reform the currently item. Like I said, these bills changed daily. There was an MNRA meeting on that bill, so whether it's changed since the last time I reviewed it, I have no idea. I've been here all day. I haven't had a chance to look it up. There was some language in there, like I said, that I would have questions for the lawmakers on. Like I said, it's not up to me to be, I don't know how many things we're going to get out in the very end. And what the wording is going to be, that would be a question to based upon how it does come out, it doesn't pass the law, of course, we're going to have to enforce it. Whether we agree with it or not, it's still a law we have to enforce. Then the courts would weigh in on their side and whether it's constitutional.
That's a great way to see it. I really like to hear you say that. I was very concerned about the due process idea. So at least as I stand now, the way I read the bills, a court is going to have to hear actual evidence and issue an order. You won't be going and taking somebody's guns without a court order behind you, is my understanding.
I'll agree with that. That's the way I look at it.
And there's one more item that came up on Tuesday. And again, I went back and reread the things. And I've heard it here today a number of times. And that's the assertion that under these bills, a person couldn't give a firearm or sell it or anything to a family member without doing a background check on the family member. And on Tuesday I said that's absurd. I obviously don't support that. But family members apparently are exempted from these laws. Again, some of them apparently don't need the same item. I read the bills, and we should figure this out, because that's just a fact. We can say one way or the other. What about your reading?
Okay, from the last update, check that, you're dealing with the House Bill 8 and the Senate Bill 8.
Yeah.
Now, as of the stuff that I was able to pull up as a suggestion, there are two separate bills, of course. One bill has been modified and amended, as you said on Tuesday, that is the Senate bill.
That has been amended, and it does allow for the transfer of firearms to immediate family members. And it gives you a list of what immediate family members are. House Bill 8 can stay unchanged. House Bill 8, even if they both went into effect, House Bill 8 can still be changed from the family law.
Well, I'm gonna let my legislators know that I support making HB be consistent with SBA on that point. And I'm not running questions, thank you very much. So there's also, as well as we're talking about the transfer between family members, that same amendment that Senator Worth added to Senate Bill 8 needs to be added to the firearms transfer bill as well, because that language isn't in the firearms transfer bill. And so it has to be in both, I think. The way I read them, it has to be in both for it to be consistent with the law.
You're referring to the one that just deals with the automatic background checks from people on gun shows?
Yeah, and it's called the firearms transfer bill. But yeah, it's gun shows and transfer of antiques and stuff like that. It does not have that same exemption that Senator Worth added to SB8, and I think everybody who's concerned about that needs to call their legislators and ask them to make this, to have that family member exemption added to that. So, one of the things that really came up for me on Tuesday on this extreme protection order bill, which I guess I haven't heard the term red flag bill, but we're talking about the same thing, right? Red flag bill is the same as the extreme protection order bill, where you have a court order to go and take somebody's guns away because they are a perpetrator of domestic violence or something like that. Is that the same thing?
I don't think it's a perpetrator per se domestic violence.
Right. The question themselves, it can apply.
If somebody, a family member or law enforcement swears out
right.
a complaint that they're accusing themselves or somebody.
It goes through due process, right? It can't happen unless they have a court. My concern with this, and there's actually two of them. My concerns are that we're not prepared to enforce that in terms of capacity. So I don't know anything about law enforcement really. You're the expert, not me. But just as a citizen, it seems to me like while I agree with it in theory, it seems to me like it would be extremely dangerous for law enforcement to approach a house where there is already a problem and try to remove the weapons from that house, even if they have a court order. I've been a commissioner for a couple of years now, and I'm fairly familiar with challenges in the sheriff's department. And it seems to me like we don't have either the financial or human capacity to actually enforce these bills. Any thoughts on that?
Well, of course, there is a very indicator to our end of the public goal. You know, that's one of the bills where I said that I know it's not completely good, it has been amended some. I do have some discussion on it that needs more direction from my lawmakers as far as the question on the way stuff is worded inside of that bill. But if you think about it, this is a person who's going to, let's say, already arrested in jail, and somebody comes in and follows the point person with guns. This is probably going to be something that occurred over the weekend. The person's already been in the barn, is at home, the person's already been contacted by this family member, told me, you know what, I'm going to make sure you don't have any guns anymore. They're going to have to notice that we're coming. You're creating a chance of it. So yeah, that's going to make it a lot more dangerous. And with the resources, as you said right now, manpower wise and stuff, that would be
So do we know if, so one of the things that we do know is that there are several unfunded mandates from the state that directly involve local law enforcement, that place a great deal of burden on local law enforcement and the county financially.
Do we know if there are any appropriations attached to these bills to ensure that law enforcement has the training and all that they need? So I'm talking specifically about red flag and extreme protection.
Okay, so far, all the bills that I have personally read through, I've not read through all 29 of them, but the ones that were in for today, the red flag bill, as you want to call it, which is House Bill 83 bills, I have not seen nothing that allocates any funds for law enforcement or the rest of where we are to get that money from. Most of those bills either require us to take into our possession property of another person and store it for them for periods of up to 1 year, which of course is more added cost upon us that they're also paying on that. Nothing even under the, any of the other bills that I've read, even the ones that require background checks, but they may get the cost of the background check, but they ain't the percentage that should go to anybody else to help out with the extra cost of any of these laws.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Moving on to the next one, rationale for opposition to resolution R-19-23 in support of second amendment of the U.S. Constitution and declaring Grant County to be a second amendment sanctuary county. Linda Crawford.
I'm Neil Tapper. I'll try to get my paperwork. We are here to discuss the resolution and why we think they should be not approved. I want to introduce for the first part of our presentation, Mr. Shelby Hallmark.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I wish I was wrong, it's been a long day. The first thing that I would like to point out this morning before I talk about Resolution R-1923 is I was never able to find any of these resolutions on the county website, nor had it been printed in the newspaper. So I think the commission could do a better service to the populace of the county as a whole by making these kinds of resolutions not only available for everybody to read, so we can all know and understand what's being presented and discussed. To move on specifically to R-1923, I spoke at the Tuesday work session on this topic. I am not speaking with respect to the Resolution 24, which addresses the specific opposition or one way or another in regard to the specific bills considered today. I'm just talking about the designation, the proposal to designate the county as a second amendment sanctuary. That resolution is not just opposition to these gun bills, it's a proposal to change the fundamental structure of our government. That's a very, very weighty, and I would say far too extreme step to take over the issue of whether or not we approve these bills that are up there being discussed, and which, as the undersheriff has said, are being amended and may not even pass anyway. So to take a step like this at this moment, I think, would be unwise. The second amendment sanctuary really means, as I understand it, although it's different from what the sheriff's statement was said this morning, suggests the sheriff is authorized to defy higher legal authority based on his individual opinion as to which laws might be constitutional. The resolution has, I think, has been disseminated by the New Mexico Sheriff's Association. And it is, in fact, an example of the preachments of the so-called constitutional sheriffs. I know Frank indicates he doesn't ascribe to that group, and his statement seemed to be attempting to avoid being in that group, but nevertheless, the words of this resolution come from that policy position. That group wants us to believe the sheriffs are the highest legal authority, notwithstanding the U.S. and New Mexico constitutions. And I have to say, and I think we all need to know, that group is an outgrowth of racist and anti-Semitic organizations like Awesome I'm just thinking about, you can find, if you go out on the internet and look up constitutional sheriffs.
Please, hold on, let them finish.
Needless to say, that group's views are not the law of the land. Sheriffs need to enforce the law, not pretend to be the arbiters of it. I myself have been involved in civil disobedience. I understand that sometimes the law or policy is not correct or wrong and needs to be addressed as such. But I don't think it's the role of our law enforcement entities to make such judgments unless the law in question is truly an imminent threat to life and limb. Whatever folks may think about these gun safety proposals that have been advanced and are under consideration in Santa Fe, they're not a threat to life and limb. It's not a threat. It might be a threat to cause inconvenience to people who want to trade guns. But it's not a threat to the life of them or individuals in such a way that we need to make this kind of a very highly political industry statement. I know that the sheriff is very sincere in the concerns he has about those bills, and I think the commissioners here and probably share some of those. But his objections don't amount to making those bills construed as unconstitutional. We're not in a position to do that, and his job doesn't convey that kind of authority. And his statement that was read by the under sheriff, I think, indicates his agreement with that. So, basically, should the Grant County Commission pass a resolution that says we are a Second Amendment sanctuary? I would say no. I don't believe we should stain the reputation of this county over disagreements about specific proposed laws. This is not the Old West anymore. Yes, it is. We might want to be, but we are not. We are part of the larger world. And if we take a step like this, it will be a step that reflects, that impacts on our relationship with that larger world. And that's not something we should do. Thank you very much.
For the review of the resolution itself, I would like to present Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. My name is John Song. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Who may I be standing to be this person before?
I'll be quick here. Again, my name is John Saw. I'm here representing myself, and I appreciate the commission allowing me to speak. In terms of resolution number R-1923, declaring Grant County to be a second amendment to Trent County. I'll just look at a few points here in this resolution and make comments on those. In terms of the item, whereas NMSA 1978, Section 437.1, 1995 provides that counties have the power to provide for the safety, preserve the health, promote the prosperity, and improve the morals, order, comfort, and convenience of any county or its inhabitants. My response is that it's more important that the board has the responsibility, not the power, to provide these civil rights, especially safety, for the county's inhabitants. In terms of the item, whereas NMSA Section 438, 1976 provides that the Board of County Commissioners has the duty and authority to represent the county and have the care of the county property and the management of the interest of the county in all cases. Where no other provision is made by law, my comment is that the error here is that another provision is being made by state law. This clause sets the county up for responsibility for death and dereliction of duty lawsuits if the sheriff does not enforce this state law. Regarding the item on the second page at the top, whereas the Supreme Court in the District of Columbia versus Heller, 554 U.S. 570, 2008 decision concerning individual rights to possess firearms, unconnected with service in a militia for traditionally lawful purposes, such as self-defense within the home. My comment is the Extremist Protection Order Bill does not deny a person's right to possess firearms for traditionally lawful purposes, only for identifiable, potentially unlawful purposes. Next item, whereas the Supreme Court in McDonald versus Chicago, 561 U.S. 742, 2010, affirm the right of an individual to keep and bear arms as protected under the Second Amendment. It's incorporated by the due process clause of the 14th Amendment against the states. My comment is the 14th Amendment prohibits the state from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. I say the Extreme Risk Protection Order Bill, if made law, incorporates a well-considered and cautious due process as was discussed by the undersheriff and the commissioners who were asking questions. Then, after the be it further resolved item, my comment is there have been several incidents in the past few years where one or more individuals could have requested an extreme risk protection order and still remain alive or unhurt. The board is setting the county government up for potentially expensive responsibility for death and dereliction of duty lawsuits if the board tells the sheriff to not enforce the state law and the sheriff complies. Those are my comments. Do you have any questions?
Any questions?
The ones you skipped over, did you just skip over them for brevity?
I did, because we've been here a long time and they're self-explanatory to the board. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I just have a comment. also to continue the present part. So we're not creating, to be clear here, we have no authority to create law. This resolution is a statement to the legislature that we believe they're overstepping their bounds. The sheriff he's not, or the other sheriff today has made it clear that he's not the one that's going to decide in the courts that will eventually decide if these laws are constitutional or unconstitutional. So I'm of course in favor of these resolutions.
Do we have any other questions?
May I respond? My only concern, I was very glad to hear the undersheriff make the statement he did today and clarify when they would have, under what conditions they would have. I do have concerns about the under-resourcing of the sheriff's department. I've talked with the sheriff several times about that during the campaign and since. And I think this does place a serious burden on the sheriff's department, which is an unfunded mandate. However, my concern is for the liability that the county might incur should possibly even a deputy think that the county would support him if he chose to not enforce an extreme protection order that was issued by a court should this become law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you. I think I can see this. As I said before, my name is Linda Patrick, I'm a legal linguist, and I'm here to discuss the resolution R 1924, which is a short resolution, but I have a lot to say. I hope to clarify some misconceptions I heard in public comments, and some of my prepared statement may have already been addressed. First off, the District of Columbia versus Keller referred to in this resolution does allow for laws that impose conditions and qualifications in the sale of arms. This resolution claims that the law goes beyond federal laws, but federal laws currently prohibit certain persons from owning firearms, and licensed dealers must establish a buyer is not one of those people by having a background check. The proposed law also states who is required to have a background check, essentially because they are, who is not required to have a background check, essentially because they are already done, such as law enforcement officers, other dealers, people who have concealed carry permits, etc. This resolution calls the pending legislation unconstitutional, but in fact, there is nothing in them that is not actually in law except to hold individuals to that same standard. And, by the way, a sheriff or a county commission does not have the authority to declare a law unconstitutional, as we mentioned. If someone doesn't like law, there is a procedure of redress that goes through the courts. In fact, I would suspect there will be court filings by the NRA and others, as the undersheriff mentioned, and this process will take place. The first paragraph
alleges that the proposed laws exceed the scope of federal gun laws. However, U.S. Code Title 18, Crimes and Criminal Procedure, Part 1 Crimes, Chapter 44 Firearms, Section 922 Unlawful Acts, Subparagraph G, lists who can legally purchase firearms, and subsection D states it is unlawful to sell or give a firearm or ammunition to any of those prohibited persons, if there is any reasonable cause to believe that they might fit any of those categories. So this law is simply removing some of the guesswork to ensure citizens does not make such a statement. Again, persons who have a license and have therefore already passed the background check are exempt. The second paragraph lists persons they can't sell to. However, first and second degree family members are exempted, as you would likely know their background, and it is already illegal to sell to persons you think may be prohibited. We discussed that briefly, and I agree that when the two bills go to the committee, we would want that in the bill. The fact that your fellow gun club buddy already owns a gun does not necessarily mean he has a legal right to own it. And I would not expect anyone to know everyone's background. A background check is not extensive government paperwork. 90% of all license sales are completed instantly and have been shown to be 99.3% accurate. Regarding on statistics, 80% of all firearms acquired for criminal purposes have been shown to be for private party transfers. A survey of prisoners found 96% said their guns were for private transfer. Denied transfer permit at dealers, they are likely to go somewhere else. This background check does not inhibit the legal ownership of firearms, and these checks did inhibit many people from buying a gun. The next two paragraphs restate issues that have already discussed. Then the next one addresses the belief that non-dealer background checks might not reduce violent crime, except that I have shown there would be a reduction in the inappropriate sales. And I believe we have all heard the statistics that the U.S. has the highest violent crime rate among industrialized countries. And that those countries that do restrict gun ownership have a much lower shooting death rates. States with more guns have more gun deaths. But as many in those states with more guns, there are as many as 3 times more police officers as well. In the last whereas, complains that existing laws are not being enforced, to which I ask, is that a reason to continue not enforcing more laws? I would also suggest that the number of prosecutions has very little to do with the number of people who fail background checks, particularly because prosecutions reduce for someone who failed a background check and then went to the gun. The voices today are talking about their fears It's the rules of limited ownership or regulatory creep. This bill does none of that. We need to speak on the merits of these bills, not future fears. Should this law pass, it does meet the test that government is to provide for public safety. Non-dealer background checks ensure that private sales are in fact legal. Will it stop all bad guys from getting guns? Of course not. But I believe we have shown that these resolutions do not meet the test of logic or facts. Therefore, when we get to the bottom line, it would be irresponsible for our county commission to take a stand that our sheriff can pick and choose which laws he writes and which he doesn't. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Judge Dunn? Okay. Commissioner Charles, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. Next slide. Okay, we're gonna go back to, the resolutions, item R, the consideration of resolution R-19-20, a resolution opposing legislation that will prohibit certain corporate guarantees that assures the performance requirements of a mining permit.
Chair, I move that we approve resolution R-19-20, a resolution opposing legislation. A resolution. I move to approve the resolution opposing legislation that would prohibit certain corporate guarantees and assure the performance requirements of a mining permit.
Commissioner Sala, second the motion. Any discussion?
Okay. The reason that I'm opposed to legislation is because I'm concerned with mankind. I'm concerned that they've shown to be a good corporation. They're continuing already to do reclamation in our county, in our mines, in our neighborhood. I see it. So their history already, but they didn't meet the financial proof that they needed to. They did as was required. So they're already doing what is been required of them in the deal that had been worked out previously. So it's not broken. So why do we need to change it? There's a lot of other corporations out there that have not been the good neighbors, that have not been the responsible corporations. But we're talking about Grant County and and for that reason, I'm opposed to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have clean water that has been shown to prove otherwise. We have good mining jobs. Thank you, Freeport employees who come today and others who spoke. If it's not broke, don't break it.
being here. I wouldn't have run for commission if I didn't love democracy. I do love democracy, and you all are doing an awesome job showing the power of the people, turning out. It was stated earlier today that we elected officials need to do what we believe is right. And that is what I intend to do, as you can already have figured. What is right in my mind isn't necessarily what the folks in this room are looking for. Democracy requires that we hear each other. I really appreciate the hours of public testimony here. I want to thank you for that. I really appreciate the mine representatives coming in the side, and I appreciate the other people coming in the side. That is miles of action. As you know, you are welcome to vote in that office. My preferences in terms of environmental protection and my beliefs about the future of our county will well known.
Hold on, let us speak. We heard the opportunity to speak inside the commission. We heard you guys, we gave you guys the opportunity to speak in public, to come up here and give you the time. Now please, have some respect for the commissioners. Let them speak and let them give their input into this and narrative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the case of Resolution 1920, which is the one that deals with HB 255, this is about a few things. One, it's about preparedness for the future. Since I have lived here, people have been telling me, we know the mines are going to close at some time. You all are aware of that. It was testified to today. They're going to close sometime. We need to be prepared for that. And yet, many times when we talk about ways to be prepared, people don't want to take it on. It involves some pain, some political pain, some economic pain perhaps. In my mind, preparedness includes making sure the work that's going to have to be done is funded. And it will not fall to taxpayers to fund that work. You all might be happy to trust that Freeport's going to be a great corporate citizen always. Freeport might not be the owners of the mine always. We've seen it get transferred. It could be a new corporation. It could be an Enron, a bad corporate actor. I argue it's my responsibility to the taxpayers to make sure it's fully funded and not to just trust Freeport, even though they're great companies. Okay? I also think there's been a lot of smoke about the actual costs of this. You've heard me ask my questions. $1 million or so a year is not going to stop the company from mining. Furthermore, that cost adds zero, literally zero, to the cost of mining additional pounds of copper. It's a fixed cost. Once they put that money in financial assurance, it doesn't affect the operations at all. So the idea that HB 255 would cause the shutdown is just wrong. That's my belief. You're all welcome to disagree with it. I really appreciate the chance to let you hear my side of things. Okay, that's how this works. When you disagree with me, go to the ballot box. That's awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay, you know, when I first ran for office, I ran on the platform. I never saw certain things that were going to get me up here. But I wanted to run on that platform protecting mining, protecting our heritage, farming, ranching, and what we built here in Grant County. I've lived all my life here in Grant County. My grandfather and my father worked in the mines. All their life. You know, when this issue first came up, I was not thinking of Freeport. In reality, what I was thinking was, is this could destroy, some of the stuff could destroy our economic, our economics here. Businesses, I was thinking people, businesses, the devastation that it could lead. The other part to this is I sat back and I listened to Senator, that we want to build a strong economy, that we want to bring in healthcare, we want to do better in healthcare, we want to do better in certain aspects of life for Grant County. But when I start seeing something like this, it hurts, I think, and it can hurt us. It can devastate Grant County. Our schools, we talk about education, we talk about all these things that we want to make better, that we want to do. This right here is not making anything better because it's not broken. That I've been made aware of, and I am an employee of Freeport, and it's, I have to ask for legal advice on this issue. So what I will be doing, I don't know what to tell you, but I will be abstaining from voting.
Mr. Brown, would are you a co-founder of GRIP? Regional director.
Until 2004.
Okay, would you please abstain from the vote also?
You all believe this is set law. People are allowed to serve other boards in voluntary capacity and government officials. It happens all the time. The law, I have in front of me as a matter of fact, a public officer or employee shall be disqualified from engaging in any official act directly affecting the public officers or any citizen's financial interests, except the public officer or employee shall not be disqualified from engaging in an official act if the financial benefit endures to the public more than to the person. I am not benefiting directly or indirectly from my vote I'm about to take. In fact, if I have a conflict of interest, it is in favor of the mines. What I do work for besides the public is our available charter school. Public high school that receives funding from property taxes, including ad valorem taxes paid by the copper mines. I do not want to see the mines stop saying let's pay those property taxes. In addition, since we should be declaring these things, I own 2 shares of Freeport Macmillan stock. I own those because I like to receive their regular reports. I want to keep track of what's going on. But that again would give me a conflict in the other direction if you wanted to look for that. Certainly, I don't think HB 255 actually presents any financial risk to the company at all. And I respect that separately. So I don't believe that this resolution, one way or the other, affects that. Thank you.
Okay, so you're saying that you can, legally you can vote even though you're a member of GRIP, right? Yeah. Okay, morally, seeing how you're a member of GRIP, you should abstain.
discussion? Any further discussion?
Well, so you can vote too.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ready for vote? Call for vote. All in favor? Aye. Motion dies. Fails. Resolution fails.
No.
Shame on you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I support Chairman Ponce's decision to abstain. It's a personal decision. I don't know what information he was given by the attorney. I'm sure I would disagree with it, but I'm not an attorney. Mr. Ponce's livelihood is at stake here, not mine, and not yours. There has been some threat or pointing out, whether it's real legal advice or not, that there's a fourth-degree felony involved with the statute that Commissioner Brown just read. I will go further to say that this resolution that we just considered is no more than a statement from Grant County, and I think the big statement, as has been recorded on the television today, and will be in the papers, is the turnout of as many as 1,000 people. In support of our Second Amendment rights. I know that if Commissioner Ponce would have been allowed to vote, we know where he would have voted. Hopefully this message will be noted in Santa Fe. I have confidence that these resolutions, these mind-killing bills will die in the Senate, that there's still enough common sense senators like Gabe Ramos and John Arthur Smith and Sanchez and Rios in the Senate that these will die. And I hope that you'll respect Chairman Ponce's decision.
Moving on to the next item of the agenda, consideration of resolution R-19-21, a resolution opposing legislation amending the Water Quality Act to provide for the effects of discharge on ground or surface waters to be determined. We have a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept resolution R-1921, a resolution appointing legislation amending the Water Quality Act to provide where the effective discharge on ground or surface water is to be determined.
Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Salas. Any discussion?
For some of us, these are really hard issues. Okay, I want the public to know that, my father was born in Shakespeare by Illinois. My grandfather was a miner, and then he came here, and he was working in the company store since he was around 14, and he worked in the mines here his entire life. So, when I got elected, I was really humbled and honored to be elected by the mining area. Okay? And you guys elected me to represent you, not just mine, but you elected me to represent, your views. And I have to go with what the majority of your views does. Now, I lived in Bader most of my life. I lived next to Copper Creek. I ruined many a pair of shoes in the creek that got my butt up once or twice. Nothing really happened to me except for, my mother-in-law still lives down there next to the bridge in Bader, across Copper Creek. And I see the efforts that Freeport is doing to improve the creek. All of us that my age are, we remember, all the tin can stuff that used to be down there, to make coffee, because that's how bad the discharge was, and it's just not there anymore. We drink the water there, and it's essentially that's what it is for water. It's been since before Kennecott, since when they turned from, a shaft mine to an open pit mine, that ground has been disturbed. That water has been contaminated inside that mine. So, and I did my research also, as I'm sure that we all did. Okay. But our drinking water, our lifeblood, there's no problem with it. Okay, or else we wouldn't be getting it. And I wanted to let you know also that no matter how the vote turns out, I will be going to Santa Fe. And I will be using at least my title as a commissioner, hopefully open some doors, and I will be lobbying and telling as many senators as I can get a hold of. And again, you citizens, please, let your senators know, let all the senators know, because if we do a fight for this bill, it's going to be in the Senate. So, again, I'm humble, I'm honored, and I'm going to represent you.
A long day here. I do want to thank the Freeport employees who are still here, who hold those jobs and provide that $378 million economic impact to the state of New Mexico. I want to thank you for what you do. I want to thank you for our clean water. And I want to thank you for your involvement here today. And I hope that we will take Commissioner Salas' advice and let the Senate know, all the senators. We've already got the votes of some of them. We need to get them to help convince the others. This will die in the Senate, but unfortunately, this isn't a scare tactic because it's going to come back next year, and we're going to have to go to the ballot box, and we're going to have to be educated and send a message as strong as you sent today, continually to keep our jobs, to save our heritage and our way of life here.
Well, you certainly heard a lot about HB 220. Don't have a huge amount to add. I want to emphasize some points. My children grew up here, both of my sons. They both went throughout public schools here. They both still live and work here. I am invested here also. I want Grant County to succeed and prosper. I want my grandchildren to be able to live here. I just have maybe more concerns on one side and fewer concerns on the other. On the side I have fewer concerns, I really don't think plans to be closing. I think they've been whipping up this fear because they don't want to have to pay the extra amount that they've been involved in. On the side I am more worried about perhaps is groundwater contamination. Right, we've seen examples, Clovis was mentioned today, where 4,000 cows are having to be killed because of groundwater contamination. But more than ones in here, not that far from the English Park Desert, I mean, what happened there? It's been mentioned that we are clean drinking water. Well, not all of us are fortunate enough to live on the municipal water system. Some of us have our own wells, and some of those wells have been contaminated before, and it's something that should never happen. Okay, it's also happening now, right now. We're having to shut down city water because it's too close to groundwater contamination. So, it can happen here. Oh, if it has happened here, there have been plumes of contaminated groundwater heading southwest from Pond 7 and heading northeast out of Arnold Grove Draw from Tyrone West Pit. So it can happen. We need to protect our groundwater. This is one of my beliefs that I'll be basing my vote on. I also believe that actions speak louder than words.
Was the mine reclaiming when it didn't have to? It was not, right? That's why the mining law was passed, and then when the mining law was not being enforced, that's why help with other people set about to force the state to enforce it. That's when we got the reclamation that's happening. How about the Whitewater Creek, Hannibal Whitewater Creek? That's being cleaned up. Great, it's awesome. Why? Because the administrative order on consent. Right? They were under threat of being declared a Superfund site. To avoid that, they used to settle it, assign this administrative order on consent, and now they're cleaning up that property. I want to say, that might not be fair. It wasn't their mess, right? Those were tin can operations created by previous miners. But in this country, private property rules. When you buy private property, you buy the liabilities that come with it. That's what happened to Phelps Dodge and the Freeport. So that's what that's going on. Maybe we could entrust them to do it out of the goodness of their heart. It's possible. Perhaps you all believe that. Maybe I don't. It's just a difference of belief. And lastly, some facts that we can all agree on actually have two different interpretations. We do all enjoy clean water and road. From my perspective, that is testament not just to the mine's excellent work at containing contamination, but the fact that we have good clean water laws. Very important. We need to keep those clean water laws in place and make them enforceable. And the question was described as a success in terms of financial assurance. We all agree that the parent company failed the financial soundness test, and a subsidiary was found that could meet the financial soundness test. Well, I was watching it happen, and they got several extensions before it could happen. So, the same fact that worked out the same way, I view as a warning sign that we can't count on that mechanism again. It almost didn't work. The fact that nobody, including us, wanted to close the mines, which was the only enforcement for that provision, is why it ended up being a success. Nobody wants the mines to close, even when they're in violation. So, same facts, different interpretations. Thank you again for letting me express where I'm coming from.
So first of all, I would like to say thank you very, very much for hanging in here all day. This has been a pretty brutal, brutally long day. But I can't tell you how much I appreciate the fact that every single person who came here this morning and who has been here all day. I realize that some people had to leave. There were an awful lot of you coming here all day. I really appreciate that you have told the stories of how important this is to you. I am a die-hard environmentalist. I really, really, really believe that we have a responsibility to ensure that we have clean water and that we don't have contaminated groundwater and all of those things that go with that. But I also have agonized over this since it came out on the agenda on Friday. Because we're all here in this community together. And it is a really, really, really scary thing for people to contemplate what might happen if the mines close. I've heard lots of stories, not just the stories today, but stories from people who remember what it was like back in the 80s. When I first came to Grant County, the first thing I did in my professional life here in Grant County was create food drives and food distributions for the mine closure in 2007, 2008. So I'm not unfamiliar with what this would be like. I'm not exactly sure what else to say. But I really, really appreciate what has happened here today. Thank you.
I'd just like to say that I continue to please urge you to contact your representatives and senators about these bills, show what Grant County is made of. You know, I sort of stood up here and I wish that whoever sponsors these bills will sponsor a bill, because Freeport is still providing water for Early. We cannot even provide any water for Early, but we want to put these bills on here. I would hope that somebody, instead of us going in phases, and understand water's almost there, there's 3 phases coming in. That's my belief. Before we get into this part, let's make sure that we provide water, safe water. I've drank water all my life here. Residents of Hurley are drinking water because of Freeport. Nobody mentioned that. That was surprising. I know it's in the final phases where their phase 1's almost complete. You know, Colonias helps a lot, get some of that money in there. Once again, Madam Freeport, I will say for voting.
So you all are voting on this?
We're going to. Yeah, we're going to. So, I'm nervous. I forgot to say one thing that I want to say that I think is really important. And that is, when I was talking about appreciating how many people are here today and hearing their stories, one of the things that really strikes me is, you know, we've talked about, you guys have stood up and yelled very loud for elections and all of that sort of stuff. And one of the things that really strikes me about what's happening today is, I'm pretty sure that a fair number of people who voted for me were people who believed the same way I do about environmental issues, but they are not here today. And I'm really, really disappointed in that.
Okay, any further discussion?
I also forgot to mention a couple of things. You know, a lot of things said about the variances. Okay? The only trouble is that the variances will be at the whim of whatever the political wind is at the time, that whoever appointed them. So it brings a lot of uncertainty. The other thing that I ran on a platform of having a good, responsible relationship with our mines. Now, if it was the fact that we were coming in here because our water was polluted, and because it was a danger, and Freeport wasn't doing anything, I think just as many of you would be here to oppose that. But the thing is, it's not. It's not. They're being a good steward, and that's our youth. So, for that reason, I support going out and opposing the bill.
Commissioner Edwards, you said that you were nervous, and that gave me the idea that maybe you might be considering voting with us on this. And I would just plead with you, unless you see something that our water is contaminated, to please vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, call for a vote. All those in favor?
really, really thought of, and actually consulted, the county attorney about, was abstaining. And I want to acknowledge that it takes a lot of courage to sit up here and do what we do. And I want to acknowledge that it takes a hell of a lot of courage to sit up here and be very proud and stick up for the things that really, really matter to him. It takes a lot of courage to sit up here and do this job. Thank you.
So we're going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is C, consideration of resolution number R-19-23 in support of the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and declaring Death County to be a Second Amendment sanctuary state.
Yeah.
So motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve resolution R-19-23 in support of the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, declaring Death County to be a Second Amendment sanctuary state.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Sala seconds. Discussion?
One question. I have some what I consider to be corrections to suggest on the text, and I have a statement in opposition to this resolution. Would it make sense to go through the corrections on the assumption that this is probably going to pass, and it should be as factually accurate as possible? Should I do that first?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. So, for the resolution itself, so I can give you, I got it. The fourth paragraph says, whereas the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution, adopted in 1791 as part of the Bill of Rights, protects the inalienable and individual right of the people to keep and bear arms. In fact, having read the Constitution, having read the Second Amendment many times, it does not protect the inalienable and individual right. It protects the right of the people. So I would think we should cross out inalienable, which by the way comes from the Declaration of Independence, not from the Constitution, and individual. Just in terms of accuracy. Shall I go through all of them and then y'all can consider them, or go through one at a time?
What do you think? What means it?
Then we can go through all. So you're suggesting we cross out the inalienable and individual?
Correct.
So
Those three words.
protects the right of people to keep and bear arms.
Perfect. I believe that's an accurate statement of the Second Amendment. Then in the very following paragraph, whereas the Supreme Court in the District of Columbia versus Helen affirmed, should say, an individual right to possess firearms unconnected with service in the militia for traditionally lawful purposes such as self-defense within the home. Here I would add the following, because that is a true statement, but it's not a complete statement. The Supreme Court, and this was conservative Justice Antonin Scalia, their sentence, I would add, but also affirm the fact that the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. And that was referred to earlier. I believe it would provide a fuller truth than the partial truth that is there now. Should I repeat that?
Please repeat that.
I would say, comma, but also affirm the fact that, quote, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited, end quote. Are we good?
and we can skip McDonald v. Chicago, go on to U.S. versus Miller. Whereas the Supreme Court in the United States versus Miller, I would like to insert upheld the National Firearms Act, because that was the case at hand, and they did in fact uphold it. So I would have upheld the National Firearms Act, which regulated private ownership of certain types of guns. Because I believe this resolution is going to be a very one-sided history. Sure. Upheld the National Firearms Act. I'm going to spoke about United States versus Miller. So all this comes before the word opine. And comma, which regulated private ownership of certain types of guns. Sure, and the rest of the story is, again, it's just, you can have the story.
Can you do that last piece there?
Sure, which, the part says, which regulated private ownership of certain types of guns. So, for what it's worth, that case was about a sawed-off shotgun. And the court ruled that sawed-off shotgun was not covered by the Second Amendment. I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. No, it's an insertion. I'm proposing to insert the phrase, upheld the National Firearms Act, which regulated private ownership of certain types of guns, one more. And it's actually the same as the first one, except it comes at the last paragraph of page 1. Once again, strike inalienable and. In this case, keeping individual makes perfect sense. Because Miller in health addressed individual. So that's perfectly good. The last paragraph of the first page says whereas, you see it? Again, it's just not right. Inalienable means you can't separate it from something. And in fact, the Supreme Court has made over and over and over again that there are circumstances in which guns can be separated from their owners.
So it was my motion on the floor, is that right? I would request to amend my motion to accept, so Mr. Brown made 4 recommendations of changes. So I've numbered those 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I would amend my motion to accept changes 1 and 4 so that it would read protects the right of the people to keep and bear arms, and 4 the same thing, protecting citizens' right to keep and bear arms. And that's where I'll have to amend my motion. The other 2 are, I'd rather accept what the sheriff said on the other end.
Mr. Thomas? Any other discussion?
I have general discussion as well, but I have to
One discussion on the motion.
You mean on the amendments?
We do have to approve the amendment first, and then we have to go back.
Very good. You want to call that in?
Okay. So we have a first and a second by Commissioner Salas, and call for the vote. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
I'm sorry I didn't get all four, but I'm happy to reflect some of the others.
Okay, that's James. So now we go back, now we're in discussion on the changes, what are the changes?
All right. I will finish up, y'all won't have to listen to me anymore. The best part about this resolution is the paragraph at the top of page 2. As it says, we all took an oath to support and defend the United States Constitution. This really is our most fundamental commitment as elected officials. And I too carry a copy of the Constitution with me frequently. I have many times. I love our Constitution. I've also taught U.S. history. It's an amazing document. We did not take an oath to support and defend only some of the Constitution, some of the time, based on what we agree with. This resolution, however, willfully ignores one part of the Constitution in an effort to protect another. I am not okay with that. Article 3 of the United States Constitution gives the power to decide constitutional disputes to the U.S. Supreme Court in a system of lesser federal courts. It does not grant the authority to determine whether specific laws are constitutional to county sheriffs or county commissions. This resolution suggests that Grant County is above the Constitution that we swore allegiance to, and that we can ignore the whole judicial system here and just make up our own interpretation of the Second Amendment. In my book, this does not count as supporting and defending the United States Constitution. Even if that were acceptable to me, which it most definitely is not, the resolution doesn't say who will determine whether a given law should be enforced or what process will be used to decide whether it's constitutional or not. The other sheriff says they're going to leave that to the courts, in which case this resolution does nothing. I wish the sheriff had been able to be here to offer another, his take on it, because if you're going to let leave it up to the courts, well, that's exactly where we're at now. We don't need this resolution. All right. It also doesn't say what laws we take right now or what proposed laws might be unconstitutional. Is it the background checks that the resolution is targeting? I know it doesn't say, and not only that, but the Supreme Court has ruled many times that background checks are tolerated. Is it confiscating guns from people found by a court to have committed domestic abuse? I don't know. On what basis are we going to decide which are constitutional and which are not? Because the Supreme Court, including one of those conservative justices that I mentioned before, Anthony Scalia, has made it very clear that the right to keep and bear arms is not an unlimited right. Repeatedly, the Supreme Court has ruled that some restrictions on gun ownership are in fact acceptable. Lower courts have agreed. In over 1,000 cases tried since the Heller decision 10 years ago, 91% have resulted in firearms regulations being upheld. Only 9% found the laws being challenged to be unconstitutional. Why do we think we are more likely to get it right than all those other people who are challenging those regulations? I would hope we would show some humility and acknowledge that we are not, in fact, likely to do much better. And I would hope we would show some loyalty to the system created by this Constitution for deciding these questions and not pretend that we in Grant County have that authority. I urge my fellow commissioners to defend our Constitution by rejecting this resolution. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Every elected official took the oath of office. Every elected official took the oath of office that affirms our commitment to uphold the Constitution, and I know that I take that oath very, very seriously. The legislation that's making its way through the House and Senate in Santa Fe, much of the foundation of that legislation has already been determined to be constitutional, ensures due process is followed, or is in line with the current federal law. No court has found universal background checks to be unconstitutional, and legal scholars see no reason why that same law would apply to firearms transfers. Federal law prohibits persons who are subject to domestic violence restraining orders, convicted felons, persons convicted of domestic violence misdemeanors, and persons subject to formal court proceedings regarding their mental health from possessing firearms. HBA 3, HBA 7, and SB 328 all require a court order to ensure due process. Senator Worth added a floor amendment to SB 8 exempting transfers between immediate family members from a background check, and I see no reason not to add the same exemptions to the firearms transfer bill, HB 40. Given these facts, I see no reason at this point to assume that any of the current legislation would be found unconstitutional. In Heller versus the District of Columbia, Justice Scalia, a constitutional originalist writing for the majority, voiced careful limits regarding the Second Amendment that had stood the test of time in nearly 1,000 court cases. Like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. From Blackstone through the 19th century cases, commentators and courts routinely explained that the right was not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purpose. For example, the majority of the 19th century courts to consider the question held that prohibitions on carrying concealed weapons were lawful under the Second Amendment or state analogs. Although we do not undertake an exhaustive historical analysis today of the full scope of the Second Amendment, nothing in our opinion should be taken to cast doubt on long-standing prohibitions on the possession of firearms by felons, the mentally ill, or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings, or laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms. I believe the current legislation strikes a reasonable balance between the right to bear arms and public safety. My biggest concern at this point is that these bills are more underfunded or unfunded mandates from the state that will place undue burdens on small rural counties and their law enforcement agencies. We can't possibly add more work without increasing our financial and human capacity, and that includes ensuring that our law enforcement is highly trained and properly equipped to deal with things like extreme risk protection orders. I would be very happy to support our sheriff and his department by requesting our legislature fully and appropriately fund the capacity of local law enforcement to carry out the legislation they pass, and including some kind of wage parity with the state patrol.
Any other discussion?
I don't think we're going to be passing the law here. I think what we're doing is lending support to not just our sheriff, but to our police. I think that every one of you has gone through background checks. You know, you all bought weapons at Walmart or a sporting goods store or something, so you don't have anything to hide. The principle of having to do a background check from your personal self. I for one, have borrowed weapons, I've them, I've gifted them, and not just to family members. You know, it's even sort of common practice with some of the people that I know. You're going to go deer hunting in a brushy area, but you don't have a weapon, so you borrow one from your friends. I think the intent of the law was to try to control the violence that's going on through guns. But in their attempt to do that, they're trampling on this law-abiding citizen. Now, I do know that we need to do something because it's horrible what's going on with the violence through weapons. What it is, I don't know. It's going to take a lot better mind than me. I know that the sheriff if this law comes out and it passes and it becomes law, our sheriff is able to enforce the law. But what we're showing is an opposition to what we don't think is right. We're not passing the law. So we're making a
I just want to take this time to express thanks to Sheriff Gomez and his department, Under Sheriff Watkins, and many of the rest of them. I've seen some positive things recently in that department. The sheriff acknowledges that we have a drug problem in this county. He warned us about the due process the other day about the potential violation of the Fourth Amendment, illegal search and seizure with some of the unreleased, especially with the red flag bill. I don't want to divert the sheriff department's limited resources to new laws when we've already got existing laws on the books that we don't have the resources and the manpower to take care of. I'm excited that the sheriff recognizes and cares about the drug problem we have here. I'm excited about his plan to address that, and I'm hopeful that with the morale uptick in that department, and hopefully some support from the community, that laws will be enforced around here, and our community will actually be safe. Communities will be safer for all of us and our children and grandchildren.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Motion carries. Moving to the next item on the agenda, so consideration of resolution number R-19-24, a resolution appointing legislation that will impose regulations and restrictions exceed the general law of firearms transfers between individuals. We have a motion by Commissioner Salas, second by Commissioner Williams. Any discussion? Okay, call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Okay, I know some of you were just here for this portion. We can do this about 10-minute recess. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Next item on the agenda is going to be under 7, the meeting D.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes for the January 22nd work session and the January 24th regular meeting. Second.
Commissioner Brown seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. Okay, next item on the agenda, financial reports.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the February 13th expenditure report. Second.
All those any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint board members to the 2019 National Voter Registration Act. Oh, right. Carol Watts and Francis Vasquez and Sharon Vocalter.
Are those the ones in order?
yes, Caroline is adopted the Republican side, and Francis and Sharon adopted the Democrat side.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I move that, we approve, inventory transfers and deletions as we heard in the Tuesday work session.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve distribution grant funding application for the local community law grant program.
One second, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Consideration of 2018, I move that we approve 2018 volunteer firefighters annual report for PERA in Southwest and Minnetonka and other areas.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve agreement number A1906, cooperative purchasing agreement between Wednesday County and Lake County.
Do we have any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? All motion carries.
Item D, consider the resolution, or approve resolution 1916 adoption of Grant County social media policy.
Do I have any discussion?
We don't need to do it. So let's just do it.
Because I don't have to come back to that.
That means 4 of us.
So I let's say what, can we do that? Mr. Chair, okay. So then I'll make a motion that we table on 16th of March.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve R1917, the 2019 Grant County maintained roads.
So the third, whereas the third is 6. Whereas virtual place for those is 8. Am I reading something wrong here? What's that? Whereas the county vacated virtual place road, something like that.
What does it say?
It says, whereas the vacating of virtual place road, 171.
Oh, yeah, I read that. I noticed that too.
So it doesn't say like it changed it. Doesn't actually say that.
So we can do that, whereas the vacating of virtual place road removed 1.71 miles from the inventory? Can we make that change?
Yes. So incorporated in, sorry about that.
Incorporated in the motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Carries.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve resolution number R1918, a resolution creating a census laboratory for the county. Now, we don't have to create a committee today, right? It's just that we're gonna.
Was that right? Shall we?
Discussion? Or who seconded that?
I will second that.
Okay, second. Any discussion?
We can do that at any point after this vote.
So we can do that as a March.
Right, well, what I'd like to do is get Mr. Doolin back to have the discuss. At a minimum, we have to have the municipalities, the COG, and then one person.
Okay.
Good.
Good.
So I'll try to get him at the March session.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve resolution number R-19, salaries of the elected officials.
Who has any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve resolution number R-19-22, a resolution of notice of intent to consider an ordinance entitled 2018 opioid cost recovery and public nuisance ordinance.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Mr. Chair, I move that we award RFP number 1904 architectural services for the Grant County Airport Terminal 2.
Do I have a second? Discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recess the Grant County Board of Commissioners and convene in the Grant County Healthcare Service Board.
All those in favor? On discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve health plan claims in the amount of $24,473.41. I'll second that motion.
Discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn the Grant County Healthcare Claims Board and reconvene as the Grant County Board of Commissioners.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner report, Commissioner Brown.
I have about 6 pages.
Okay, so no for you guys.
No, thank you, sir.
I just wanted to say that I look forward to more discussion on the move to TV. But
Microphone, please. Thank you.
I just say I look forward to more discussion on the possibility of the commission meeting at least part of the time, starting at 5:30, hopefully, as we previously discussed. It's been expressed by a lot of citizens that they, working especially, that they could get here at that time. And of course, that's not on the agenda today, but hopefully we discuss that in the future. That's all I have.
Commissioner Brown, it would be my intent to bring that at the March meeting.
Okay.
Plans to bring up the resolution at the March meeting.
Okay, thanks.
So,
I just wanted to say that today wasn't a very hard meeting, but I'm glad that we all maintain our professionalism. I'm glad that we have the freedom to state our mind. And I'm glad that us as a board can maintain that. That's it.
Yeah, I want to echo that. I think, my words. Yeah, thank you everybody, all the commissioners, for doing that. You know, big shout out to the public that they came here. You know, one thing that I would like to also consider in my report is we're considering the evening meetings. Is also we need to maybe come up or consider the agenda and how we handle or how we put things on the agenda for the future, and figure out some kind of process. I know this is going to be foolproof, but just something for us to think about so we can bring it up in the next meeting. That would be great to call the work session, yes. So can we table it?
Oh. Really? Mr. Chair, I move that we table the executive session that we have scheduled, for updates on opioid litigation and litigation in relation to the 2016 sheriff office matter.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Do I have a motion for adjournment? You guys did?
I said aye.
Okay. Motion carries.